Chapter 58, Ball. Hey, wouldn't you be able to make a ton of money if you patented and sold the items you made? Personal, full-dive VR with realistic NPCs and a customizable narrative is like every otaku's dream. Remarked Issei, walking in a daze with his book bag behind his head as he, Vaughn, and Kaiba made their way to the academy around 7:30 am. It should be possible. Confirmed Vaughn, nodding. But if I did that, the current market wouldn't be able to keep up, and a lot of people would be out of a job. And since we have no idea how the tech works, it could very easily be abused if it fell into the wrong hands. Makes sense. Responded Issei. But if it's just an issue of knowledge, can't you create technical manuals and blueprints? Then we could roll out the technology gradually over time. Shaking his head, Vaughn contended, it's better to let people invested in things like that develop the technology organically. That way, society and legislation can evolve alongside them. I agree with Vaughn-sama on this matter, stated Kaiba, wearing his usual smile as he reminded, besides, as devils and members of Ryusubuku's peerage, we have little need to concern ourselves with human currency. The ducal house of Gremory owns many banks, a chain of luxury hotels that spans the globe, and several islands. In the underworld, their private domain is larger than Japan's largest island, so if you require an allowance or funding for something, you need only to inform Buku and put in a bit of effort. Man, talk about old money! Muttered Issei, finding it difficult to wrap his head around how wealthy Rias and her family must be. However, when he considered how long devils lived, it made sense that they could amass extreme generational wealth. Do you think Buku would allow me to open a savings account with her family? Asked Issei, prompting Kaiba to exhale an amused chuckle before responding, I'm certain that could be arranged, with a smile. With a week passing in the blink of an eye, the day of the ball tournament arrived. The sky that morning was gloomy and notably overcast, heralding an inescapable downpour, but it thankfully didn't begin falling during any of the morning events, consisting of soccer between first-year classes, baseball between second years, and singles and doubles tennis between third years. After that, indoor events were held in the gymnasium, where clubs pitted against one another in games like basketball, volleyball, and dodgeball, with the Orc, in particular, being pitted against the baseball club. What the hell? Why can't we hit them? Exclaimed the captain of the all-boys baseball club. His expression morphed into disbelief as he and his friends focused their efforts on Vaughn and Kaiba, but to no avail. They were able to eliminate Issei without much issue, focusing all their attacks on him as he ran about and dodged a surprising amount of them, but Vaughn and Kaiba were like machines, the former focused, and the latter relaxed as they evaded every ball thrown their way with marked ease. Sorry, but I can't afford to lose, stated Vaughn, catching the ball thrown by the captain with one hand, earning himself considerable fanfare from the large crowd of predominantly female students. By now, everyone knew he and Rias were dating, but that didn't prevent him from acquiring a fan club and being recognized as one of the Academy's Dark Prince, a counterpart to Kaiba's Prince Charming. Kai-a-a-a-a-a. Vaughn-sama, fight! Kaiba-kun, look this way! Beat those smelly jerks from the baseball club! Move out of the way, Issei-san! Please hold that pose so I can take a photo for the photography club. With virtually all the girls present cheering for Vaughn and Kaiba, it was only a matter of time before the baseball club succumbed to a complete lack of motivation. Meanwhile, Rias, Akeno, Konako, and Asia simply observed the match with crossed arms or relaxed poses as none of the boys in the baseball club dared throw any balls their way, making it a match between them versus Vaughn, Kaiba, and Issei. The latter got eliminated several times, but as he could return if Vaughn or Kaiba caught a ball, the match inevitably ended with the Orcs' victory. Why am I the only one hated? Asked Issei, looking like he was on the verge of tears as he stood with his head lowered, leaning against a wall in the wake of the Orcs' victory. It's because you're a pervert, responded Konako, her words spoken curtly and without hesitation before she returned to licking an ice cream cone provided to her by Vaughn. All but confirming Konako's accusation, Issei grumbled, well, at least I got to see everyone wearing bloomers. Mind if I borrow this target dummy? Asked Tsubasa, approaching the orcs group, directing the question to Rias and gesturing with her thumb at Issei. Suit Tsubasa-chan, exclaimed Issei, briefly snapping to attention before adopting a more casual expression and posture as he asked, did Sana already cut you loose? To answer your question, he's all yours. Just make sure to have him back to us by tomorrow, responded Rias, prompting Tsubasa to offer her a curt nod before dragging Issei away with a relaxed expression, contrasting his excited and goofy grin. The medicine that Vaughn had provided worked very well, so for the past 3 days, Tsubasa had been dragging him off to, as she put it, make up for lost time. We should also get back to the old school building, suggested Rias, directing the words and a narrow-eyed smile at Vaughn as she remarked, since I defeated Sana in our match, you're mine until everyone enters the corridor tomorrow. Though his heart skipped a beat at Rias's words, Vaughn managed to appear calm, aided by his will of the Emperor, as he adopted a teasing smile and replied, I'll be sure to reward you plentifully. Before punctuating his words with a wink, Rias exhaled a faint and throaty laugh in response, but before he left with Akeno, Konako, and Asia, he turned to Kaiba, bumping knuckles with the blonde-haired knight as he added, good work today. I'll see you tomorrow. Indeed you shall, responded Kaiba, reciprocating the gesture with a smile and waving at the group as they departed. Soon after, a thunderous crack caused the lights within the gymnasium to flicker, eliciting several startled cries as the sky opened, unleashing a veritable deluge. Vaughn, wait a second, said Rias, recovering from the stupor she had fallen into in an instant, her blue eyes swimming within her sockets as if she were searching for something. What's wrong? Panted Vaughn, slowing and stopping his movements but keeping his hands on Rias's waist from behind. They had been going at it doggy style, so as he awaited her response, Vaughn couldn't but admire the line, contours and dimples of her back. I just received a report that 2 cloaked figures were seen heading into the abandoned church that previously served as a base for the fallen angels that killed Issei and tried to steal Asia's sacred gear. Revealed Rias, clamping her insides but pulling away from Vaughn, allowing him to slip out of her before turning to face him, smiling apologetically as she stated, sorry, Vaughn. But if these 2 have anything to do with that group, I must be prepared to react in case they try anything. Don't apologize, responded Vaughn, shaking his head and adopting a smile of his own as he expressed, as much as I enjoy sex, I'm happy just being able to spend time with you. You would say that, hummed Rias, grabbing and caressing Vaughn's not-so-little brother and kissing him before releasing him to get up from the bed, crimson magic circles appearing above and below her. Then, in less than a second, she was completely clothed in her Kyoa Academy uniform, her face slightly flushed but otherwise nothing to indicate they had been having sex for multiple hours. As if she had been waiting the entire time, Graphia abruptly appeared from a silver magic circle, her hands folded neatly atop her lap as she modeled her shorter-skirted maid attire. After a curt nod in Vaughn's direction, Graphia looked to Rias and reminded her, since this town is under your and Sana-sama's jurisdiction, I cannot intervene unless the situation becomes especially dire. I am well aware, Graphia. Thank you, responded Rias, looking between the silver-haired, silver-eyed devil and Vaughn before shaking her head. For a brief moment, the thought of having Graphia substitute for her entered her mind. However, as Vaughn had made it clear several times that he didn't want to complicate things between Graphia and her brother, she promptly dismissed the notion. Instead, she summoned Asia. Awayaao. Not expecting to be summoned so suddenly, Asia, wearing a transparent black negligee with black, pink-trimmed panties and stockings, nearly lost her footing as she was unceremoniously dropped out of a crimson magic circle. Before she could, Rias caught her by her shoulder, supporting her as she said, I need to look into something. You will accompany and take care of Vaughn in my stead. Have fun. Oh? It would be my pleasure, responded Asia, going from confusion to fiery-eyed excitement the moment her brain fully processed Rias's words. She even struck a guts pose, her fists raised excitedly up to her face and her bat-like wings unfurling behind her, causing Vaughn's smile to cramp as he had originally wanted to accompany Rias for her investigation. Now, he felt he had no choice but to accompany the excited Asia. "I need to get stronger more quickly," thought Vaughn, concluding that Rias was, once again, prioritizing his safety. He understood why, but he would much prefer if she trusted and relied on him rather than feeling she had to protect him. "This is so exciting. I've always wanted to explore the corridor with just the two of us," exclaimed Asia, her emerald eyes sparkling as she and Vaughn appeared before the sealed door of the second stratum's 20th floor. Ever since she was reincarnated as a devil, the pure white sections of her papal attire had turned pitch black. More notably, both layers of her robes were now open at the front, exposing her black lace panties, garter belt, and stockings despite the set's stats and effects remaining the same as before. "Just remember to stay behind me," said Vaughn, wearing a confident smile while feeling guilty on the inside. Shortly after Rias and Grafia departed, he asked Asia if she wanted to enter the corridor, reasoning that it would give them more time when, in reality, he just wanted to have someone rely on him. "Of course," responded Asia, sporting a happy smile as she clung tightly to her staff, sincerely excited by the prospect of entering a new area with just the two of them. Exhaling from his nose, Vaughn turned his attention to the door, which, ever since he acquired his will of the Emperor, pulsed with a faint bluish-white light. The plan was to enter it the following morning as a group, but since Vaughn was feeling restless, he wanted to, at the very least, take a peek at what lay beyond. With such thoughts driving him, Vaughn placed his right hand against the glowing wolf pattern, gently caressing it as the image of the colossal wolf from his dream resurfaced in his mind. Something deep within compelled him to want to know more about the mysterious and ostensibly lonesome creature, so as the crystal barring their entry into the third stratum pulled away like crumpling blocks, Vaughn, accompanied by a smiling Asia, took his first steps into what he would quickly learn was aptly anointed the frozen abyss. Chapter 59, Prelude to Abyss. "Awao, it's so cold," expressed Asia, moving closer to Vaughn as they stood near the exit of the frozen abyss's starting zone. The area near the stairs was warm, but as they moved further down the passage leading to the floor proper, the temperature rapidly plummeted to below freezing. As if responding to Asia's words, a large blue window appeared between the corridor's threshold and the seemingly endless expanse of tundra that awaited them outside, visible to both her and Vaughn. First trial, Fimbul Winter. The frozen abyss is a cold and unforgiving place. Only those with great willpower or steadfast allies can traverse it, but great power and rewards await those who can endure its 9 trials and myriad tribulations. ////warning, ///// Those who venture beyond this point will suffer the Queen of the Frozen Abyss's curse, Fimbul Winter's encroachment. Every 6 seconds or every 2.5 meters moved will inflict one person within a grid space with a single stack of Fimbul Winter's encroachment, reducing mobility and increasing the damage sustained from all sources by 1% and 5%. At 100 stacks, the victim will be afflicted with the unique status, Prey, making them a target of the Queen of the Frozen Abyss and her pack. To remove stacks of Fimbul Winter's encroachment, seek shelter, defeat monsters, or remain within 3 grid spaces of Von Mason. ////warning, //// Fimbul Winter. Muttered Vaughn, prompting Sis to explain. It refers to a legendary catastrophic winter from Norse mythology, said to herald the coming of Ragnarok. It would seem that Mrs. Grafia's speculation about the frozen abyss having something to do with the Norse pantheon wasn't without merit. Pardon me, Vivon Sama. But do you have anything warmer I can wear? Asked Asia, adhering as close to Vaughn as their physical forms allowed. Yeah, of course, responded Vaughn, causing Asia to startle and cry out cutely as he picked her up and carried her back to the starting zone's interior. There, they spent nearly an hour choosing thick winter outfits, ensuring they resisted both the cold and ice elemental attacks, as Vaughn got the impression they would be fairly common within a place called the Frozen Abyss. With Asia wearing a thick purple coat, a fur-lined cap that covered her ears, a long white skirt, mittens, purple winter boots, and his own outfit consisting of a black fur-lined tunic, thick black pants, fur-lined boots, and a mantle made from a creature called a frost wolf, granting each of them a hypothetical 100% resistance to ice and cold. Vaughn was the first to step out into the vast expanse that was the Frozen Abyss's first floor. Crunch! Seeing his foot sink several centimeters into the icy snow that covered the floor, making it impossible to determine where each grid space was located, Vaughn turned to Asia and said, "Stay close," before venturing out a little further. "It's not cold," remarked Asia, breathing a sigh of relief before regaining her usual smile as she appended, "Vaughn Sama's power is truly incredible." Nodding, Vaughn responded, "Just make sure to stay within the boundary of my domain. It appears to be what keeps Fimbul Winter's encroachment at bay, so if you venture outside it, your clothing might not be able to protect you." "I understand," responded Asia, looking around the area and gripping her staff tightly as she asked, "But how can I tell if I'm inside it? I can kind of feel it, but it's invisible." Closing his eyes and focusing on his domain, Vaughn imagined the interior warming up. It took a little while, but slowly but surely, the snow around him and Asia started melting, resulting in a circular clearing that revealed an ancient-looking stone grid beneath their feet, covered in runes. "It feels like Vaughn Sama is embracing my entire body," hummed Asia, closing her eyes with a contented look. Unfortunately, she didn't have much time to relish in it, as the melted snow revealed several skeletons wearing suits of tattered, fur-lined, battle-worn armor. "I'm guessing those are the enemies," remarked Vaughn, materializing his legendary spear as the skeletons began rising, forced to their feet by icy blue energy that spread like veins across their bones and emanated from their hollow eyes like flames. "Poor things! They must not have received their last rites," remarked Asia, holding her staff between her arms and bringing her hands together in prayer. Doing so outside would cause her to feel like a bolt of electricity had pierced her head, but within the corridor, she could pray as much as she desired. Oh! Whether intentional or not, Asia's sincere prayer caused the skeleton's blackened and frozen bones to begin burning, turning progressively white as the fallen warriors released banshee-like cries and charged with their myriad weapons, ranging from ornate axes to spiked flails. "There's no delay," Vaughn noted, an icy feeling permeating his mind as his focus elevated to its limits. At the same time, he pushed out with his left hand, sending a wave of pressure that knocked the charging warriors off their feet. "Asia, barrier," reminded Vaughn, taking care to keep her within the range of his domain as he lunged for the nearest skeleton. It recovered quickly and swung its axe fast enough to leave behind a prominent trail, but even without following it with his eyes, Vaughn could sense it coming. As a result, he was able to dodge under it, spin on his right heel, and slice through the skeleton's spine with his spear's blade changing to a three-pronged cross with golden runes igniting across its surface. Feeling very little resistance as his spear cut through the skeleton's spine, leaving the sliced vertebrae burning with golden light, Vaughn confirmed his suspicion that they were susceptible to light and holy elemental damage. He also learned that his hypothesis regarding their use of ice was correct, as a skeleton wielding a rod, garbed in tattered, fur-lined robes and with a headdress formed from a large deer's skull, opened its mouth and blasted him with a concentrated stream of icy blue, incredibly cold energy. "Sorry, but we've prepared for things like that," exclaimed Vaughn, moving like a blur to slice what he quickly learned was called a Dragra shaman to pieces. He could feel the chill from the creature's breath, but thanks to his 100% ice and cold resistance, it didn't hurt, cause ice to build up, or slow him in the slightest. "Holy light!" shouted Asia, causing luminous golden circles to appear beneath 3 of the 5 remaining Dragra. Crosses formed from light elemental energy erupted from them, but while they bleached parts of the Dragra's bodies white and noticeably slowed their movements, they weren't eliminated outright. Conserve your mana and concentrate on one at a time, shouted Vaughn, pouncing on the Dragra as they charged toward and began banging their weapons against Asia's hemispherical barrier to no avail. Right, responded Asia, pointing her golden, cross-shaped staff at the further Dragra as she shouted, Holy Cross! Feeling an intense, purifying heat from above, the Dragra targeted by Asia raised its head, the ghostly blue flames in its sockets waning slightly as a 3-meter-tall cross formed from light fell from the sky, phasing through its body and immobilizing it as it took continuous holy damage, eventually causing it to burst apart and scatter like blue and white ash. Nice! Thought Vaughn, briefly looking in the direction of the Dragra that Asia had attacked while sidestepping a rune-covered spear aimed at his throat. In the same motion, he unequipped his legendary spear from his right-hand slot and swapped it to his left, rematerializing it in the Dragra's chest, filling it with fiery golden light that caused it to crumple and follow the example of its forebears. With only one Dragra remaining, wielding twin axes and modeling a helmet that curiously had a half-skull face guard, Vaughn unequipped his legendary spear and brandished his hands, saying, "It's time for you to rest," while making a come-hither gesture. Catching Vaughn a little off guard, the Dragra responded to his words by tossing its axes into the ground, seemingly intending to match him as it raised its fists, lowered its head, and tucked in its shoulders with the fiery blue light forming its eyes blazing intensely. These are no mere monsters, Vaughn thought, his expression resolute as he charged to meet the Dragra, kicking things off by landing a heavy left hook to its helmeted head and exposed jaw. The helmet's hardness and edge caused the knuckle of his ring finger to fracture and split, but Vaughn barely registered the injury as he ducked under the Dragra's counter, a wide haymaker from his right side, reciprocating with a left jab of his own before putting his full weight behind a right straight. With its sternum, the plate-like bone connecting its ribs and collarbones, fracturing under the force of Vaughn's punch, the Dragra took a moment to reach up and touch its chest with the skeletal fingers of its right hand. For a moment, Vaughn got the impression it was disappointed by its inability to withstand the blow, but that didn't stop it from raising its fists and taking the initiative to continue the fight. "You shouldn't go easy on him. If you allow him to hit you out of pity, you will be besmirching his pride as a warrior," stated Sis, reacting to Vaughn's thoughts about letting the Dragra get at least one good hit on him before he finished it. "Right," responded Vaughn, weaving between the Dragra's swift combo and backstepping faster than it could lunge forward to evade its tackle. As it climbed back to its feet, he got the impression it was laughing at itself as it used the bony thumb of its right hand to swipe at its non-existent nose before getting into a ready stance, ostensibly waiting for him to go on the offensive. "Right. Here I come," barked Vaughn, reducing the distance between him and the Dragra, slamming his right fist against the fur and leather bracer protecting its left forearm. The Dragra had raised it to block him, but due to the difference in their strength, speed, and durability, the undead could only lament the loss of its flesh as the bones forming its forearm snapped, causing a momentary lapse in its focus as Vaughn landed a decapitating left hook immediately after. With the Dragra dissipating the moment its head was separated from its body, Vaughn lowered his guard and exhaled a large cloud of condensation from his nose. He was disappointed that the Dragra didn't put up much of a fight, but not because he was looking down on it. He would have liked to fight the Dragra while it was still alive, but for one reason or another, their paths had intersected in the corridor. All he could do now was lay each of those he encountered to rest. "Would it be all right if I prayed for them?" asked Asia, her voice low and tentative as she approached Vaughn, interrupting his reflection. "I don't believe they were followers of God, but so long as the sentiment is noble and pure, I don't think they'd mind," responded Vaughn, taking the initiative to bring his palms together, close his eyes, and lower his head. Under normal circumstances, he would have been disappointed that the Dragra hadn't dropped any loot, but since it would have felt like pillaging the dead, he was grateful. Nodding her head, Asia linked her fingers together, raised her closed eyes to the dark, aurora-filled sky overhead, and prayed, "Dear Lord, I do not know how these men met their end or for what purpose they wielded their arms, but please shepherd their souls safely to where they might find rest and relief from their duties and burdens." May the gates of Valhalla swing their doors open to accept you among your fellows," muttered Vaughn, highly doubting that the corridor linked to Valhalla but not discrediting the possibility. It had allowed Akenno to meet her mother one final time, so if he believed in the path his power there was no reason the Draggr couldn't find rest. Chapter 60, Tension. After a little more than a day of exploration, Vaughn and Asia exited the corridor around 3:40 am. They could have stayed longer, but after his frustration settled, Vaughn couldn't help wanting to see how things were going back in reality. "Welcome back, Ga-Shujin-sama, Asia-san," expressed Grafia, offering Vaughn a bow as he and Asia appeared in the club room. "What's the situation? Did anything happen while we were away?" asked Vaughn, his expression and tone serious, producing a palpable tension. Raising her head, Grafia dutifully responded, "We were able to ascertain that the individuals investigating the former den of the fallen angels were high-ranking exorcists and enforcers from the church's Zeroth parish, the Church of Necessarius. They have arranged to speak with Rias-sama later today." "Are they here for me?" asked Vaughn, his expression easing somewhat as, while he didn't approve of how they handled Asia's case, he didn't believe the church was evil. "We suspect establishing contact with you is one of their objectives, but they seem to be investigating the recent theft of several fragments of the Holy Sword, Excalibur," answered Grafia. "Necessarius," muttered Asia, her blue eyes filled with concern as Vaughn looked at her, prompting her to explain, "They're the branch of the church that specializes in investigating and eliminating the occult. They were the sister branch to the one I belonged to, the Church of Sacramentum." "Do you think they came here to pick a fight?" asked Vaughn. "Unlikely," responded Grafia, shaking her head before explaining, "as Ga-Shujin-sama is aware, Kuah town and its surroundings are a neutral zone. And while the executors of the Church of Necessarius are decently powerful, they would find it difficult to defeat a high-class devil without superior numbers and preparation. Their visit will likely involve introducing themselves, asking for information, and requesting that we not interfere in their investigation." "If so, isn't that a little pretentious of them?" asked Vaughn, pointing out, "Kuah town is under the protection and supervision of the Gremory and Satrai houses. The people who stole the fragments of Excalibur wouldn't have come here without a reason, so asking us not to intervene when the matter directly concerns us is absurd." "I can't deny it," responded Grafia. "But the church has been obsessed with its image and authority for millennia. They have mellowed publicly since the conclusion of the Great War, but behind the scenes, they're the most antagonistic of the three factions." "I see," muttered Vaughn. At the same time, he couldn't help being reminded of Throne's comment about God's absence. The population of Earth had exploded in the aftermath of the Great War, so if God were still around, wouldn't heaven have a near-absolute advantage? It was strange that no one noticed this incongruence. Either that or those in power were deliberately keeping it a secret. Shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, Vaughn met Grafia's gaze and asserted, "I will meet these executors when they arrive," before adopting a less forceful tone as he asked, "Is Rias in her room?" "She is with Sana-sama," revealed Grafia, explaining, she presumed Ga-Shujin-sama would remain in the corridor a while longer, so she and Sana-sama are likely discussing the matter of the executor's arrival and how to address the situation moving forward. "That makes sense," affirmed Vaughn, nodding. Then, assuming Grafia had been waiting patiently for his and Asia's return, he deliberated briefly before ordering, "Prepare the bath and parlor. I would have you wash my back and massage me." "It would be my pleasure, Ga-Shujin-sama," stated Grafia, adopting a slight smile as she bowed low and respectfully with her hands folded over her lap. During the lessons meant to prepare him for lordship, Vaughn had been taught the importance of providing his servants with opportunities to serve as a means to build rapport and reward them. They didn't tell him he needed to adopt a similar practice, but after Rias used the example of her letting him and Akenno brush her hair and help with her clothes despite being able to manage both using magic, he did so naturally. Thus, before releasing her to tend to and spend time with her son, Mil-Icas, he allowed her to wash and massage his back, leaving his front to Asia. With their foray into the corridor cancelled or, at the very least, delayed, Vaughn spent the morning relaxing with his eyes closed and Konako sitting in his lap, hugging him as Issei sat on the opposite sofa, busying himself with the cancelled sequel to a game he enjoyed from a publisher that had gone out of business years prior. "It looks like our guests have arrived," said Rias, sitting behind her desk with her eyes closed, her senses linked with her familiar and the barrier around the academy. Opening her eyes and rising to her feet, Rias looked between Vaughn and Issei, prompting the latter to turn off his handheld game console as she smiled faintly and said, "Just in case, I'm going to ask that the two of you be on your best behavior. We may not be on good terms, but we're not trying to pick a fight with the church. I'm just curious to see what a proper exorcist is like," expressed Issei, adopting a wry smile as he admitted, "though, I do kind of want to give them a piece of my mind regarding what happened with Asia." "Please, don't," said Asia, exhaling faintly from her nose before looking at Vaughn and smiling radiantly as she attested, "I believe that what happened to me had to happen. If it hadn't, I would never have come to Japan. Now, I'm happier than I've ever been." "That's good," remarked Kaiba, standing near the window with his arms crossed and gaze focused on the outside as he appended, "but I'm with Issei-kun on this one. If these executors are truly holy sword wielders, I would like to see how my skills compare." "Can't it wait until you've matured into a high-class devil?" asked Rias, understanding Kaiba's reasons for wanting to challenge the executors. She just felt it was much too soon. "That would probably be the wisest course of action," conceded Kaiba, his usually friendly smile failing to reach his eyes as he exhaled a faintly exasperated sigh. Under ordinary circumstances, he wouldn't be able to restrain himself if he knew a pair of holy sword wielders were coming to visit Kuaha, but the arrival of Vaughn, Asia's words and the existence of the corridor of intertwined fates had changed things. "If it makes things easier, you don't need to be present for the meeting," offered Rias, passing her gaze over everyone in the room as she added, "This is ultimately a matter the orc won't, or at the very least shouldn't get involved with. Not when the balance between the three factions is as tenuous as it is." With Rias directing the final few words at him, Vaughn's expression became serious. She, Sana, and Grafia had made it exceedingly clear that his existence and power were a threat to the three-way deadlock that had been in effect since the end of the Great War, so if he gave the Church or the Fallen reason to believe he would upend that tentative balance, they would have no choice but to respond accordingly. "I will stay," responded Vaughn, his tone firm. "Yeah, same here," appended Issei, raising his left fist and holding his bicep with his right hand as he added, "Besides, wasn't it said that the people visiting us were girls? I need to see them." "Oh, Issei," sighed Rias, closing her eyes and shaking her head but with a faint smile adorning her lips. He was markedly different from Vaughn, but she appreciated his simple and straightforward nature. If nothing else, it added a bit of levity to nearly every situation, regardless of its severity. With Issei, Akeno, Kaiba, and Konako standing behind them and Grafia and Asia observing from afar, Vaughn sat next to Rias across from a pair of beautiful young women, one with short and exceptionally blue hair with a notable green tuft and the other with long chestnut hair fixed into twin tails, both possessing distinctive violet eyes. "I am Zenobia Quarta, Executor First Class of the Church of Necessarius," said the blue-haired woman, her eyes sharp and tone curt as she added, "I would say it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, but I do not make a habit of establishing friendly relations with devils." "And I'm Shadu Irina," appended the chestnut-haired girl, offering a smile and a wave, notably directed at Issei as she stated, "It's good to see you again, Issei-kun." "Well, it would have been. I never imagined you would do something like becoming a devil. How tragic." "Hey? You know me?" asked Issei, standing with his arms crossed and a notably perplexed expression. After all, there was no way in hell he could forget such a cute and busty girl. "Ah, do you really not remember me?" asked Irina, adopting a look of faux sadness as she reminded, "We used to play all the time when we were kids." You used to spend the night at my house and even went to church with my family a few times, remember? Recalling his sole childhood friend, a boy with purple eyes and spiky, chestnut brown hair that was usually fixed in a ponytail, Issei's mouth briefly dropped before he pointed to Irina and exclaimed, "There's no way. You were a girl that entire time." "Wait, you thought I was a boy?" asked Irina, smiling awkwardly and scratching her cheek as she conceded, "I admit I was a bit of a tomboy, but didn't we bathe together multiple times? How could you not notice?" "Irina, we didn't travel all this way so you could catch up with your former childhood friend," interposed Zenobia, narrowing her eyes and casting a sidelong look at her partner. "Oops, my bad," responded Irina, rubbing the back of her head as she looked at Issei, adding, "Let's catch up later, Issei-kun. Then, if you feel bad for what you've done, I'll help you repent." Feeling a chill permeate his body when Irina mentioned repenting, Issei adopted a cramped smile and responded, "I don't mind catching up, but I'll pass on the latter." "Let's cut to the chase," said Rias, sitting with her arms folded under her breasts and her left leg crossed over her right as she asked, "Why did you arrange this meeting?" Though her eyes briefly flickered to Vaughn, Zenobia held Rias's gaze as she answered, "As we explained previously, we came to Kuah town in pursuit of a group of fallen angels who stole 3 of the 6 Excalibur fragments. As for why we are here, it is to ensure you will not interfere and to confirm the status of the saint candidate, Von Mason." "Confirm my status?" asked Vaughn, prompting Zenobia to nod, direct a narrow-eyed gaze at Asia, and reveal, "It is rumored that the devils have been targeting and corrupting saints to weaken the church and harm its image. After all, there is no greater insult to God and his believers than to have his chosen succumb to evil influence." "No one here is evil," asserted Vaughn, his expression and tone firm as he preempted Zenovia's response by stating, "And I won't abide hearing you insinuate otherwise. Evil is measured in the harm one does to others, and no one here has done anything to warrant your condemnation." "That's debatable, but I did not come here to argue or pick a fight," stated Zenobia, quickly supplanting, "but we were tasked with asking you, God's chosen, a handful of questions. Once we are done here, you would honor us with your presence, preferably someplace private." "I regard everyone here as my family," asserted Vaughn, causing Zenovia's brows to furrow slightly as he contended, "Anything we talk about will be relayed to them, so if you have questions for me, you might as well ask in front of them." "I see," muttered Zenobia, closing her eyes and sighing. She had been urged not to make an enemy out of Vaughn, no matter what, but if there was a chance of him siding with the devils in their conflict, she felt it would be best to annihilate him before the power that made him a saint candidate reached full maturity. Chapter 61, Stance. "Then I will be blunt," said Zenobia, kicking off Vaughn's interrogation by asking, "Do you believe in God?" "I do," responded Vaughn, shaking his head as he appended, "maybe not in the same way as some members of the church, but I know he exists and believe him to be a force of good in the world." "Then why do you choose to consort with devils?" asked Zenobia. "Even if some have respectable personalities, it doesn't change the fact that, on a rudimentary level, they are forces of corruption. Humans require a guiding hand to avoid succumbing to sin and temptation. Devils are the root cause of the many inequities in the world." "I don't believe that," stated Vaughn, pointing out, "because that belief is an inequity you're forcing onto devils by your own volition or at the behest of another. No one chooses the circumstances of their birth, and one of the very first acts of the biblical God was to give humans free will, the right to decide their own path. I believe it's fair to punish people for their sins, but attempting to limit their freedoms in direct opposition to God's will, how is that not sacrilege? Eradicating devils isn't restricting people's freedoms or ability to choose between good and evil. It's removing a factor that often supersedes their ability to choose," responded Zenobia, her eyes narrowing as she argued, "Devil magic is influenced by and directly influences the mind. Even the barrier covering this academy manipulates human perception, and if it is tweaked with malicious intent, this school could become a playground for devils who regard humans as little more than playthings. I'm not implying that's something the heiress of House Gremory would do, but if you were to ask her and she responded truthfully, you would know compassion and restraint aren't exactly the norm among devils. I can't deny that some devils misuse their powers, conceded Rias. But current devil society is almost a direct reflection of the human world. The majority of devils simply wish to live in peace, and those who behave like what you describe are imprisoned or eliminated. Perhaps if they're what you call strays, conceded Zenobia. But if they happen to be affiliated with a powerful household, there is very little they can't get away with in the current three-way deadlock. That argument might hold some weight if it didn't apply to the church in equal measure, countered Rias. And, just like us, you try to keep things in-house and resolve them without external influence. Condemning us for our lack of control over our people when the church is rife with corruption wholly unrelated to devils is fascinating. Humph. Deciding not to engage Rias in a tit-for-tat, Zenobia returned her gaze to Vaughn, asking, more to the point, are the rumors regarding your intent to marry the heiresses of the Gremory and Citri houses true? And, if so, why so suddenly? You should have only come to know them fairly recently, yet you're already considering marriage? That's suspicious. Well, if you think I'm being manipulated against my will, you're mistaken, rebutted Vaughn, causing Rias to tense and flush slightly as he declared, I fell in love with Rias at first sight. I can't deny that things escalated a little quickly after that, but my feelings are my own, and I'm determined to help her and her people. And what about humanity? Asked Zenobia, adopting a slight frown as she pointed out, devils are a very long-lived species and have plenty of time to resolve their issues. Humans, on the other hand, live short, often difficult lives. You could do exponentially more good as a living, breathing saint than a pawn to devils. Vaughn is no pawn, interjected Rias, her expression and tone serious as she asserted, we may benefit from his powers, but we aren't forcing him to use them. If he wants to use his power to help humans, Sana and I will support him to the utmost of our abilities. Inversely, if he were under the purview of the church, we both know they would never accept him using his powers to aid devilkind. My bishop here is a testament to the church's intolerance and need to control its flock. Asia Argento, muttered Zenobia, directing a brief but withering stare at Asia before closing her eyes and sighing. If she were being totally honest, she believed it was exceptionally short-sighted of the church to have Asia excommunicated after the canonization process had started. Utilizing her God-given power to heal the devil might have been an egregious mistake, but it was difficult to argue that it was a sin. Many regarded it as proof of God's mercy and benevolence, so the matter should have concluded with a reprimanding at worst. It's as you've said, muttered Zenobia, opening her eyes to meet Rias's gaze as she acknowledged, the church, particularly in recent years, is not without its faults. But we are still the shepherds of the people, and we look to saints as examples. As the heiress of House Gremory, you should be well aware of how problematic it is for you to accept a former saintess as your bishop. If you now wed one of God's chosen, it will be difficult to convince third parties you aren't deliberately undermining the church and its authority. I think I need to clarify something, said Vaughn, drawing Zenovia's and Irina's gazes as he explained, I have never been directly affiliated with the church. Besides Asia and the two of you, I've never even met anyone affiliated with it. I did form a friendship with heaven, but the church has yet to do a single thing to earn my respect or trust. As she was wholly unaware of Vaughn's past and the circumstances that led him to Kuaha, Zenobia couldn't help feeling confused and taken aback, her right brow raised as she asked, what do you mean? How could you form a friendship with heaven without being affiliated with the church? You are the candidate for sainthood, Vaughn Mason, correct? That's my name, confirmed Vaughn. But I have had no contact with the church outside of being shown around by someone affiliated when I first arrived in Kuaha town. I don't know who nominated me for the position of a saint or for what reason. Hey, that's weird, remarked Irina, crossing her arms in a way that emphasized her apparently ample bosom beneath her predominantly white, pale teal and gold-trimmed church cloak. "That's why I don't appreciate the church's efforts to interfere with my decisions," stated Vaughn, appending, "I have had nothing to do with your organization outside of them leasing me a hotel for a few nights, so what makes you believe you have any say in who I choose to consort or spend my time with? I am my own person and will use my power to help anyone I choose. If the church can't respect that, we have no further business." "Is this some kind of joke?" asked Zenobia, directing the question at Rias with narrowed eyes. "What, do you think we altered Vaughn's memories?" asked Rias, exhaling a snort as she retorted, "If you think his mind is so easily affected, try to influence it yourself. You'll have about as much success as a fly trying to push back a car." Inserting herself into the conversation, Grafia stated, "As far as we've been able to ascertain, Von Sama's mind and soul are inviolable. If you require proof of the superiority of his existence, you should know that he is the master in a contract with me and that he has garnered the interest of the Chaos Karma Dragon Queen, Tiamat. Your Grafia Lucy Phage, wife and queen to Surtsk's Lucifer, the current Devil King," remarked Zenobia, her expression understandably skeptical as she questioned, "You expect us to believe that an ultimate class devil such as yourself is in a subordinate relationship with a human?" "Whether you believe it or not, it's the truth," asserted Grafia, adding, "Your higher UPS should be well aware of this fact, so you should confer with them before you say or do something they regret." "I will be sure to do so," affirmed Zenobia, offering a curt nod before returning her gaze to Vaughn, adding, "Before we depart, there is one final question I would like to ask. Is it true you possess a holy spear and the ability to tear through dimensions?" "Are you talking about what happened during the raiding game?" asked Vaughn, shaking his head as he conceded, "Truth be told, I'm not sure what happened back then. As for whether or not I possess a holy spear..." Materializing his legendary spear and holding it horizontally with both hands, Vaughn, alternating the spear's blade between each of the different elements, settling on holy, explained, "Holy is just one of the elements my legendary spear can emulate." "May I inspect it?" asked Zenobia, her expression and tone serious. "I'll allow it," responded Vaughn, setting his spear on the table, prompting Zenobia to pass off her cloth-bound greatsword to Irina before picking it up. The moment she did so, her eyes turned from her violet-tinted brown hue to a luminous shade of gold. "It's unquestionably a holy spear," muttered Zenobia, raising her gaze from the legendary spear to Vaughn as she asked, "And I'm to understand that you created this, correct?" "That's right," confirmed Vaughn, recalling the legendary spear to his right hand and unequipping it before Zenobia could get any ideas. "Very interesting," remarked Zenobia, narrowing her reverted eyes before abruptly rising to her feet, stating, "Irina, we're leaving." "Eh? So suddenly?" asked Irina, returning Zenovia's weapon as she rose after her. "Our mission to recover the misappropriated Excalibur takes priority over everything else," stated Zenobia, casting a glance at Vaughn as she added, "But, irrespective of whether we survive this mission, you should expect a delegation from the Church in the near future. The power to produce holy weapons is a capability that can't be overlooked." Ignoring Zenovia's later words, Vaughn, brows furrowed, asked, "There's a chance you'll die on your mission?" "Well, obviously," responded Irina, covering her mouth and laughing as she added, "It's not like the people who stole the Excalibur will just hand them over if we ask them nicely. I think our estimated chance of survival was something like 29.37%. Be sure to pray for us, okay?" "Hey, wait a minute," interjected Issei, going from an irritated expression to a look of stubborn concern as he stated, "I can't just overlook someone I know heading to their death. We might be on different sides now, but it's not like we're bitter enemies. I don't want you to die." "Issei," said Rias, her tone firm as she closed her eyes, exhaled a sigh, and expressed, "While I understand where you're coming from, this is a matter for the Church to resolve. I wouldn't mind you lending them a hand if they were hunting a typical stray priest or exorcist, but the enemies this time possess holy swords. As a low-class devil, a single clean hit from a weapon like Excalibur could annihilate your soul. Though he tensed at Rias's words, Issei remained resolute, his expression hardening as he declared, "But I would rather face annihilation than stand by as someone I know marches to their death." "There's the Issei I knew and loved," hummed Irina, causing Issei's face to flush in embarrassment as he stammered, "LL loved." Is that what I said?" asked Irina, her tone playful as she gave Issei an equally mischievous wink. "Enough, Irina," stated Zenobia, her tone just as firm and exasperated as Rias's as she exhaled a sigh, met Issei's gaze, and stated, "As your owner has said, this is a matter for the church to settle. We knew the risks when we accepted this mission, and we will either complete it or die trying. As a devil, you should mind your—" "I'm not just a devil," exclaimed Issei, holding up and gripping his left hand into a fist as he declared, "I am Hyudo Issei, vessel of the Red Dragon Emperor, pawn of Rias Gremory, and childhood friend of Shadu Irina. Don't you dare tell me this is none of my business. Irina is my friend, and I would never forgive myself if I let her rockin' body disappear from this world." Chapter 62, Taking Charge. Following the awkwardness created by Issei's exclamation, Kaiba adopted a firm expression, causing Rias to startle as he expressed, "Sorry, Bucku, but I agree with Issei-kun." "Not you too, Kaiba," sighed Rias, rising to her feet, moving toward her desk, and leaning against it so she wasn't stuck between two conversing groups. "Bucku knows how I feel about the Excalibur," remarked Kaiba, directing his gaze to Zenobia and Irina as he added, "Make no mistake, I don't care if the two of you fail your mission. But if that great sword you're carrying is another Excalibur, the Fallen will have even more in their arsenal." Turning back to Rias, Kaiba expressed, "I don't believe it's a coincidence that the Fallen brought the stolen Excalibur here. They must be planning something, and allowing them to get their hands on more Excalibur would place us at a disadvantage." "That's certainly a possibility," conceded Rias, crossing her arms and lowering her gaze contemplatively. "Why do you care about the Excalibur?" asked Zenobia, directing the question and narrow-eyed gaze at Kaiba. "Because I was once a participant in the Holy Sword Project," revealed Kaiba, his blue eyes sharpening like daggers as he added, "that is until the higher UPS in the church decided to cut their losses and have each of us disposed of using poison gas." "I see," muttered Zenobia, her expression softening ever so slightly as she stated, "Then perhaps this is fate, as one of the people we're hunting happens to be the very man responsible for the fiasco that was the Holy Sword Project, Valper Galilei." "Valper Galilei," repeated Kaiba, his hands and teeth clenched as the face of a short, portly, and bespectacled old man with puffy grey hair, a large nose, a mustache, and vacant black eyes appeared in his mind. Inserting herself back into the conversation, Rias asked, "Out of curiosity, do you know the identity of the Fallen who stole the Excalibur? They must be someone fairly powerful." Causing the nearby Graphia's silver eyes to sharpen, Zenobia nodded and revealed, "It was one of the leaders of Grigori, Kokabeel, the fallen star of God. We have yet to confirm his intentions, but we presume he is trying to resume the Holy Sword Project." "Unforgivable," exclaimed Kaiba, causing Vaughn, who had been conversing with Sis, to startle as he had never heard the usually stoic and polite Kaiba raise his voice, much less shout. "Calm yourself, Kaiba," said Rias, her brows furrowed and tone firm as she exhaled from her nose, turned her gaze to Zenobia, and questioned, "How can two high school-aged executors expect to take on a leader-class Fallen who has lived for thousands of years and survived rebelling against God? Even hubris has its limits." "Regardless of the danger, we must fight," stated Zenobia, her tone full of conviction. "That's right," affirmed Irina, nodding before appending, "even if it costs us our lives, we must take back or destroy the Excalibur. As for our own, there's no need to worry. Even if we fail our mission, our Excalibur are set to self-destruct the moment they fall into enemy hands. Irina, that's not something you should reveal before a group of devils. Sighed Zenobia, cupping and massaging her forehead before lowering her hand, meeting Vaughn's gaze and asking, "And what is the Chosen's take on this situation? You were the first to express concern over the possibility of us dying, and you've spent the past several minutes lost in thought." Vaughn? Rias asked tentatively, feeling slightly exasperated as she could predict his response. "I agree with Issei and Kaiba, I would like to help," stated Vaughn, causing the duo's expressions to gain a hint of appreciation before he added, "But I also believe this is bigger than us. As Rias just pointed out, Kokabeel has lived for thousands of years and survived rebelling against God. He isn't a foe a bunch of high schoolers should be taking on." Peering back over his shoulder, meeting Graphia's gaze, Vaughn's expression and tone firmed as he ordered, "Return to Surtsk-sama and apprise him of the situation. I believe Kaiba's assumptions about this being a larger plot are correct, and if the opposing side has a leader class, ours should have someone comparable in the wings." "As Goshujin-sama wills," responded Graphia, proving to Zenobia and Irina that she was in a subordinate relationship with Vaughn by providing a steep and courteous bow before raising her head and promptly teleporting back to the underworld. Turning his gaze to Zenobia, Vaughn surprised her quite a bit by maintaining his stern countenance and stating, "I don't care what your orders are or if you harbor dogmatic distrust toward devils. Kuah Town is our jurisdiction, so you will notify your superiors of your intent to cooperate with the orc, or you will leave." "Badass!" muttered Issei, staring at the back of Vaughn's head with starry eyes. Before Zenobia could respond, Rias sighed, rose to her full height, and stated, "If this is what Vaughn has decided, there's nothing left to discuss. Either the church cooperates with us, or they withdraw from Kuah Town and await this incident's outcome. The underworld is really going all out to pull the Chosen to their side," remarked Zenobia, narrowing her violet-hued brown eyes. "You're mistaken," responded Rias, shaking her head before smiling as she maintained, "We're not trying to pull Vaughn to our side, this is us siding with him." "I see," muttered Zenobia, passing her gaze over everyone present, finding them sporting resolute expressions that indicated they agreed with Rias's assertion. Thus, after fixing her gaze on Vaughn, she supplied a curt nod and conceded, "Very well. Once this meeting has concluded, we will contact our superiors to convey your decision. However, as Japanese time is 7 hours ahead of our headquarters, we likely won't receive an official response until later this afternoon." As he was still in his emperor mentality, his mind suffused with a calming chill, Vaughn offered a nod of his own as he decided, "You can wait here as you await their response. In the interim, Irina-san can get caught up with Issei. Once she recognizes he's the same boy he always was, she should realize that regarding him as an enemy just because he had his life saved and became a devil is senseless." "Vaughn," muttered Issei, feeling grateful. "I highly doubt we can return to being friends, but I would like to hear his story and catch up with him," confirmed Irina, directing a hope-filled gaze to Zenobia as if awaiting her permission. "Just don't wander off too far," sighed Zenobia, causing Irina to jump for joy, exclaiming, "Yippee," before surprising Issei by darting over to him and grasping his hand, her violet eyes sparkling as she stated, "Let's go, Issei-kun. First, I'll hear your confession. Then, if you seek absolution, I can pass judgment on you whenever you like." Wait. Absolution? Judgment? Are you planning to exorcise me? Exclaimed Issei, appearing to panic but permitting himself to be pulled along by Irina, just as he had in their youth. In their wake, Zenobia gave Vaughn a slight bow and excused herself, holding her bound Excalibur with both hands as she reflected on the strangeness of the meeting that had just taken place. To think a leader class like Kokabeel was involved in this incident, he must be seeking to incite a war before the summit. Speculated Sana, seated with her hands folded atop her lap, completely naked in a dome-shaped sauna with circular seating, 4 golden sinks fixed to an ornate cylindrical column at the room's center, and several large, rainbow-hued crystals lining the periphery, providing both heat and cold depending on their settings. "Yes, I came to a similar conclusion," said Rias, seated a short distance away with her left leg crossed over her right, separated from Sana and Akeno by dark blue, wedge-shaped dividers. Tsubaki was also present, but she bent over with her hands on the sink, biting her lower lip and blushing as Vaughn's hips impacted her perky and voluminous bottom from behind. "What summit?" asked Vaughn, his ears perking as he continued moving his hips. Staring at where Vaughn and Tsubaki were connected, Sana calmly and dutifully explained, "The leaders of the three factions are planning to convene at Kyoah Academy in the near future. Bar a few exceptions, such as this Kokabeel, most of those at the top have grown weary of the three-way deadlock. With any luck, the next summit will end the long-standing conflict between devils, angels, and fallen. It will likely take millennia for tensions to settle completely, but we're gradually marching toward an era of peace and cooperation." "I see," muttered Vaughn, lowering his gaze to Tsubaki's ass and slowing his movements to a steady, deliberate grind as he asked, "Does this have anything to do with my arrival and the support I'm receiving?" "It's very likely," confirmed Rias, crossing her arms in a way that caused her exposed breasts to become more prominent as she appended, "Your potential and the corridor are too impactful for any one faction to try and claim for itself. That's why we're inverting the narrative from you joining us to us joining you. That way, the other factions can't accuse us of trying to sway the balance in our favor, and you also get to keep your identity as an independent third party." "Sounds complicated," said Vaughn, giving Tsubaki's right butt cheek a light smack before placing his hands on his hips, allowing her to move against him as he stood his ground and leaned into her each time she impacted his hips with her bottom. "The alternative is having you officially side with devil kind," stated Sana, rubbing her thighs together as she contended, "but unless we make some kind of concessions, heaven and the fallen won't stay idle as we rebuild our population. In the worst case scenario, both sides could join hands to cripple or get rid of us for good." Though he briefly considered asking if it would be better if he left, Vaughn promptly dismissed the notion as he wasn't willing to let go of the people he had grown attached to or come to love. He felt his life would become increasingly complicated the longer he remained, but he was determined to see things through to the end. With such thoughts in mind, Vaughn caused Tsubaki's legs to tremble and eventually give out as he filled her with enough semen to fill her to the brim and make it shoot out of her, spattering their respective thighs and tickling to the ground in thick, viscous strands. He felt sorry for whoever would need to clean it up, but since his fluids aided in the development of the girl's demonic power, he didn't hold back. "Shame on you, Tsubaki," said Sana, moving from the olive green stone seating to kneeling on the tiled floor, using her cupped hands to catch the semen dripping from her queen's insides as she stated, "You need to train your body to accept all of Vaughn's fluids. Allowing them to go to waste like this is unacceptable." Punctuating her words, Sana brought her hands to her mouth and drank the semen from her hands before licking her palms and fingers clean. At the same time, Rias and Akeno moved around behind Vaughn, the former wrapping her arms around him and pressing her breasts to his back and the latter joining Sana in making sure his seed didn't go to waste. Then, as Tsubaki was temporarily down for the count, they laid her down with a rag over her forehead and continued their intimate conversation into the early afternoon. "I have conferred with my superiors, and they have given us permission to cooperate with the Chosen and the Orc," stated Zenobia, sitting next to Irina in the same seats they had occupied earlier that day. Everyone else was positioned in much the same way, two notable differences being that Vaughn was seated between Rias and Sana, with Tsubaki joining the lineup behind them. "Good," said Vaughn, projecting his emperor persona as he produced a map of Kyoah town and began breaking down how they would both search and reinforce the city's protections. Sana had coached him in advance, but as far as Zenobia and Irina were concerned, he had come up with everything himself and was taking charge of the situation. Chapter 63, Observation. "This brings back memories," thought Vaughn, sitting in a comfortable, high-backed, maroon-brown leather office chair with Graphia standing stoically to his right and Asia to his left, his fingers linked and hands resting on his abdomen as he scanned the 19 displays hovering before him. Each was linked to a different person's or familiar's perspective, so while Issei, Kaiba, Konako, Zenovia, and Irina acted as bait and Rias and Akeno visited various temples and shrines to petition the local Ojigami to reinforce the city's wards, he sat in the broadcast room turned command center with Sana's peerage, monitoring the search and ready to provide backup at a moment's notice. Fortunately, unlike the previous time he was in the broadcast room, Vaughn wasn't expected to sit still and wait to see how things played out. Grafia had been permitted to mobilize, and depending on the situation, Surtsks and several members of his peerage were prepared to aid them within an hour's notice. Sana had also contacted her sister but asked that she only mobilize with Surtsks' forces, so if the situation devolved, they had 2 Satan-class devils, 3 ultimate class, and conceivably even a dragon queen to fall back on. Vwom. All the local gods have been informed of the situation. How goes the search? Asked Rias, appearing from a crimson magic circle with Akeno wearing her shrine maiden outfit. No luck so far, responded Sana, her expression and tone serious as she explained, we've been checking abandoned buildings along the city's periphery, but the enemy has likely erected 1 or more barriers to avoid detection. We likely won't know where they're located until our connection with the search party is severed. I see. Muttered Rias, turning her attention to Vaughn or, more accurately, his unoccupied lap. She knew it wasn't the time for such things, but after a moment of consideration, she adopted a smile and sat down, entrusting her back to his chest as he unhesitantly settled his hands on her stomach and said, well, hello there. With a smile of his own. Peering back over her shoulder with slightly narrowed eyes, Sana calmly chided the duo by remarking, stay focused. Before returning her gaze to the displays and contending, though, if my suspicions are correct, the enemy will likely wait until we're in class to move about. If inciting a large-scale conflict were their only goal, they could simply mobilize their forces and attack heaven or the underworld directly. Raising her brows, Rias garnered the attention of nearly everyone in the room by asking, do you think they're after Vaughn? Shaking her head, Sana reasoned, they would have doubtlessly heard about him by now, but unless they have an informant within our ranks or heaven, they shouldn't have enough information to justify such a brazen course of action. It's more likely they simply want to delay the impending summit and plant the seeds for future conflict. Sana-sama is very likely correct, stated Grey-Fa, her brows furrowing as she explained, Kokabeel has always reveled in war. He never wanted the Great War to end and formerly led a group of extremists who believed the fallen should have sole dominion over the earth and humanity. This belief got most of his supporters and subordinates killed in various conflicts, so we presume he is acting independently or with a small group of loyalists. If he were to mobilize Grigori's forces directly, he would not have escaped the notice of Governor-General Azazel. That's both a comfort and troubling, remarked Rias, crossing her right leg over her left and shifting more of her weight onto Vaughn's chest as she stated, fewer enemies is good, but it almost sounds like he's planning to become a martyr. After all, there are only a handful of 10-winged fallen. If one were to die, regardless of the circumstances, it would cause quite a stir. That is certainly a possibility, started Grafia, but before she could finish and Sana could offer her opinion, Vaughn interjected to say, I don't think that's his goal. Shaking his head, Vaughn contended, if death and becoming a martyr were his objectives, it would be easier to pick a fight directly. I believe he stole the Excalibur to lure the other wielders here to Kuaha. And, rather than me, I believe his targets are Rias and Sana, the younger siblings of 2 of the 4 Satans and the heiresses of 2 of the underworld's most influential families. That is more likely than not, affirmed Sana, nodding approvingly and a faint smile developing across her face as she added, but because of the restrictions placed on the human world and the protection of the Ujigami, there is only so much power a being on Kokabile's level can exert without repercussions. Which is why he requires the Excalibur, appended Grafia, stating, holy swords and reliquaries have the power to distort or completely ignore the world's restrictions. That's how miracles occur. Then their plan should be to gather as many of the Excalibur as possible to create a hole in the world's restrictions and negate the influence of the local Ojigami. Muttered Sana, crossing her arms and cupping her chin as she reasoned, but they would require someone capable of drawing out the power of Holy Sword in a location where the world's restrictions and the Ujigami's influence is already relaxed, somewhere like here. Well reasoned, hummed Grafia, smiling and nodding approvingly as she affirmed, that is the conclusion that Surtsk-sama and Beelzebub-sama came to as well. If that's the case, the enemy will presumably try to draw us away from the academy and hijack the barrier we have in place. Inferred Sana, her gaze sharpening behind her glasses as she scrutinized the displays in the air and reasoned, to do that, they would need bait. And, just in case, we should prepare a second barrier to seal the academy from the outside. If nothing else, that should buy us time until backup arrives. It would also stop Kokabeel from teleporting away, stated Grafia, her smile broadening as she was impressed by Sana's reasoning and pleased that Vaughn had contributed. He might lack common sense and experience, but he could be remarkably insightful when he wanted or felt obligated to protect others. With a comprehensive education and careful guidance, he would mature into a very capable leader. With midnight approaching without any sign of the Valper or Kokabeel, Issei, Konako, Kaiba, Zenovia, and Irina were recalled to the old school building, where everyone was set to remain until the crisis was resolved. The two executors originally planned to hunker down at the abandoned church, but after hearing Sana's speculation, they acquiesced to staying as a group, albeit with the condition they could consecrate one of the old classrooms and convert it into a makeshift temple. All right. I'm permitting this match because you both requested it, but don't forget our situation. We can't afford to have either of you seriously injured. Remarked Rias, standing cross-armed and modeling an annoyed and concerned look as Kaiba and Zenovia stood a few meters apart, ready to fight. Worry not, younger sister of Satan, said Zenovia, rolling her neck and loosening her shoulders in a form-fitting black bodysuit with short legs and sleeves, arm and leg warmers, multiple belts that appeared to draw people's gazes deliberately, and a conspicuously placed keyhole on her crotch. It was an outfit you wouldn't expect a devout believer of God to wear, but Zenovia wore it exceptionally well with her full and remarkably toned physique. Turning her head to meet Rias's gaze, Zenovia adopted a provoking smile and stated, I wasn't given orders to eliminate you or your knight, so I will just beat him until he's satisfied and be done with it. You will try, retorted Kaiba, swinging his sleek and stylish long sword to the side in his Kua Academy uniform, pauldron, and armored vambraces. His usual smile was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a look of conviction and, deep within his blue eyes, a tinge of resentment. Modeling the same form-fitting black bodysuit as Zenovia, albeit with her cloak providing her a semblance of decency, Irina, standing with her arms crossed and brows slightly furrowed, remarked, Hey, be careful, Zenovia. There's something strange about his gauntlets. I am well aware, retorted Zenovia, removing her oversized great sword with a double-sided axe-shaped guard from the ground and gripping it in a ready stance as if it weighed nothing to her. She had already deduced that Kaiba's silvery white vambraces, single-breasted breastplate, and the pauldron cladding his left shoulder were formed by Vaughn's power, but that only made her more interested in seeing what they could do. Since both sides appear to be ready, started Rias, raising her right hand to the sky and forming a finger pistol as she shouted, Begin, in a carrying tone, firing off a tiny burst of demonic energy for effect. Wasting no time, Kaiba used his superior speed to close the distance between him and Zenovia in the blink of an eye. The latter was much slower, but her stance was firm, and she could perceive his movements without issue, her eyes glistening with a golden hue as she received and promptly redirected his thrust away from her. Feeling how easily Zenovia deflected his blow, Kaiba immediately knew he couldn't compete with her power. She wasn't quite at the level of a rook like Konako, but she was exponentially stronger than the average human. He managed to evade her counter without issue, but as her sword swung toward him, he felt a sensation similar to haphazardly stepping into traffic crossing without checking the signal. Confirming Kaiba's suspicions regarding Zenovia's power, a powerful gust of wind permeated the area, nearly knocking him off balance in the wake of her swing. He recovered quickly and managed to get behind her, but it quickly became apparent she was gifted with more than just power and the ability to wield holy swords as she swiftly kicked behind her, striking him in the stomach with a lightning-fast heel strike. Though he felt like Zenovia's kick rearranged his guts, Kaiba surprised her in turn by abruptly changing the tip of his sword to resemble a miniature black hole. It was nowhere near the level of an actual singularity, but the suction it created was enough to prevent him from being kicked back tens of meters while simultaneously knocking Zenovia off balance. Not bad. As expected of the wielder of sword birth, bellowed Zenovia, adopting a grin characteristic of a battle maniac as she reached out with her left hand, causing Kaiba's blue eyes to widen as she fearlessly closed it around the faux black hole and crushed it like a glass orb. Taking advantage of her control over Kaiba's sword, Zenovia moved it out of the way and tried to headbutt him. To her surprise, Kaiba didn't hesitate to release it, evading her counter and materializing two additional swords, one formed of flame and the other of ice. Hardening her expression, Zenovia swung her great sword like a seasoned baseball player, adding, "But magic swords formed from demonic energy can't hope to compete against my Excalibur of destruction." Though they were separated by several meters, Kaiba's instincts screamed at him to dodge as Zenovia swung her oversized sword. Fortunately, he listened to them, his body appearing to flicker out of existence as a tree-rending tempest of high-pressure wind swept through where he had been standing, tearing up the ground along its path. Observing Kaiba's and Zenovia's match with crossed arms, Vaughn's focus continued increasing until he was aware of but could no longer perceive his surroundings. It was like the entire world had disappeared, becoming a black void except for the duo in front of him, their forms and movements clear as day. He could even sense the energy flowing from Zenovia's body into her weapon, feeling how it changed from a form reminiscent of Toki to a form of holy energy that resonated with the surrounding space with catastrophic effect. Her personality left much to be desired, but her form and destructive power were otherworldly, especially considering she was, as far as he could tell, human. Chapter 64, Round 2. "If you're waiting for me to tire, you're wasting both our time," remarked Zenovia, sporting a provoking smile as she stated, "I'm not the one flitting about like a little birdie." "Was that a dig at my familiar?" asked Kaiba, exhaling from his mouth before inhaling a steadying breath through his nose. "It was an observation," stated Zenovia, standing with the three-pronged sword resting on the ground as she pointed out, "because, unlike you, I've hardly moved from my starting position." "If I wanted you moved, that's easy," retorted Kaiba, showing markedly more anger and spirit than usual as he stabbed the tips of his fire and ice swords into the ground and unleashed his demonic power. Sensing danger, Zenovia leaped backward just as 7 blades erupted from the ground, skewering her previous position. She was tempted to point out that the attack would have been lethal if she hadn't avoided it, but as that also applied to her wave of destruction, she presumed Kaiba used it with the belief she would. Demonstrating he hadn't completely discarded his chivalry, Kaiba shouted, "Behind you," as he appeared behind Zenovia with a katana with a wavy, purple-hued hamen. Reacting quickly, Zenovia positioned her Excalibur of destruction within the katana's path, intercepting Kaiba's slash. To her surprise, the moment their blades connected, her own felt immovable. Releasing his hold on the katana, Kaiba materialized a gladius-like sword, stabbing it at Zenovia's side and forcing her to abandon her weapon as he asked, "How do you like my Shira Hattori time catcher?" "The effect doesn't last very long, but it's pretty effective." "You're not wrong," conceded Zenovia, a bead of sweat forming on her right cheek as she continued backstepping and weaving Kaiba's attacks with her hands raised like a boxer. She was still slower than Kaiba without her great sword hindering her, but her instincts and reaction time were on the level of precognition. "I need to calm down and focus," Kaiba told himself, realizing that his frustration was making his attacks more predictable than they otherwise would be as, even with 2 swords, Zenovia was reading him like a book. Taking advantage of the brief gap created by Kaiba's thoughts, Zenovia shouted, "You're open, before stepping fearlessly into his attack range and slamming her right fist into his left cheek. Kaiba mustered his demonic power protectively at the last moment, but Zenovia's attack tore through his defenses like paper and sent him reeling. Snorting, Zenovia punched her right fist, veiled in a fingerless glove, into the palm of her left hand as she stated, "Since you explained what your sword did, I should inform you that these outfits we wear are akin to holy vestments, infused with the blood of a saint. They repel demonic power like magnets with matching poles, so you'll need to protect much better if you want to endure my attacks head-on. Instead of explaining things, you should have recovered your weapon," retorted Kaiba, his expression an annoyed glower as he spat out blood and two of his molars. They would regrow as his demonic power replenished, but that didn't make losing them less painful. "Actually, I think I'll call the match here," said Zenovia, relaxing her guard with her right hand on his waist as she reminded, "We're not trying to beat one another until the other party can't continue, and I already figured out what the armor you're wearing does. There were two separate energies that dissipated the force of my punch, so I assume they increase your defense by applying a layer of protection across your body, much like a blessing of protection. That's just a convenience they provide," muttered Kaiba, forcibly calming himself and fixing his ribbon as he added, "But you're right. This wasn't a fight but a spar. It should have been my victory when I disarmed you, but since I'm the one who continued the assault, I will concede this particular match to you." "Oh? The way you speak makes it sound like this won't be the last time we spar," hummed Zenovia, crossing her arms under her very sizable bosom and adopting a narrow-eyed, challenging smile. "Just pray we only ever meet as allies," retorted Kaiba, adopting a rare, contemptuous expression as he turned to leave without bidding anyone farewell. Rias thought to call out to him, but since she believed he would be back to his normal self after some alone time, she waited for him to be out of earshot and for Zenovia to recover her Excalibur before remarking, "You fight well." "Well, obviously," appended Irina, beaming as she pointed out, "Zenovia and I are the rising stars of the Church of Necessarius. We may not be its most powerful members, but we know how to hold our own in a fight." "You did used to beat up all the bullies at the playground when we were younger," remarked Issei, his expression going from concern as he stared at Kaiba's departing figure to a playful smile as he snuck a glance at Irina's voluminous breasts between the gaps of her cloak and appended, "That's why everyone, not just me, assumed you were a boy." "Don't make me do to you what Zenovia did to Kaiba," warned Irina, her violet eyes narrowing but a playful smile adorning her face as she raised her left fist threateningly. "That's not a terrible idea," appended Zenovia, approaching the group with her Excalibur bound in white cloth as she stated, "The Red Dragon Emperor is a well-regarded figure even within the church. I'm curious to see what its wielder can do." Directing her gaze to Vaughn, Zenovia added, "Though, I'm more curious to see the capabilities of God's chosen. Not all saints are combatants, but someone who possesses a holy spear and can defeat a high-class devil from the House of Phoenix must be fairly strong." "Don't get carried away," warned Rias, narrowing her eyes but resisting the urge to speak for Vaughn as she turned to him and conceded, "Though, if he wants to fight, it's not my place to prohibit it." "I accept your challenge," responded Vaughn, offering a curt, affirming nod that caused Rias to sigh, Konako to frown, Akeno to cup her cheek, and Asia to become visibly anxious. He knew it wasn't the best time for such things, but after observing Zenovia's and Kaiba's match, there were several things he wanted to try. "Excellent," said Zenovia, smiling as she appended, "then I will let you set the terms." "I don't have any," stated Vaughn, shaking his head as he revealed, "but, as a precaution, I will be using an ability that makes it difficult to impossible for you to damage me. With that being the case, if you land any solid hits on me, we'll say it's your victory." Raising her right brow, Zenovia tilted her head with an understandably bewildered look as she asked, "You can choose not to take damage." "Something like that," responded Vaughn, offering a smile that made it clear he had no intention of elaborating. Zenovia exhaled huffily from her nose at this, but since Vaughn had no obligation to explain his abilities to her, she didn't press him and instead returned to her starting position, where she promptly unsealed her Excalibur and discarded its cloth to the side. After reassuring everyone that he would be okay and ruffling Konako's and Asia's hair, Vaughn surprised Zenobia and Irina by donning his Eastern Prince attire and moving to his own starting position. Then, instead of drawing his legendary spear, he equipped a pair of three-tiered golden gauntlets with a soot black base and gold plating covering each joint of his fingers, explaining, "I've only ever used my spear to hunt and defeat monsters, so I'll be using these instead." "Those are no ordinary gauntlets," remarked Zenobia, her eyes narrowing as she saw the soot-black sections of the gauntlets leave behind a smoky trail whenever Vaughn moved his hands. Though he had no intention of sharing the details of his aura of karmic protection, Vaughn saw no reason to be secretive regarding the gauntlets, explaining, "You mentioned to Kaiba that your and Irina's bodysuits protect against demonic power. Well, these deal increased damage to opponents of the holy or light attribute. I don't know for certain, but they should let me block your Excalibur." "I see," muttered Zenobia, her intuition telling her, once again, that Vaughn was too dangerous to be left alive. However, as she had been advised in no uncertain terms not to make an enemy out of Vaughn, she squelched the instinct and got into a ready stance. "All right, here I come," said Vaughn, kicking off the ground and closing the distance between him and Zenobia, surprising her with his speed. More accurately, she was surprised by how slow he was, especially compared to Kaiba. Concluding that Vaughn must be a power type similar to herself, Zenobia steeled herself as she blocked his full-force punch with the flat face of her Excalibur. He was undoubtedly stronger than Kaiba, causing her to be pushed back a few meters, but it was nothing to write home about. "Not bad," said Zenobia, adopting a battle-hungry grin as she exclaimed, "but you still have a long way to go," while swinging her Excalibur in a broad, sweeping arc. This time, instead of creating a destructive wave that tore up the ground and felled several trees, she produced a miniature tornado, curious to see if Vaughn was serious about not taking damage. Both proving his claim and surprising Zenobia immensely, Vaughn released a burst of energy the moment he was swept up by her tornado, causing it to disperse using chain breaker. When he landed, the only signs he had been affected were his slightly disheveled hair and clothes, his expression calm and focused as he charged her a second time. "He really is God's chosen," thought Zenobia, backstepping faster than Vaughn could approach and swinging her Excalibur to intercept the back of his left forearm before he could retract it. The force of her parry caused him to spin mid-air and land on his back, but he flipped over and promptly bounded back to his feet by pushing off from the ground, hands raised in a defensive stance. Curious to see how far Vaughn's apparent indestructibility went, Zenobia went on the offensive, closing the distance between them in an instant and slamming her Excalibur into his left guard and shoulder, completely destroying his stance and sending him flying but once again causing him no injuries despite the fact she had used the sword's edge. "Fascinating," thought Zenobia, expectation swelling within her until she saw Vaughn recover, sporting a dejected look. "What's the matter?" asked Zenobia, suppressing her urge to press the attack and adopting a more relaxed pose. "What do you mean?" asked Vaughn, pointing out, "That was a clean hit, so this is your victory. Those were the terms we agreed to." "Nonsense," stated Zenobia, raising her sword into a ready stance and smiling as she asserted, "That was just me testing the strength of your guard. A true solid hit is to the body or a vital point." "Then let's continue," affirmed Vaughn, raising his hands and regaining his resolute expression instantly. He had yet to try any of the things he had in mind, so while he felt that Zenobia was pitying him, he didn't mind so long as the match continued. Following a nod of her own, Zenobia raised her Excalibur aloft with both hands, exclaiming, "Let's see how you handle this," before slicing down and slamming the tip against the ground. Doing so created a fissure that threatened to swallow Va into it, but as it was only a few tens of meters deep, it wouldn't have harmed him even if he fell into it. Reacting quickly, Vaughn leaped into the air, a pair of luminous golden wings unfurling behind him, causing Zenovia's, Irina's, Asia's, and Issei's eyes to widen to their limits, Rias to sigh, Akeno to suppress a laugh with her right hand, Konako to goggle intently, and Grafia to close her eyes and exhale faintly from her nose. It would have caused problems if Vaughn materialized the wings of a devil or a fallen, but transforming into an angel before two executors from the church wasn't a particularly wise course of action. Chapter 65, Succumb. Don't get distracted, exclaimed Vaughn, breaking Zenobia from her awe, prompting her to raise her Excalibur defensively as he dropped down and slammed his fists against it. Not expecting Vaughn's attack to be as heavy as it was, sending a luminous pulse through the area, Zenobia's thighs bulged as she was briefly forced to one knee. In the same motion, however, she shifted her weight forward into a rolling tackle, causing Vaughn to stumble over her before instinctively flapping his wings to rise into the air and flip over onto his feet. Rebounding from her tackle, Zenobia's eyes glistened with intrigue as she remarked, "Well, you're just full of surprises." Before lunging forward with her Excalibur angled behind her, propelling herself forward with its power. Extending his hands, fingers spread, Vaughn surprised Zenobia for the umpteenth time by condensing the air within his domain and dropping it on her like a hammer. This didn't do any real damage, but it was enough to knock her off balance, forcing her to tuck and roll to avoid face planting into the ground. She attempted to transition this into an overhead attack with her Excalibur, but Vaughn was waiting for her with a pair of meter-wide spheres formed from light, held out to his sides. Intercepting Zenobia's attack by bringing the spheres of light together, Vaughn produced a blinding explosion of purifying heat and pressure that sent them both reeling. He expected his aura of karmic protection to protect him, but perhaps as a result of being his own attack, his face and chest felt warm, and his hair was lightly singed as he bounced across the ground a few times before recovering. Reaching a similar conclusion, Zenobia, the ends of her hair slightly curly and her bodysuit torn in several places, remarked, "It appears you're not impervious to your own attacks." With a narrow-eyed smile. "We both learned something new," joked Vaughn, adopting a smile of his own and raising his fists with his left held out and his right drawn in near his shoulder. "Speaking of, the power you wield is unmistakably that of an angel," remarked Zenobia, raising her sword as she noted, "and the only angel I've heard of possessing golden wings is Lord Michael." Shaking his head, Vaughn conceded, "It might resemble the power of an angel, but this is my own. I won't go into details, but you're mistaken if you believe I received this power from your god or have any relation to any existing angels." "I will take your word for it," responded Zenobia, holding her sword out to her right side and releasing it, allowing it to pierce into the ground before cupping the back of her neck with her left hand and rolling her head. Realizing that Zenobia was preparing to face him with her fists, Vaughn unequipped his gauntlets and retracted his wings, steeling himself for her assault. Moments later, Zenobia was right in front of him, hands raised in a relaxed boxing pose as she performed a series of lightning-swift jabs with her left fist. Though he was quite a bit slower than Zenobia, Vaughn was able to react to her attacks thanks to his domain, batting away the first jab and blocking the remainder with his forearm. He felt a sense of crisis when she shifted her weight, weaved her head like a pendulum, and attempted to drive her right fist into his diaphragm, but since punching wasn't all he knew how to do, he shifted his weight back onto his right foot and swiftly raised his left knee, intercepting the strike before countering with a jab of his own. "Not bad," exclaimed Zenobia, twisting her body 360 degrees into crouching pose and lunging forward, driving her right shoulder into Vaughn's abdomen as she hooked her hands around his lower calves and pulled them toward her, forcing him onto his back. In the same series of motions, she expertly mounted him, her incredibly toned bottom resting on his stomach before she began slamming her fists into his guard with enough force to send tremors through the ground. As it wasn't his first time being mounted, though the person who usually took him to the ground was much smaller than Zenobia, Vaughn waited for her to be mid-punch before bucking his hips, lowering his guard to grab her waist and pushing up with full force the moment she was knocked off balance. Taking advantage of Vaughn's throw, Zenobia used her hands as a spring and twisted her body to land on her feet. At the same time, Vaughn flipped over onto all fours as if he were preparing to pounce, providing Zenobia some insight into the origin of his angelic wings as a pair of dark brown cat ears emerged from his head along with a tail from his lower back. His eyes also turned golden and became distinctly cat-like as a hazy, steam-like aura erupted from his body. So he can emulate other races, concluded Zenobia, the tension in her body increasing as she recognized the aura around Vaughn's body as Toki, multiplying his power and increasing his speed. Putting his increased speed and even greater perception to work, Vaughn lunged at Zenobia in slow motion. She was able to react and get her guard up, but since Toki had the exceedingly useful property of piercing an opponent's defenses, each strike caused the muscles in Zenovia's jaw to clench as bruises rapidly formed beneath the fabric covering her arms up to her biceps. Understanding that she would lose if she remained on the defensive, Zenobia matched Vaughn's rhythm and thrust her hands at his face the moment he put his full weight behind a punch. Instead of striking him, however, she grabbed his flared collar and jerked downward with all her might as she slid her left foot back, causing Vaughn's eyes to widen as he found himself face-planting into her very ample bosom. "Consider this a solid hit," said Zenobia, smiling as she punctuated her words by driving her left knee into Vaughn's diaphragm, the force raising his feet from the ground and causing him to invert due to her unrelenting hold on his collar. At least, it was unrelenting, as she released him the moment he was upside down to leap into him, wrapping her arms and legs around his body to arrest his momentum before driving his head into the ground, using his Toki to penetrate the soil and plant him into it. Releasing her hold on Vaughn and rolling backward away from him, Zenobia bounded to her feet, brushed her hands together, and remarked, "Let's do this again sometime." After falling onto his hands and knees and plucking his head from the ground, Vaughn sat back, smacking the side of his head to dislodge some dirt from his Nico Shao ears as he asked, "You already landed a solid hit on my stomach, was there any need to plant me into the ground?" Shrugging, Zenobia crossed her arms and conceded, "It just felt like the right thing to do. No hard feelings. I try not to hold grudges," responded Vaughn, shifting his gaze to the approaching Rias, Akeno, Asia, Issei, Irina, and Grafia. "All right, I think that's enough testing each other. Akeno, please fix our new associate's clothing. As for you, Vaughn, it was a good effort, but let's get you cleaned up and into bed," said Rias, smiling as she extended her left hand to help him stand. He could easily rise on his own but accepted her help, retracting his cat ears and tail as he responded, "Thanks, and sorry for being selfish." With a slightly guilty smile. "I'm just glad you're not injured," muttered Rias, brushing the dirt off Vaughn's hair and shoulders before lowering her blue eyes to his exposed chest and abs. He had slight, sunburn-like burns, but they disappeared the moment she focused on them. "I'm fine," Vaughn reaffirmed, his expression softening as he instinctively wrapped his arms around Rias's body. "Ara, how envious," hummed Akeno, cupping her cheek and adopting a narrow, almost closed-eyed smile. At the same time, Asia puffed out her cheeks, and Konako stared at him intently, causing Vaughn to exhale in faux exasperation before making a come-hither gesture as he said, "No need to hold yourselves back." Seeing Vaughn enjoying a group hug with Rias, Akeno, Asia, and Konako, Issei exhaled from his nose, shook his head, and looked to Irina as he asked, "Do you think I could get a group hug if I allowed my head to be planted in the ground?" "Ah, is someone feeling left out?" asked Irina, causing Issei's eyes to become as round as saucers as she abruptly grabbed him and pulled his face into her ample bosom, patting the back of his head as she remarked, They're like a mother consoling a child." "Thank you, God," exclaimed Issei internally, causing his head to feel like someone had taken an axe to his crown. However, it would take a lot more than that to prevent him from enjoying Irina's magnificent memories. What an unusual group, thought Zenobia, maintaining her cross-armed posture as she shifted her weight onto her right foot. She didn't approve of Irina's apparent closeness to Issei, but since their superiors had also advised them not to make an enemy out of the Red Dragon Emperor, she decided to wait until their nightly confessional to chastise her. Touching down near Vaughn, her pitch-black wings and maid outfit covered in patches of luminous frost, Graphia acquiesced. It appears that, even with my demonic power, I cannot resist the effects of this Fimbul winter's encroachment. Thanks for helping to confirm things, said Vaughn, handing Graphia a mug of hot cocoa as he and Asia had learned from their previous exploration that warm food and drink drastically decreased the time it took to remove stacks of Fimbul winter's encroachment. It is my privilege to serve Ga-Shujin-sama, responded Graphia, accepting the mug with a smile. She would have preferred tea or coffee, but as the hot liquid filled her mouth and trickled down her throat, it filled her frigid body with a pleasant warmth that made her frigid wings, fingers, and toes tingle. Pretending not to notice Graphia's nipples hardening through her blouse, Vaughn turned his gaze to the distant mountain fortress he had asked her to scout, asking, "Did you notice anything?" Nodding, Graphia revealed, "The fortress appears unoccupied, but several snow-covered corpses littered the parapets, and the skeletal remains of a sizable creature resembling a western dragon could be seen in the bailey. I was able to use detection magic to confirm the existence of a complex underneath the fortress, but from what I could ascertain, it appears to be a mine rather than the entrance to the next floor." "A mine," repeated Vaughn, recalling that conflicts over mines and other resource deposits were common, even in the underworld. As a result, he promptly nodded and affirmed, "Sounds like something we would benefit from looking into further. If Ga-Shujin-sama is willing, I will happily accompany him," stated Graphia, her silver eyes glistening. She was also curious about the mine, and since it was just the two of them present, she would prefer to check it there and then, just in case the minerals found within were too precious to disclose to others. Vaughn might not care about such things, but if the corridor were to one day become accessible from the overworld, they would eventually need to restrict access to certain locations and resources. Though he originally planned to wait until the situation with Kokabeel was resolved before exploring the frozen abyss earnestly, Vaughn's intrigue was undoubtedly his greatest weakness. Thus, after a moment of deliberation, he nodded affirmingly and decided, "We'll go check out. But if the skeletal remains awaken, I want to try fighting them myself." "Of course," responded Graphia, offering a steep bow that would provide anyone standing behind her an unobstructed view of her voluminous ass and black side-tie thong. The cold didn't particularly bother her, so while Vaughn had offered her a change of clothes, she elected to wear the short-skirted version of her maid attire, the hem of which appeared to get even shorter whenever they were alone. Chapter 66, Fortress Assault. After a short flight where they were protected from the biting wind and cold by his domain, Vaughn and Graphia touched down on the parapet closest to them, prompting ghostly blue lights to appear within the snow covering it. Peering back at Graphia over his shoulder, Vaughn's expression and tone exuded measured confidence as he stated, "These Dragra were proud warriors in life. If any approach you, face them as you would someone deserving of respect." "Yes, Ga-Shujin-sama," responded Graphia, standing, as usual, with her hands folded over her lap, her silver eyes focused on Vaughn as he turned to face the nearest Dragra with a pair of sleek, ivory-white, gold-trimmed gauntlets with a cross motif in place of his spear. Waiting for the axe-wielded Dragra to fully animate and charge him, Vaughn briefly materialized his toki to accelerate forward, hammering his left fist into the skeletal warrior's sternum. The force of the impact fractured each of the Dragra's ribs and sent it crashing into a second, but Vaughn held back just enough that he wouldn't end the bout in a single blow, giving both the chance to rally. Shifting his gaze to the opposite side of the parapet, Vaughn briefly met the gaze of Graphia before darting past her, leaping into the air to intercept a Dragra performing a leaping, overhead strike with a large war hammer by inverting his body to drop kick it. In the same series of motions, he landed in a kneeling posture, the fingers of his right hand touching the ground as he made a pushing gesture with his left hand, dispersing a beam of frigid, bluish-white energy and knocking the Dragra, unleashing it from the tip of a skull-headed staff off its feet. With his domain effectively giving him eyes in the back of his head, Vaughn turned to grab the wrist of the axe-wielding Dragra, thwarting its attempts to split his head open before meeting its subsequent headbutt by donning an ivory-white helmet with a golden, cross-shaped nose and brow guard. This knocked the Dragra off its feet, but it also moved him out of the way, allowing the one behind it to unleash the arrow it had knocked. Though he turned his body, Vaughn experienced a heavy impact to his left shoulder, knocking him off balance. Fortunately, the defense of his fur-lined armor was demonstrably greater than the offensive capabilities of the arrow as it bounced off rather than piercing him. "Great shot," acknowledged Vaughn, simultaneously equipping a single-handed crossbow from his inventory, firing a shimmering silver bolt into the archer's chest, causing the blue flames in its mouth, eyes and chest to extinguish as it promptly collapsed into a pile of ash. "Iskald, Halder, call!" incanted a raspy, bone-chilling voice, drawing Vaughn's attention to the dragger that had attempted to blast him with an icy beam. Now, it was creating a bluish-white magic circle distinctly different from the ones used by devils beneath it. Instead of a devil crest with an intricate pentagram encircled by astrological and geometric symbols, it wove shimmering runes in a circle and siphoned energy directly from the air and surrounding environment. Completing its incantation, the dragger slammed the end of its staff into the parapet, generating a swelling vortex of ice and snow with glowing blue eyes and a vaguely humanoid shape. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, and ice spread out across the parapet, but thanks to his 100% cold and ice resistance, Vaughn only felt the air become drier as he swapped the crossbow for his legendary spear, swapping its element to fire, causing the head to transform into a three-pronged, flame-like blade with fiery golden runes on its surface. "Try this on for size," shouted Vaughn, throwing his spear with such force that he briefly bounced in place. The humanoid mass of ice and snow had grown to nearly 5 meters by that point, but when the flaming spear ran it through, it was promptly torn apart by the intense heat, creating a large, swirling cavity in its chest. Fortunately, as his spear continued traveling as if it were determined to break free from the pull of gravity, Vaughn was able to summon the legendary spear back to his right hand with a thought. Raising his spear overhead with both hands, Vaughn once again stopped the axe of the opportunistic dragger that kept sneak attacking him. This time, however, he twisted his spear and rotated his body, catching the interior edge of the axe and driving it sideways into the parapet's stone surface, the intense reverberation forcing the dragger to release it. "It's time for you to rest," said Vaughn, his expression and tone firm as he raised the legendary spear with both hands, slamming the shaft into the dragger's chin and knocking it off balance. Then, using his right hand near his hip as an anchor point, he performed a swift diagonal slice, sliding his left hand across the legendary spear's length as he split the dragger from its right shoulder to its left hip, leaving the bones glowing red and orange in the wake of the nearly 5,000-degree blade. And then there was one, thought Vaughn, turning his attention to what he believed to be the final dragger only to see 9 more emerging or climbing down from the guard tower at the end of the parapet. A quick glance over his shoulder confirmed there were more amassing behind him, seemingly assembling from other areas of the fortress, but instead of feeling fear, he cracked a smile, had Graphia erect a barrier at his back, and prepared for a gauntlet. 2 hours and 29 minutes later. Catching the wrists of the final dragger as it attempted to bring its curved hatchets down onto his shoulders, Vaughn kicked it in the chest with enough force to dislocate and separate its arms from its body. This wasn't enough to take the dragger out of the fight, but as his mind was beginning to feel dull from protracted focus, Vaughn finished things by leaping into the air and landing on the downed warrior's chest, crushing it beneath him. "Well done, Ga Shujin-sama. Please, accept this," said Graphia, presenting Vaughn with a warm, scented towel the moment he breathed a sigh of relief and rose to his feet. Vaughn immediately noticed it smelled like her when he brought it to his face, but since he was mentally depleted, he decided not to think too deeply about where she had been keeping it. Returning the towel to Graphia, Vaughn gave her a curt nod before turning his attention to the ground enclosed by the fortress's walls, remarking, "Now, just the big one remains," in reference to the nearly 20-meter-long skeletal remains coiled near its center. "If it pleases Ga Shujin-sama, I should be able to take care of it relatively quickly," proposed Graphia, standing close enough that Vaughn could feel her warmth as she joined him in observing the skeletal wyvern's remains. I don't doubt you could defeat it," remarked Vaughn, crossing his arms in a manner similar to Rias as he added, but I feel it would be best to leave this to Issei. He didn't get a chance to show off during the raiding game with Riser. Beating a skeletal wyvern should bolster his confidence, and he may even be able to absorb its dragon aura. Ga Shujin-sama is very considerate, hummed Grafia, adopting a faint smile. She also felt it would be prudent to nourish Issei, but since there would invariably be another Red Dragon Emperor, the current stance of the underworld was to observe and ascertain if he would lose himself to his power like virtually all his predecessors. Well, we may not see eye to eye on everything, but Issei is one of my first male friends, remarked Vaughn, exhaling a cloud of condensation from his nose as he smiled and added, besides, if I weren't here, I feel he would play a more significant role. I don't want to see him driven to do something we both regret just because I'm hogging the spotlight. I trust things will work out, stated Grafia. But, purely hypothetically, what would you do if Hyudo Issei succumbed to his power and began rampaging without restraint? That is the most common outcome for those who wield the boosted gear. Though he frowned deeply, Vaughn felt fairly confident in his words as he stated, if Issei were to lose himself, I believe he would want Kaiba and me to put him down before he could hurt anyone. Nodding approvingly, Grafia was tempted to affirm Vaughn's decision but decided against it at the last moment, not wanting to come across as too callous. That was one of the many pitfalls of a protracted lifespan, and if not for the relatively recent birth of her son, she would come across as a lot colder. Shaking his head after nearly a minute of silence, Vaughn turned to Grafia and said, let's head for the keep. It should serve a similar function as a checkpoint, allowing us to rest before we return or continue investigating the mine. Understood, responded Grafia, spreading her wings as Vaughn had done the same. It didn't take them long to reach the keep, which, even with the reinforced doors wide open, exuded a comfortable warmth from the very stone comprising the chamber. There was also a large hearth, igniting the moment they entered. Following a lengthy pause, where he scanned every notable feature of the keep's interior, Vaughn nodded to himself, turned to Grafia, and decided, I will take a bath first. Then, please, allow me, said Grafia, stepping forward and extending her hands, creating a bluish-white magic circle with a symbol similar to a dragon at its center. Moments later, a bright bubble expanded a meter or so above it, filling the area in the blink of an eye, replacing the keep with a large, open-air bath. I should learn spatial magic as well, thought Vaughn, standing still as Grafia, having magically discarded everything but her black side-tie panties, stockings, garter belt and maid choker, approached to undress him. By the time she was done, his not-so-little brother was fully awake, but since that was a normal physiological response to seeing a beautiful woman naked, Vaughn didn't bat an eye at it, and neither did Grafia. With his clothes removed and self-washing in a floating sphere of water, Vaughn sat down on a wooden stool with a slit in it before closing his eyes as Grafia set down a towel and knelt behind him. From there, she poured a fair amount of cream-colored soap onto her breasts, taking a moment to lather herself up before leaning forward, utilizing her soft and voluminous breasts to wash his back as her hands took care of his front. This is emerite, one of the components of Hrim steel, remarked Grafia, tracing her fingers along threads of glossy black stone, causing a layer of frost to develop across her fingertips. Every surface of the mine shaft they had entered was covered in a layer of blackened ice, but it wasn't due to cold air and condensation seeping in from above ground. Instead, a frigid chill extended from the shaft's increasingly frigid and ice-covered depths as if the tunnel connected directly to Niflheim. Is it valuable? Asked Vaughn, simultaneously having Sis pull up the shop to see how much the two materials cost in terms of OP. To his surprise, a single ingot of Hrim steel started at 13,883 OP and drastically increased in value depending on its purity and the depth from which it was mined. It's one of the materials used to forge the weapons wielded by the Norse pantheon's Einherjar, revealed Grafia, meeting Vaughn's gaze and smiling as she affirmed, it is exceedingly valuable, but only a select few possess the knowledge and skill required to refine it. My power should be help with that," said Vaughn, his suspicions confirmed when Sis pulled up countless manuals detailing the process of refining emerite into hrim steel and other composite metals. The cheapest was a staggering 500,000 OP, but if he felt so inclined, there was nothing preventing him from developing the skills necessary to refine it himself. "But of course," hummed Graphia, narrowing her silver eyes as she added, "after all, there is seemingly nothing that Ga Shujin-sama cannot do." In a playful but meaningful tone. Chapter 67, Intervention. "Emerite, that's quite the significant discovery," remarked Rias, resting her cheek on the knuckles of her left hand and smiling from behind her desk as she watched Vaughn caressing Konako's head with a tinge of envy in her heart. "Yeah, and I'm also thinking about learning how to refine it myself," said Vaughn, reciprocating with a smile as he conceded, "though, even with the corridor, I'm not sure I have the time." "What do you mean?" asked Rias, raising her brows slightly as she had a pretty good idea of how Vaughn would respond. "I mean, if I have free time, shouldn't I be spending it with all of you?" asked Vaughn, his smile cramping as he reasoned, "I may not have wanted a harem, but now that I have one, I feel like I need to spend time getting to know everyone and ensuring you're all happy." "I see," muttered Rias, lightly tapping her desk with her right index finger as Akeno, standing at her side, adopted her characteristically sleepy-eyed smile and hummed, "As much as we appreciate Vaughn-sama's consideration, we're going to be together for the next 10,000 years, if not longer. If you immerse yourself in a hobby or two, we're not going to die from frustration or loneliness." Akeno. Not expecting such words from her queen, Rias looked back at Akeno quizzically. In response, Akeno covered her mouth and giggled before softly reminding, "It's easy to forget because of how exceptional he is, but Vaughn-sama is still new to our world, and what brought him to Kyoto was the desire to attend school and experience life as a normal student. It's too late not to involve him in our matters, but his life shouldn't revolve around solving our problems and making us happy. He should be allowed to have hobbies and interests unrelated to us." "Right," muttered Rias, having heard something similar from her mother. Even her father invested most of his free time brewing wine and rearing griffins, not because he didn't enjoy spending time with her mother or the members of his harem but to avoid falling out of love. After all, you could continuously improve crafts and hobbies, but it was difficult to fall deeper in love with someone past a certain point. "I like spending time with everyone," expressed Vaughn, gently kneading Konako's cat-like ear as he softly appended, "If anything, I wish I could spend more time with everyone." "The issue is that you have too many people you want to spend time with." "Is that it?" asked Rias. Nodding, Vaughn met Rias's gaze, his expression softening as he stated, "You're all incredible in different ways, you deserve someone who can give you all their love and devotion, and I wish I could be that person for each of you." "I see," muttered Rias, exhaling a faint sigh from her nose as she crossed her arms and remarked, "We've placed a great burden on you. But it's one that I bear willingly," affirmed Vaughn, his tone serious and his eyes smoldering as he looked down at Konako and asserted, "I won't give up a single one of you." "Then I suppose a solution isn't needed," said Rias, placing her elbows on her desk, linking her fingers together, and resting her chin on her thumbs as she stated, "You just need to do as you please. If you want to get into forging, go ahead. If you want to spend the night at Issei's and play video games, feel free. And if you desire to spend time with us, you need only to ask." "Indeed," hummed Akeno, beaming. "NN," appended Konako, closing her eyes and rubbing her cheek against Vaughn's thigh. Had Asia been present, she likely would have responded in a similar fashion, but she was presently preparing tea and snacks. "Thank you," responded Vaughn, his smile gaining a hint of awkwardness as he confessed, "though if I'm being honest, it makes me happy when everyone wants to spend time with me. So, if any of you ever feel lonely, please tell me. I'm pretty sure I would notice, but if I didn't and ended up making any of you feel sad or neglected, I would feel terrible. In other words, we just need to be honest and communicate with each other, stated Rias, nodding approvingly before rising from her desk and adding, if that's the case, I want you to pet my head as well. It's not fair if Konako and Asia are the only ones who get to borrow your lap. I'm Ga Shujin-sama's cat, responded Konako, turning onto her stomach and crossing her arms as if shielding Vaughn's lap as she stated, this is my territory. But you get to cuddle with him all the time in the corridor, argued Rias, crossing her arms and raising her right index finger as she asserted, and you're not the only one who can sprout cat ears. As a pair of crimson cat ears appeared atop her head, created from magic. My identity has been stolen, muttered Konako, looking aggrieved but mostly pretending as she sat up, licked Vaughn's left cheek, and whispered, let's go to the corridor later. Sure, responded Vaughn, feeling slightly lost as he didn't know which side to take in the feigned quarrel. Fortunately, the situation seemed to resolve itself as Konako got up, cutely stood on the tips of her toes to stretch, and vacated the room, making space for Rias to lie down and substitute her as his markedly more buxom pet cat. With the evening passing without incident, Vaughn used the corridor to give those who had stayed up all night a chance to rest before returning to the broadcast room for another day of observation and searching for Kokabeel and his goons. The previous day's search all but confirmed they weren't holed up in the city, but since individuals at Kokabeel's level could teleport and use barriers to avoid conventional detection methods, they needed to be vigilant. Short skirts are nice, thought Vaughn, his gaze focused on the displays as Asia sat atop his lap in a frilly, short-skirted maid outfit. There were still a few layers of fabric separating them, but he felt her warmth and softness much more clearly than when she wore a longer skirt. Better yet, Asia had the back of her skirt hiked, meaning the only things separating them were her silk panties and his pants and boxers. We've got something, remarked Sana, touching her right index finger and thumb together before spreading them, causing the display following Issei, Kaiba, and Irina to expand. The trio had disappeared from view, and their respective displays were now just blue backgrounds. I recognize that place. It's where we fought the stray named Visser, said Vaughn, his aquamarine eyes reflecting the image of an abandoned, dilapidated art museum surrounded by forest. Nodding, Sana suggested, we should send backup, but not too much, as the enemy's most likely target is the academy. I will sortie with Graphia and Asia, declared Vaughn, grabbing the latter's waist, causing her to startle as he rose to his feet with her before turning his attention to Graphia. Though she believed it was better for their particular group to remain on campus, Graphia didn't hesitate to close her eyes and bow, offering a curt, as Ga Shujin-sama wills, before rising to her full height and preparing a mass teleportation circle. The version used by most devils only allowed them to transport themselves and members of their peerage, so she had to prepare the more advanced version. Stepping onto the silver, slightly blue-tinted magic circle, Vaughn briefly met Tsubaki's gaze before focusing on Sana, smiling as he said, I leave the academy in your capable hands. What should I tell Rias? Asked Sana, reciprocating with a faint smile of her own. Well, if it's just a bunch of goons, Issei, Kaiba, and Irina should be able to hold their own, reasoned Vaughn, exuding confidence as he stated, and if it turns out to be Kokabeel, I should be able to destabilize the barrier from within and summon everyone. We'll be ready, assured Sana, offering a curt nod before tapping her right ear, causing a blue magic circle to appear as she connected with Rias. At the same time, Vaughn, Asia, and Graphia disappeared, reappearing in the central display in a flash of silvery white light. All right, I'll take point. Graphia, keep Asia safe, said Vaughn, swapping his Eastern Prince set for a black long-sleeved dress shirt, a white vest with solid gold buttons and a pattern of golden wings on the back, white pants with a gold leaf pattern, and solid white dress shoes. These three pieces of equipment, combined with the opaline studs and rings he was wearing, granted him a hypothetical 100% resistance to the light element, but just to be safe, he also activated his aura of karmic protection. Understood, responded Graphia, her brows perking as she noticed the aura around Vaughn change drastically. Ordinarily, it was difficult to grasp his energy, but with his hair and eyes turning a luminous shade of golden blonde and a distinctive dragon aura exuding from his body, he reminded her of the original Lucifer. "Be careful, Vaughn-sama," said Asia, grasping the ringed cross around her neck, causing her outfit to change to her papal attire. "Have faith," responded Vaughn, supplying a faint smile and winking before turning away from the duo and striding forward, unaware of the effect his words had on Asia's heart and mind. He was just attempting to lighten the mood a bit, but he inadvertently caused a hint of fervor to appear in Asia's emerald green eyes. Following a sensation akin to stepping through a thin silk curtain, Vaughn raised his gaze to the sky, finding it a swirling mass of crimson and black. When he heard an explosion and saw a flash of light, however, he bolted forward, quickly reaching the clearing around the abandoned museum to find Kaiba and Irina darting around at high speeds, battling a white-haired, sword-wielding man dressed in white, black and gold-trimmed priestly attire. "Vaughn? Nice timing," exclaimed Issei, adopting a broad smile as the green gem on his crimson gauntlet pulsed, shouting boost in Drake's reverberating voice. "My, you insects just keep crawling out of the woodwork," remarked a portly, bespectacled man with fluffy grey hair, a pointed mustache with a large space between them, a white skullcap, and white robes with a large golden cross on the front. Recognizing the man, Vaughn's expression hardened as he materialized his legendary spear and said, "Valper Galilei, surrender and answer for your crimes or face judgment." "And who are you supposed to be?" "One of Michael's pawns?" asked Valper, noticing the almost overwhelming aura of light emanating from Vaughn's body. He initially wasn't too concerned by this, but when he saw Asia, whom he recognized, and, far more importantly, Graphia, the pupils of his beady eyes contracted. Understanding there was no way he could defeat an ultimate-class devil, Valper turned around and shouted, "Freed! Forget the Excalibur! We need to flee at once!" "Hwaya! But things are just starting to get interesting," responded the white-haired priest, wielding a large, strange-looking sword with a diamond-shaped gap near the center and spikes on both edges. It didn't appear to be a very practical weapon at a glance, but despite its size, the man named Freed was able to wield it with finesse and keep up with both Kaiba and Irina at the same time. "You're not going anywhere." "Asia!" exclaimed Vaughn, prompting Asia to startle before responding, "Why yes, Ga Shujin-sama." Stabbing the pointed end of her staff into the ground, Asia released a faint golden pulse of energy that caused Graphia, Issei and the already scowling Kaiba to grimace as the sky went from hazy crimson and black to a brilliant shade of white and gold reminiscent of sunlight piercing through billowy white clouds. "What is the meaning of this? How can a devil wield such high-level holy magic?" exclaimed Valper, staring at Asia with a mix of hatred, disbelief and fascination. He was once one of the top researchers associated with the church, rising all the way to the rank of archbishop, so as much as he disdained Asia's actions, he couldn't help wanting to capture, dissect, and learn everything about her. Chapter 68, Overwhelming. "Don't think you'll be able to escape here easily," said Vaughn, lowering himself into a stance that made it clear he was prepared to lunge forward if Valper didn't surrender. "I see, you must be the anomaly. The boy who has all three factions on tenterhooks," remarked Valper, caressing his chin with his right hand and positioning his left behind him. "We didn't come here to chat," exclaimed Vaughn, causing Issei's eyes to widen as he tossed his spear up, grabbed it by the shaft, and hurled it at Valper with all his might. "Oh, my!" hummed Valper, revealing a rosary with an ornate gold and glass container from behind his back, within which was a piece of bone. As a result, the legendary spear stopped half a meter away from him, its momentum seeming to disappear as it dropped to the ground. "Well, that's new," remarked Vaughn, recalling his legendary spear to his right hand. "It appears to be a defensive reliquary containing the finger bone of a saint," revealed Graphia, causing Sis, who was providing the same exact information, to trail off awkwardly in Vaughn's mind. Long time no see, little Miss Twilight healing. Mind if I but started Freed, appearing next to Graphia and Asia, targeting the latter with his weirdly shaped sword. No. You imbecile, exclaimed Valper, but he was much too late as, the moment Freed appeared, Graphia's left hand and arm appeared to vanish. The result was Freed's head nearly forming a circle with his feet before he was sent flipping dozens of times through the air, his shoes flying off after receiving an imperceptibly swift backhand from Graphia. At the same time, without anyone noticing when she had done so, Graphia nabbed his sword away from him, holding it wrapped in white cloth. That damnable fool, hissed Valper, his expression forming into one of the ugliest Vaughn had ever seen as Kaiba dropped down behind him, sword at his neck, and said, "It's over, Valper." Raising his hands, Valper snorted and responded, "Fine, fine. I surrender. Go ahead and take me in." Contrasting his words, Valper dropped a glass orb from his right hand, its impact with the ground causing blindingly white light to fill the area. Kaiba instinctively tried to slit his throat, but the same force that prevented the legendary spear from piercing his abdomen protected his neck. Once a failure, always a fail, started Valper, unsheathing a concealed dagger from a golden cross and spinning around in an attempt to stab Kaiba in the diaphragm. Before he could, a cord tightened around his neck as Irina dropped behind him, holding both ends of it as she forced him off balance and choked him. Though he grasped at his throat and flailed violently, Valper's advanced age and portly physique worked against him. His physical strength wasn't much greater than the average adult human, and since the cord in Irina's hands was an Excalibur camouflaged as a piece of white cord, he had no hope of breaking it. "Valper Galilei, your twisted machinations end here. For your many crimes and involvement in the Holy Sword Project, you are hereby consigned to death. Go and face judgment," exclaimed Irina, using her superhuman strength to tighten the cord around Galilei's chubby neck to such an extent it could no longer be seen, his head immediately turning a reddish purple. "No. He's mine to kill, and he doesn't deserve a swift death," shouted Kaiba, grabbing Valper's feet and flipping him over quickly, liberating him from Irina's stranglehold. Unfortunately, he had already sustained critical damage to his trachea, causing him to spasm and froth violently after he collided with the ground face down. "Damn it! You're not allowed to die this easily," exclaimed Kaiba, grabbing Valper and rolling him over before looking at Asia in desperation, shouting, "Asia, quick! Use your twilight healing to heal him." "Kaiba!" muttered Issei, his expression and tone conveying his disbelief as he saw the fury and indignation in his friend's eyes. "That's enough, Kaiba," said Vaughn, raising his left hand to stop Asia from stepping forward as he asserted, "The best revenge you can get against those who made you suffer is to live a happy and fulfilling life. Compelling them to suffer in turn will just wound your heart even further. Such people don't deserve such consideration." "You don't understand," argued Kaiba, staring down at Valper with teary eyes and clenched teeth as he stated, "This man is a monster who made innocent children suffer. He deserves to spend the rest of his life locked away, tormented to the end of his days. Unless you're prepared to be the one who torments him, wasting years that could be spent in the pursuit of happiness, let him go," said Vaughn, walking forward with his legendary spear in his right hand. Kaiba defiantly raised a sword at him, but Vaughn held his gaze, his expression firm as he stopped just short of the blade's tip and raised his spear, tip aimed down. "Life is best lived to the fullest," declared Vaughn, punctuating his words by stabbing the ground next to Valper's head, adding, "You are no longer the person this man wronged. You are Kaiba Uto, Rias Gremaris Knight and my first male friend." Instead of responding to Vaughn, Kaiba looked at the dying Valper, who, at that point, had his eyes rolling back and the lower half of his face covered in pink-hued froth. He truly believed the man deserved to endure all forms of suffering, but as he watched him, there was no sense of gratification or joy. All he felt was emptiness. "I think I understand what you mean," muttered Kaiba, closing his eyes and tilting his head back to inhale a deep, iron-smelling breath. Once he was done, he looked down at Valper, grabbed his dagger, and stabbed it into his heart with a neutral expression, ending him instantly. "Good job," said Vaughn, offering a curt nod and his left hand to Kaiba as he said, "Now, let's go home." "Home?" repeated Kaiba, regaining a hint of his usual smile as he placed his right hand into Vaughn's, creating a strange atmosphere that caused the nearby Irina's eyes to widen and sparkle. Vroom! Seeing the world around him darken and feeling every nerve in his body tense, Vaughn raised his head in slow motion, finding a spear of light more than 10 meters long, surrounded by a halo, descending on his and Kaiba's position. The energy contained within it distorted the surrounding space and created a localized barrier that allowed it to transcend the speed of light, but he was somehow able to perceive both it and Graphia appearing to smack it out of the way. Boom! With the spear of light penetrating the abandoned museum and creating a mushroom cloud behind it, a tall, exceptionally pale man with inordinately long and black hair, narrow, crimson eyes, forked eyebrows, pointed ears, and, most notably, 5 pairs of raven black wings, and long-sleeved black robes with golden pauldrons, remarked, "Hoo-hoo," as expected of the former heiress of House Lucifuge. "Even if it's tainted, Lucifer's blood undoubtedly flows through you." "I am honored by Vice-Governor Cockabile's words," responded Graphia, smiling as she materialized a pair of swords formed from demonic energy, one bluish-white and emitting a potent chill and another a hazy greenish-white, giving off a pleasant warmth. "This is excellent," said Kokabile, adopting a broad, toothy and disgusting grin as he materialized 2 cross-shaped swords of light and remarked, "I was hoping to draw out Surtsk and Sirafal by butchering their precious younger siblings, but killing or taking his beloved queen and wife hostage should suffice to provoke his fury. Shall we find out together?" "Are you sure you want to fight me here, of all places?" asked Graphia, her demeanor exuding confidence as she noted, "Without the Excaliburs to circumvent the local god's influence, your power is exceedingly limited. Mine, on the other hand, is stronger than ever." Demonstrating her point, Graphia allowed her demonic power to leak out, causing the surrounding space to tremble and the grin on Cockabile's face to turn into a withering glower. He knew Graphia was exceptional, but the power she was presently exuding was on par with the original 4 great Satans. It was impossible for a devil at her level to grow meaningfully in the few decades since their last encounter, so he found her growth highly suspicious. What Kokabile didn't know was that, while her short-skirted maid attire looked the same as usual, the earrings, headdress, choker, cuffs, panties, stockings, heels, and 2 of the 3 rings Graphia was wearing were all provided by Vaughn. Combined, they augmented her power parameter by a startling 64% and increased the potency of her magic attacks by 20%, so while it was predicated on the fact she was wearing high-end equipment, her power had exceeded the standards of the ultimate class, making her an artificial super devil. It does appear I'm at a disadvantage," conceded Kokabile, his malicious grin returning as he asked, "But do you believe you'll be able to fight at full power while protecting these brats and the residents of Kuaha? I'm curious to see you try." Following his words, Kokabile aimed the sword in his right hand at the sky, creating 6 rapidly growing spears of light that he intended to unleash on the innocent citizens of Kuaha. Graphia quickly rose to stop him, but as fast as she was, her speed rivaling teleportation, she couldn't intercept multiple faster-than-light projectiles at the same time. Shielding himself with his wings, Kokabile couldn't stop Graphia's attack completely, but he prevented her from running him through with a vicious grin on his face. At the same time, his spears of light left lingering, laser-like trails as they flew in completely random directions, each possessing more than enough power to shatter the enclosing barrier. At least, that's what should have happened. "Transfer," shouted Issei, raising his hand to the sky and unleashing all his stored energy to strengthen the barrier several times over, effectively isolating the space from the rest of the world. Kokabile's spears of light still hit Kuaha, but it was just the projection reproduced by the barrier, meaning no harm was done to the city itself. "Red Dragon Emperor Whelp," snarled Kokabile, spreading his wings and using them like whips to repel Graphia. However, once again, things didn't go as he intended as, while she was pushed back, Graphia's ruthless silver eyes were able to follow the movements of his wings, allowing her to slice 3 of them. "You insufferable wench!" exclaimed Kokabeel, charging forward and swinging his blades at Graphia, only for her to parry and weave between them with a neutral expression. The power Kokabeel could manifest with his current restrictions was less than 1/10 of what he would normally be capable of, and with much of it stored within his wings, losing sections of 3 of them made him even weaker. "The era of the Great War is over," said Graphia, evading one of Kokabeel's strikes by a narrow margin before slicing upward, casually cutting off his right arm before sending him plummeting toward the ground with a heavy, shockwave-inducing kick as she coldly proclaimed, "It's time for relics like you to move on or disappear from this world." Lying within the nearly 50-meter-wide crater produced by his collision with the ground, crimson streaks reminiscent of cracks flowed away from Kokabeel's equally red eyes as he retorted, "War is necessary for progress. And this power that you, Surtsks, and others have acquired isn't without purpose. Something is coming, and this time, there won't be." Before Kokabeel could finish speaking, a powerful shudder permeated Asia's barrier as the top cracked like glass, revealing the blue sky beyond as a figure descended upon the rambling fallen like a beam of pure white light. In reality, it was a figure wearing white, mech-like armor with large pauldrons, blue orbs in the chest, shoulders, knees, and gauntlets, a multi-segmented tail originating from between its shoulders, and wings constructed from 8 panels of transparent blue light, each coming to a sharp point. Chapter 69, A Moment of Reflection. "Azazel asked me to bring you back. You've caused more than enough trouble," said the white-armored figure, stepping on Kokabeel's chest and causing it to crunch audibly. "Volley, you bastard! Get your foot off of me," growled Kokabeel, grabbing the white-armored figure's ankle. "Divide! Divide! 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 Divide!" echoed a man's voice, ostensibly emanating from the blue crystals in the figure's armor as his translucent wings became more luminous, shedding motes of blue energy. Appearing next to Vaughn as if she had teleported, Graphia, hands folded over her lap, dutifully revealed, "That is the White Dragon Emperor, the Red Dragon Emperor's counterpart." Rather than multiplying power like the boosted gear, the inheritor of the White Dragon Emperor's sacred gear is known as Divine Dividing. It allows the wielder to divide a target's power in half, adding it to their own. "Sounds dangerous," remarked Vaughn. His expression and tone calm as a frigid sensation permeated his mind, courtesy of will of the Emperor. The surprise attack from Kokabeel had triggered it in earnest, so his awareness and the range of his domain were on a different level than usual, providing what he could only describe as a feeling of omniscience. Directing his gaze to Vaughn, the white-armored figure, Volley, narrowed his eyes behind his mask and remarked, "You must be Vaughn Mason. Azazel greatly anticipates your meeting and apologizes for any inconveniences Kokabeel has caused you. This fool will be made to account for his actions, and you can rest assured that he will compensate you and the houses of Gremory and Citrai at the earliest opportunity. You will be the one to pay for this treachery," groaned Kokabeel, his power having decreased to the point he would struggle to defeat even an ordinary human. "You talk too much," retorted Volley, making a finger gun with his right hand and unleashing a pulse of demonic power that shook Kokabeel's mind and knocked him unconscious. Then, picking the raven-haired fallen up by his hair and tucking him under his left arm, Volley prepared to fly away before a deep, reverberating voice called out, "Are you ignoring me, White One?" Turning to face Issei, or, more accurately, the crimson gauntlet on his left hand, a voice other than Volley's responded, "The time for our fated conflict has not yet arrived, Drake. Your possessor is too weak to offer mine even the semblance of a challenge." "That may be," conceded Drake, causing Issei's brows to furrow before he added, "but you know well that the strength of a Red Dragon Emperor doesn't stem solely from themselves. When that fated day arrives, we will not be the only ones standing across from you." "We look forward to it," responded Volley, his tone giving the impression he was smiling behind his faceplate as he glanced in Vaughn's direction before turning away and ascending to the sky. I thought only humans could be born with sacred gears. Thought Vaughn, narrowing his eyes before turning to Grafia, compelling her to smile and ask, "Does Gashujin-sama require something of me?" Following a contemplative pause, Vaughn shook his head and responded, "We'll discuss it later. For now, we'll have everyone reconvene at the old school building. With Kokabeel out of the way, the church should be able to handle the rest themselves. A wise decision that allows the church to save face without feeling too indebted to us," affirmed Grafia, nodding approvingly. Ordinarily, they would milk the situation as much as possible, but with a summit between the three factions on the horizon, permitting the church some breathing room should help to ensure things remained peaceful. "My thoughts exactly," confirmed Vaughn, offering a slow nod of his own before turning his attention to Asia, rushing toward and nearly tackling him. Seeing him, Kaiba and Irina almost get nuked left her beside herself with worry, but it didn't take too long to reassure her that everything was okay, accompanied by the pervasive chill in his mind fading. After informing their superiors of what had transpired, Zenobia and Irina turned over the severely injured Freed to a group of priests but remained in Kuaha to continue their search for the remaining Excalibur fragments and prepare for the forthcoming summit. To facilitate this, they moved into the hotel room that once belonged to Vaughn, treating it as a temporary base of operations as Kuaha's formerly abandoned church underwent repairs with approval from Surtsks. To thank the Occult Research Club for their help, Vaughn, in particular, was offered the Excalibur recovered from Freed, but since he had chosen the path of the spear and thought the Excalibur, known as the Holy Sword of the Heavenly Flash, looked odd, he refused it. Instead, he requested that Asia be allowed to pray without suffering negative effects, surprising the church representative who came to speak with them. In the end, all the priest could do was promise to pass along the request, as it wasn't within the church's power to influence such things. Fortunately for Asia, it didn't even take a few hours before someone from the church contacted them to confirm the request had been granted, not just for her but all devils who wished to pray to God. News of this change sent ripples through the three factions, particularly the underworld, but it would be a while longer before said ripples became a substantial wave. In the meantime, there was a more crucial matter to address, the fact that the White Dragon Emperor, Vali, was a descendant of the original Lucifer. June 15, Saturday. With a week passing in the blink of an eye, Vaughn was relaxing in his room at the old school building with a faintly smoldering look, sitting backward atop a chair with his arms crossed as he watched Asia and Konako play a game called Twister in animal-themed undergarments. The latter had the advantage of flexibility, but since her limbs were much shorter, Asia could reach places she couldn't. Kaka. Entering the room with a silver pushcart, Grafia briefly glanced at the scantily clad duo before stopping near Vaughn, presenting him a cup of tea as she playfully proposed, "Shall I join them?" Maybe some other time," responded Vaughn, downing the cup's contents before returning it to Grafia. Then, as she sat atop his left foot, transmitting heat, softness and a hint of moisture through his sock, he let her have his left hand, her lips parting to suck his middle and ring fingers as she stared up at him with upturned silver eyes. This was her reward for saving him, Kaiba, and Irina, so while it made a certain part of his body feel tight, Vaughn bore the sensation of having his inexhaustible essence drained while focusing on Asia and Konako, the duo staring at him intently as their bodies overlapped atop the twister mat. Ara. Looks like I'm missing out on something fun, hummed Akeno, entering Vaughn's room with a droopy-eyed smile and her hands folded atop her lap, modeling her Kuaha Academy uniform. "Oh, hey, Akeno," responded Vaughn, adopting a broad, welcoming smile and causing Grafia to narrow her eyes slightly as he asked, "Do you want to join them?" "I'm more curious to know what you're just watching," responded Akeno, making her way past Grafia, grabbing Vaughn's right hand, and guiding it to her left breast as she revealed, "Rias and Sana want to know if you would join them for lunch at the latter's villa." "Of course. Please inform them that I would be happy to," affirmed Vaughn, giving Akeno's breast a tentative squeeze and caressing it with his thumb. Then, off I go, hummed Akeno, releasing Vaughn's hand, winking at Asia and Konako, and departing. Vaughn felt like she could have stayed a while longer, but after following her with his gaze, he met Graphia's, prompting her to resume draining his essence in earnest. We received a request from the church to have Zenobia and Irina enroll in the academy, revealed Sana, sitting straight and using a very specific fork and knife combo to cut a piece of steak. I'm surprised it took them a full week to make their move, appended Rias, sitting with her back just as straight as Sana's, compelling Vaughn to exhibit proper posture and table manners himself. They likely wanted to make it appear as though they were taking their investigation into the missing Excalibur seriously, even though it's fairly obvious their priority is cementing their position in the city and forming amicable relations with Vaughn. Contended Sana, directing her final few words at Vaughn. Is getting along with the church a bad thing? Asked Vaughn, raising his right brow. The church isn't a particularly cohesive organization, explained Sana. They have many conflicts of interest, and since humans are short-lived, their stance on various issues changes with the Pope. Reaching an accord with heaven would be exceedingly beneficial, but the church is a mess of geo- and socio-political issues. Not to mention that, due to their dogmatic teachings, they can't openly associate with devils or fallen without facing charges of corruption from their approximately 2 billion faithful. Appended Rias. 2 billion, that's a lot of people. Noted Vaughn, feeling daunted as he tried to imagine such a large group within his mind. Fortunately, the Church of Necessarius that executors Zenobia and Irina belong to has a long-standing history with both devils and the fallen due to their direct association with heaven, stated Sana. With that in mind, it is fairly safe to assume their enrollment was determined by the Archangel, Michael. I imagine heaven is kicking themselves for allowing you to escape their influence so easily, hummed Rias, finding the situation amusing and feeling a sense of appreciation toward heaven as Vaughn could have easily shifted the balance of power in their favor. I'm not so sure about that, remarked Vaughn, raising his gaze to the high, hexagon grid ceiling as he contended, if they had tried to force me to remain in heaven, I would have resisted and probably come to resent them. Allowing me to descend to earth, facilitating my meeting with all of you. Lowering his gaze, Vaughn looked between Rias and Sana with the most sincere smile he could manage, asserting, I feel more gratitude than I can express. Adopting a smile of her own, Sana nodded and confirmed, it was a risky but ultimately wise decision on their part. Now, for the first time since the ceasefire, where everyone united to defeat the heavenly dragons, peace might finally be achieved between the three factions. That said, what do you think of that Zenobia girl? Asked Rias, pointing out, from the information we obtained, she appears to be a rare, natural-born holy sword wielder. Now that the Church and Heaven know of your ability to emulate the traits of other species, including angels, I anticipate she will be tasked to approach you. She's definitely attractive, conceded Vaughn, staring at his food as he shook his head and asserted, but I don't think our personalities match well. He might disagree vehemently, but once he settles down, I think she would make a better match for Kaiba. She does exude a distinctly knightly aura, remarked Rias, crossing her arms and closing her eyes. On the subject of children, I've been thinking about them a lot, said Vaughn, garnering the attention of the nearby Akeno and Tsubaki, not just Rias and Sana, as he inhaled deeply and explained, I've come to realize there's a lot I still don't understand about myself and my own wants and needs. I still want to have kids, and I'm determined to solve the issue of the underworld's population crisis, but I feel I need to understand myself better before becoming a father. That's perfectly reasonable, affirmed Sana, nodding approvingly before meeting Rias's gaze with a smile and asking, what do you think, Rias? I know you were pretty excited by the prospect of becoming a mother as soon as possible. You don't have to make me sound so desperate, retorted Rias, adopting a faux, half-lidded pout. Then, as she had secretly been concerned that Vaughn would have a veritable gaggle of children before it was her turn, she met his gaze, smiled sensually, and expressed, "Take as much time as you need, Vaughn. Just know that when you're ready, I will be as well." "She's not the only one," supplanted Sana, removing her glasses to clean them using magic. "You can count me in as well," hummed Akeno, placing Tsubaki in quite a pickle as, while she was prepared to have Vaughn's child, even the thought of admitting it was enough to make her stoic face flush crimson. Chapter 70, Build Up. With Rias and Sana having set aside a few hours to spend with him, Vaughn took them, Akeno, and Tsubaki into the corridor to continue exploring the frozen abyss. He had unlocked 7 additional checkpoints throughout the week while exploring with Konako, Asia, and Graphia, but he had them start near the starting zone since there were many nearby regions he had yet to explore. Wearing a predominantly white outfit with a fluffy ushanksa cap, a fur-lined mantle, a long scarf, black gloves with a fur inlay, and thick winter boots, Rias gazed, captivated by the sight of the aurora that adorned the frozen abyss's perpetually starry sky as she remarked, "If there are stars here, I wonder if there's an atmosphere in outer space." "There is an atmosphere," confirmed Vaughn, nodding as he revealed, "but the sky is artificial, projected onto a dome that's approximately 600 kilometers at its highest point, corresponding with the floor's radius. Then the floor is 600 kilometers from its center with a surface area of approximately 1.2 million square kilometers." Noted Sana, wearing a double-breasted beige winter coat with a white fur-lined collar that folded over itself, dark pants, fur-lined boots that matched her jacket, a black and white striped scarf, and stylish brown riding gloves with beige palms. "Yet, but a decent portion of it is frigid waters and icebergs," revealed Vaughn, producing a pair of maps for Rias and Sana to peruse individually. From that, they learned they were on an island encircled by sheet ice and icy waters. The map itself was an aerial snapshot created by Graphia, so it was highly accurate with several marked locations, allowing them to pick and choose where they would like to explore. Instead of doing that, Sana remarked, "This is an excellent opportunity. We know that objects we leave in the corridor will still be here when we return. I'm curious to see if the same applies to large structures. Shall we try creating a fortress and checkpoint of our own?" "Oh, that could be interesting," agreed Rias, joining Sana in directing her gaze to Vaughn. "It's worth trying," determined Vaughn, nodding. Based on the direction of things, the corridor was bound to become a place thousands frequented and potentially resided in, so there was a need to ascertain if the erection of buildings and settlements was even possible. He was also interested in the magic used to create structures, so with the decision made, everyone returned to the starting zone. There, Sana spent several hours creating a scale model diorama with input from everyone. After that, all they needed was to feed both it and the materials necessary for its construction into a specialized magic circle, effectively 3D printing the larger structure using magic. The result was a playhouse disguised as a castle, which, based on its ability to be damaged, wasn't considered a safe zone. It was, however, magically reinforced, well insulated, and protected against the effects of Fimbul Winter's encroachment. After returning to the real world and accompanying Rias and Akeno to the old school building, Vaughn spent the late afternoon and early evening with Konako and Asia in his bedroom, studying with them in their cute, animal-themed anises. Asia had become as fluent as a native Japanese speaker after becoming a devil, but she still had a long way to go if she wanted to get high marks on the exams scheduled in 3 weeks. "Ga Shujin-sama is so knowledgeable," uttered Asia, starry-eyed in her grey, spotted deer-themed onesie as Vaughn knew each kanji and answered every question she had with ease. "I keep telling you to use my name when we're alone like this," remarked Vaughn, using his left hand to caress Asia's silken hair beneath her onesie's hood. "But Vaughn, Sama is too amazing," contended Asia. "It makes me anxious if I use your name without honorifics." Exhaling from his nose, Vaughn was tempted to insist but decided against it, not wanting to make Asia uncomfortable. He didn't mind being referred to as Ga Shujin-sama. Still, with the growing number of people using it, he felt it was gradually replacing his name, the sole gift his mother had given him alongside her unconditional love. Vaughn! Purred Konako, shifting from sitting on her bottom to her knees as she wrapped her arms around Vaughn's neck, rubbing her face against his cheek. She was sensitive to people's emotions in her Nico Xiao state, which she was almost always in when they were alone, so while she didn't know what had caused him to feel sad, she wanted to make it go away. Someone's tired of studying, joked Vaughn, cupping Konako's small but springy bottom with his right hand and rewarding her concern with a kiss. Unlike Asia, her Y-shaped tail, protruding from a hole above her butt, was very real, and while her baby blue onesie had a cat-eared hood, she had it drawn back to allow her actual cat ears room to breathe. Moo! I also want I also want Vaughn's kiss. Pouted Asia, grabbing and tugging Vaughn's left sleeve. Fortunately for her, he had every intention of kissing her next, leading to him alternating between the two girls while caressing their bottoms. He eventually had them return to their studies, but once they completed the section they were working on, he made sure to reward them properly. June 16, Sunday. Wait, you want me to take this thing on alone? Won't I freeze to death if I'm away from you for too long? Asked Issei, slack-jawed after hearing that Vaughn wanted him to face the skeletal wyvern alone. Relax. Even if you freeze to death, it's not like you'll die, joked Tsubasa, wrapping her arms around Issei from behind and kissing his left cheek as she appended, and if it's just cold, I can warm you with my body. I'll do it. I was born to do it, exclaimed Issei, pumping his fists with his boosted gear manifesting on his left hand and forearm. And don't worry, said Kaiba, offering his usual smile but lacking some of its former vigor as he remarked, if the situation looks dire, we'll step in to assist you. Isn't that right, Vaughn? Nodding, Vaughn, standing between Asia and Konako with Grafia a short distance behind him, stated, that's right. But, as Tsubasa-san pointed out, you won't die, even if you sustain a fatal blow. This is mostly just an opportunity to allow you to cultivate your dragon aura. You should thank him. Opportunities like this don't come often, stated Drake, his voice emanating from the green sphere embedded in Issei's boosted gear. Shaking his head, Vaughn smiled and asserted, friends help each other because it's the right thing to do and because we all benefit in the long run. I don't need to be thanked for doing something I ought to do. Goshujin-sama's benevolence knows no bounds, hummed Asia, holding her staff sideways and sporting a radiant smile. Indeed, appended Grafia, causing Vaughn to feel exasperated, but not in a bad way. Right. Then, once I finish boosting, I'll jump down, trigger its aggro, and defeat it in a single blow, exclaimed Issei, punching his right fist into his gauntlet left hand, causing its green gemstone to light up and the voice of Drake to shout, boost. What he nor anyone else expected was that the moment he activated Drake's power, causing his dragon aura to leak out, the eyes of skeletal wyvern ignited like blue flames. Reacting instantly and without hesitation, Tsubasa leaped down from the parapet, shouting, I'll distract it and buy you some time. Shit, hissed Issei, holding up his boosted gear and attempting to will it to increase his power more quickly. Tsubasa routinely beat his ass in their sparring sessions, owing to the fact she was a rook and successor to an ancient martial art that allowed her to fight against the supernatural even before becoming a devil, but that didn't prevent him from feeling anxious. Emitting a blue aura from her body, reminiscent of Toki but formed from demonic energy, Tsubasa charged forward and landed a meteoric punch against the gradually resurrecting wyvern's lower jaw. The size difference between them was like a cat to a large crocodile, but her punch produced a visible shockwave and sent the wyvern reeling, knocking it off balance and stumbling into the fortress wall. It may be a wyvern, but it's still just a C-rank boss monster, concluded Vaughn, crossing his arms and observing the scene with measured interest. Konako was a very capable fighter, but seeing a genuine martial artist like Tsubasa in action made him realize they both had a long way to go. Recovering quickly, the skeletal wyvern, whose chest and body erupted into icy blue flames, twisted its head and unleashed a torrent of freezing energy at Tsubasa. Most others would have tried to dodge, but Tsubasa stood her ground, holding a somewhat awkward stance with her knees bent, her left foot forward, and her hands held palms facing outward, the fingers of her left hand angled at the sky and her right inverted, angled at the ground. Inverting the positions of her hands in a circular motion, Tsubasa created an illusory Taiji symbol that rapidly expanded as it moved away from her body, intercepting the torrent of frigid flames and causing them to scatter and pass harmlessly around her. A layer of frost slowly developed across her body, but that was due to Fimbul Winter's encroachment, not because she had failed to block the wyvern's attack. Snapping its jaws shut, the skeletal wyvern spread its equally skeletal wings, dragged its right hand and claws like a bull preparing to charge, and then barreled toward Tsubasa's with the momentum of a freight car. Tsubasa smiled at this and initially stood her ground, but since stopping or redirecting several tons of force moving at several tens of meters per second was a bit much, she rolled to the side at the last moment, slipping under the skeletal wyvern's snapping jaws and between its body and left forelimb. The wyvern tried to punish this by twisting its body and using its long, multi-segmented tail like a whip, but Tsubasa backflipped over it like a gymnast before ducking under its backswing. "She's good," remarked Konako, feeling annoyed as she wasn't sure she could emulate Tsubasa's performance. Her speed, power, and durability should all be greater, especially with the benefit of Toki, but there was a drastic difference in their overall skill. "You'll surpass her in no time," assured Vaughn, caressing Konako's head as Issei, having activated Boost 6 times and promoted himself to a Rook to further increase his power, leaped down from the parapet and entered the fray. 6 boosts might not sound like a lot, but even if Issei merely started with a base power of 100, which was near the baseline for a devil, the end result was a power of 6,400. "Get away from her, you son of a bitch!" shouted Issei, his shout and power garnering the skeletal wyvern's attention, compelling it to open its visibly cracked maw and unleash a torrent of icy flames. Issei was frozen mid-charge within a spiky stream of ice, but with raw strength on par with thousands of adult humans, he quickly freed his upper body, took aim at the wyvern with his left hand, and unleashed a beam of crimson that tore through both it, the parapet behind it, and the peak of the mountain even further behind. Subsequent investigation revealed that his attack caused the roof of the mine to collapse, but if they seriously intended to mine the emerite, a simple cave-in wouldn't stop them. Chapter 71, Proposition. "At this rate, there won't be any normal students left in our class by the time I graduate," thought Vaughn, sporting a neutral expression as Zenobia and Irina were introduced as transfer students from Italy. Zenobia should have been a third year, but since most of her records were forged, much like his own, she had no issues enrolling as a second year. "We'll be in your care," expressed Zenobia, speaking to Vaughn and sporting a faint smile as she occupied the seat directly in front of him with Irina to her left, much to Issei's delight. "Executors from the church, charged with eliminating the occult, want to join an occult research club, don't you find that a little peculiar?" asked Rias, sitting cross-armed next to Vaughn with her right leg over her, Zenobia and Irina seated across from them in the club room. "God works in mysterious ways," hummed Irina, closing her eyes and joining her hands in prayer as Zenobia calmly inquired, "Would you prefer if we created a club that gathers the faithful? That could cause problems for both sides. This way, we can keep an eye on one another. And as club president, you will have at least some sway over her actions." "And what will the two of you do while we're conducting club activities?" asked Rias, pointing out, "because our primary activities involve forming contracts with humans. As agents of the church, can you turn a blind eye to humans being led astray?" Closing her eyes, Zenvoya responded, "It is their right to deviate from the light and piousness." Before opening her eyes, meeting Vaughn's gaze, and appending, "Besides, we have it on reasonable authority that you and the members of your peerage are exceptions among devils. And based on our preliminary findings, most of the humans you contract have their lives and situations improved for the better. Is that what you've been investigating this past week instead of looking for the fragments of Excalibur?" asked Rias, raising her right brow with a hint of sarcasm. "Among other things," answered Zenobia, adopting a faint smile as she remarked, after all, with the upcoming summit, there's no such thing as being too cautious. I don't like this, said Vaughn, his expression morphing into a frown as the gazes of everyone present shifted to him. What don't you like? Asked Zenobia. Shaking his head, Vaughn explained, the orc is like a family. I think it's good if the three factions can get along, but this and that are separate issues. You can't force your way into someone's family without creating conflict and tension, and we shouldn't be keeping an eye on each other. Cooperation means looking after, not keeping each other in check. That's no different from the current three-way deadlock. Then, what do you propose? Asked Zenobia, having received orders to do everything in her power not to antagonize Vaughn. Coexistence starts with mutual respect, argued Vaughn, his expression firming as he pointed out, having us change our habits and lifestyle to accommodate you isn't treating us with respect. You're taking advantage of the fact that we don't want to fight to bully us into compliance, and to what end? What, exactly, do you hope to accomplish by joining the orc? And why should we care if you form a club that gathers the faithful unless you plan to weaponize them against us? Crossing his arms, leaning back, and slumping in his seat, Vaughn remarked, if you genuinely want my opinion, you should join the kendo and theater clubs. Rias came here because she appreciates Japanese culture, and my reason is that I wanted to experience life as a student. We all have duties and obligations to fulfill, but the orc is no place for inter-faction politics or power struggles. Wow, Vaughn, you don't pull your punches when it comes to expressing your opinion, remarked Issei, standing behind the sofa Vaughn and Rias seated on with Akeno, Kaiba, Konako, and Asia. No kidding, hummed Irina, sporting a merry smile as she appended, though, since it was brought up, I've always been a big fan of theater. And attending school as an ordinary student would be a nice change of pace. What do you think, Zenobia? Alternating her gaze between Vaughn, Rias, and the other members of the orc, Zenobia found herself at a loss. She wasn't used to having to think so deeply about things. She usually just followed orders blindly, allowing her faith and convictions to guide her. Ah, that's it, thought Zenobia, closing her eyes, bringing her hands together in prayer, and raising her face as if basking in the warm rays of providence as she appealed to the highest power of all for guidance. Of course, she never actually received a verbal response to her prayers, but the warmth of God's love filled her with strength and resolution. Nodding in affirmation of herself, Zenobia lowered her hands, opened her eyes, and met Vaughn's gaze as she conceded, "You have a point. If we are to work together toward true coexistence, we should begin by respecting boundaries." Meeting Irina's gaze, who was already giddy at the thought of joining the theater club, Zenobia added, "And if it means we can avoid awkwardness and escalating tensions, I don't see why we can't join clubs other than the orc." "Right on," exclaimed Irina, pumping her fists cutely before raising her right into the air. "Well, that simplifies things," remarked Rias, nodding approvingly as she sat back and stated, "This school and the orc, in particular, is meant to be a place where humans, devils, yokai, and even executors from the church can gather without worry. It's not a place to bicker over politics or differences in ideals, but to put them aside, learn more about one another, and hopefully realize we're not all that different. Then that is what we'll aim to achieve," affirmed Zenobia, offering a curt nod before shifting her gaze to Vaughn and adding, "That said, there is one final matter we need to discuss before Irina and I depart. Could I borrow a moment of your time, preferably in private?" "Don't you remember what I said last time?" asked Vaughn, reminding, "The orc is my family. I don't keep secrets from them, so unless it's something sensitive or personal, we can discuss it here." "It's both," confirmed Zenobia, her expression and tone businesslike as she looked to Graphia and appended, "It's understandable if you wish the heiress of House Gremory and Lucifer's queen to remain, but it may make things unnecessarily complicated if the subject of our discussion is known to many." "I could totally go for an iced latte or a frappuccino," expressed Irina, her words directed at Issei via her starry-eyed gaze. "Are you asking me to take you out?" asked Issei, his pupils contracting before dilating as his palms became sweaty. Go ahead, said Rias, a hint of finality in her tone as she stated, and the rest of you are also free to leave. Use this time to unwind or study for your upcoming exams. Prompted by Rias's words, everyone began awkwardly or anxiously filing out of the club room. Konako and Asia, in particular, gave the impression they wanted to stay behind, but Akeno conducted them out with a close-eyed smile, reassuring them that everything would be okay. Well, what did you want to discuss? Asked Rias, her gaze focused on Zenobia but briefly shifting when she noticed Grafia calmly sit to Vaughn's left, sandwiching him between them. Nodding in resolution, Zenobia stated, considering that you have Kaiba as your knight, you should be aware that the church has been struggling to find and produce holy sword wielders for some time. Save for myself and 3 others, all other holy sword wielders were artificially created via a special ritual. Your point being? Asked Rias. Meeting Vaughn's gaze, Zenobia dutifully explained, the church would like Vaughn to use his unique capabilities to emulate an angel or a natural-born holy sword wielder and provide genetic samples for analysis and possible use. If that is too impersonal. Pressing her right hand to her chest, deforming her ample bosom around her forearm, Zenobia revealed, I have volunteered of my own volition to be the recipient of your seed. If you were to bless my womb as an angel, I am certain our children would be exceptional. So what if they are? Asked Vaughn, furrowing his brows as he pointed out, if you can't see what's wrong with having children for the express purpose of having them become tools for killing at the behest of others, you shouldn't have kids. It also goes against the very notion of free will. You're mistaken, contended Zenobia, shaking her head before calmly appending, the church wouldn't ask us to hand over our children. And I volunteered for this duty because I, too, wish to see an end to the conflict between the 3 factions. Our children will be raised in a setting where humans, devils, and believers like myself coexist peacefully. Then, even if they do become executors or exorcists, they won't exclusively be hunting devils, but all who threaten to disrupt the balance. That's something for adults to concern themselves with, children should be able to live and grow without worry. Argued Vaughn, though, as he said it, he knew things were never that clear-cut. All children were born with at least some expectations forced upon them, and those he sired with high-class devils like Rias and Sana were destined to inherit the same burdens and obligations as their mothers. Then, would you be willing to provide us with your seed via donation? Asked Zenobia, a hint of disappointment in her eyes and a slight feeling of discomfort in her chest. Vaughn hadn't rejected her outright, but she felt like she had just confessed for the first time, only for the recipient to think she was weird. Even if I were willing, it's impossible, responded Vaughn, shaking his head and piquing Rias's and Grafia's interest, the former asking, what do you mean? It doesn't matter if it's my bodily fluids, my hair, or even a limb. Any part of me that is separated from the whole will dissolve to nothingness within 24 hours, explained Vaughn. All kinds of methods have been used to try and preserve it, but they only accelerated the process. Then, presuming it could be preserved, would you be willing? Asked Zenobia. No, responded Vaughn, his expression and tone serious as he asserted, I understand the need for experimentation, but I've contributed more than my fair share to scientific progress and the betterment of humanity. As for us having children, I want my children to grow up in loving environments, and I don't believe our personalities mesh or that you would make a good mother as you are. Crossing her arms and leaning back against the sofa, Zenobia questioned, what if I were to take special lessons and become someone who, in your mind, is worthy of motherhood? I don't like what-if scenarios, and I also don't think it's healthy for people to change to appeal to others. Responded Vaughn, his tone softening as he appended, but if you want to change, you have the time and opportunity. Let's focus on becoming friends and allies for now. Whatever follows is for our future selves to sort out. I see. Responded Zenobia, closing her eyes and adopting a faint smile. Then, though her superiors had also tasked her with learning more about Vaughn's ability to produce holy weapons and armaments, she got up from the sofa she was seated on, opened her eyes, and stated, "Then, for the time being, I believe I will apply to join the Kendo Club. Truth be told, I've wanted to attend school at a secular institution since I was a small child. I thank you for your time and bid you adieu." After punctuating her words with a closed-eyed bow, Zenobia raised her head and turned to depart the club room with a natural sway in her hips. Vaughn was almost tempted to follow her with his gaze, but with beautiful girls on both sides of him, particularly to his right, he suppressed the urge without issue. Chapter 72, Future-Proofing. July 1st, Monday. With their biannual JLPTs, Japanese Language Proficiency Test, taking place that morning, Issei, Asia, and even Konako were like zombies by the time the afternoon rolled around. They had the rest of the day off, so Rias invited everyone to gather in the old school building to celebrate with the members of Sana's peerage. "You three need to pull yourselves together," remarked Rias, sporting a playful smile as she reminded, "if you're this beat up after the JLPTs, the end-of-term exams 2 weeks from now are going to be hell." Borrowing Tsubasa's thighs with his right forearm resting on his forehead, Issei groaned, "Ugh, don't remind me." Before lowering his arm, looking where Vaughn was lending his lap to Konako, and asking, "Hey, Vaughn, can't you, make a device that allows us to download information directly to our brain? You know, kind of like that one sci-fi movie." "It should be possible," confirmed Vaughn, shrugging as he added, "but I believe it's best to avoid shortcuts when learning new things. Or else the knowledge and information don't have any weight to them." "Vaughn's right," affirmed Rias, standing behind Vaughn and tousling her hair as she revealed, "devils also have techniques to scan books, record their memories, and even download information directly from the internet. But knowledge acquired that way doesn't feel real. And even if you can recall the information flawlessly, it's like reading from a teleprompter or a script. It doesn't feel like information you actually know." "But do high school and college diplomas even matter for devils?" asked Issei, rising to a seated position and crossing his arms as he argued, "It's not like I'll be using them to get a job or anything." "Perhaps," conceded Rias, her expression and tone firming as she added, "but I prefer that my subordinates be well educated and understand the significance of hard work. Think of it like this. If 2 people were to take an interest in cooking, but one worked hard to open a restaurant while the other was simply given one, which of them would be more invested in the restaurant's success?" "The first one, obviously," responded Issei, adopting a conflicted frown. "That's right," affirmed Rias, nodding slowly before adopting a broad smile and elucidating, "the first person might be willing to do everything in their power to ensure the restaurant's success, regardless of the setbacks they must overcome. The second person might have a passion for cooking, but unless they're willing to invest in their success and work hard, there's little to prevent them from simply abandoning the failing restaurant and moving on to something else that interests them. That's why I reward you for your hard work rather than simply giving you everything you require." Inserting herself into the conversation, holding a tiny tray with a piece of strawberry cheesecake, Sana asked, "If you don't mind my asking, what was your dream before becoming a devil, Issei-san? I'm aware you have the dream of becoming a harem king, but surely you had something more practical in mind." Nodding, Issei scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly as he revealed, "It's a little embarrassing to admit, but my dream job was to be a photographer or videographer for an idol or modeling agency. If that didn't work out, I wanted to try my hand at being a mangaka or working at a publishing company like Shueisha." "Those certainly sound like jobs you would be interested in," chimed Kaiba, sporting a playful smile. Time, as they said, healed all wounds, so with the death of Valper gradually becoming history, Kaiba had started to regain his former vigor and congeniality. "Well, why not continue pursuing those dreams?" asked Rias, pointing out, "Devils have long had considerable influence in virtually all aspects of the entertainment industry. Rather than simply becoming a photographer, you could become a producer in charge of an entire troupe of idols. Imagining various scenes from manga and doujinshi, Issei gulped audibly and asked, "Does that mean I could do anything I want with the girls that work for my agency?" Spreading her hands, closing her eyes, shaking her head, and shrugging helplessly, Rias confirmed, "Technically. Most people who find success in the highly competitive entertainment industry became successful due to forming contracts with devils. For example, nearly all of the original 48 members of the AKB48 were contracted to the third son of Marquis Gaimajin. But after he grew weary of supervising them directly, he passed the reins to a member of his peerage. Though it earned him some nasty or, at the very least, disapproving looks, Issei flared his nostrils and breathed heavily at the possibility of having a harem formed from famous idols. A year ago, he would have wrapped the hand he used to shake the hand of his favorite idol to avoid inadvertently washing it before he had a chance to use it. The notion of that same idol working for him and calling him P-chan behind the scenes was enough to make him feel lightheaded. Nudging Issei with her elbow, Tsubasa brought him back to reality and reined him in by calmly stating, "I don't mind if you want to form a harem of idols, but don't do anything you would condemn others for. As for me, I intend to become an instructor specializing in training rooks at the rating game academy Sana-sama wishes to establish." "An instructor? Rating game academy," repeated Issei, tilting his head in confusion. Nodding, Sana explained, "At present, only high-class devils and those promoted through them can participate in rating games. My dream is to create an academy where anyone can participate, permitting any and all who possess the drive to ascend the ranks of Devil Society. That's why I came to Kyoto. I plan to open the academy here in Japan so that humans with supernatural abilities and yokai can enroll." "That's a big dream," muttered Issei, impressed by Sana's conviction and ashamed of his comparably base and selfish desires. It didn't help that he was just learning of Tsubasa's plans for the future despite them dating for nearly half a year, including the time they spent in the corridor. He kind of just assumed she would follow and support him. "But don't you need to manage your family's estate? How will you run a school at the same time?" asked Vaughn, feeling slightly confused until Sana smiled and reminded, "Rias and I are still classified as young devils, and our parents are fewer than 2,000 years old. We will eventually take over the administration of our family's domains, but that's still quite a ways away." "Oh, I see," muttered Vaughn, staring down at Konako and running his fingers through her hair as a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He had been readying himself to support Rias and Sana and potentially become a lord shortly after graduation, but if they needed to shed their young devil status before taking over their parents' positions, he still had at least 82 years to prepare, possibly even centuries. It appears we may not have been clear enough when we were apprising Vaughn of our circumstances," hummed Rias, gently digging her nails into Vaughn's scalp, emulating Graphia. "If it's any consolation, that's why we haven't been pressuring you, Issei, or anyone else to grow even faster," remarked Sana, handing her plate to Tsubaki and taking a seat next to Vaughn, prompting Konako to get up and seek out a piece of cake for herself. Linking the fingers of her right hand through Vaughn's left, Sana adopted the most reassuring smile she could manage as she said, "So, much like Issei-san, you have the leeway to pursue a career and interests unrelated to the underworld and Devil Society. Is there anything else you've wanted to try outside of being a student?" "Well, I've recently thought about getting into forging, but I felt it was a bit redundant considering my abilities," muttered Vaughn, staring down at his and Sana's interlocked hands and caressing her thumb with his own as he confided, "What I really want is to help people, not just devil kind, but everyone." "Is there a specific way you want to help them?" asked Rias, making her way around the sofa to occupy the space to Vaughn's right, securing his free right hand for her left. Following a lengthy, deliberative pause, where he stared down at nothing in particular, Vaughn answered, "By curing diseases, treating illnesses and limiting the number of cases like mine, Kaiba's, and Asia's." "Then how about attending medical school for a few years and becoming a doctor?" proposed Sana. "Or, if you would prefer to utilize more magical means, you could learn healing magic or study alchemy. With your ability to create various rare materials or mass-produce high-quality potions and elixirs directly, you could help many people. That's a good idea, affirmed Rias, nodding approvingly as she revealed, one of the things that has allowed the Marquis Phoenix clan to maintain their wealth and status is their unique ability to produce phoenix tears. A single drop can mend most wounds, and the refined version can even resurrect the recently deceased so long as their head and heart remain intact, making it one of the most expensive and sought-after concoctions in the myriad realms. With Sis dutifully opening the shop and searching for phoenix tears on his behalf, Vaughn's pupils dilated when he noticed their price ranged from 10,000 to 700 million OP. Recovering from his surprise, Vaughn looked between Rias and Sana as he affirmed, I also think it's a good idea, but wouldn't the Marquis Phoenix clan be upset if alternatives to their medicine flooded the market? Undoubtedly, confirmed Sana, narrowing her eyes and adopting a faintly mischievous smile as she added, but it's better for the consumer if there is greater supply and healthy competition among producers. All right, let's put a pin in this for the time being, suggested Rias, looking around the room at the many gazes focused on them as she stated, this is supposed to be a party. We can talk business and future-proofing some other time. Focusing her gaze on Issei, Rias added, as for you, young man, I expect your grades and test scores to improve if you want my help breaking into the entertainment industry. Those unwilling to apply themselves for their dreams don't deserve to have them fulfilled. Then what's the purpose of devils? Asked Saji, a hint of sarcasm in his tone, earning him a disapproving look from Sana. Raising his hands and adopting a cramped smile, Saji clarified, I'm just saying, most people who come to us have either given up or are looking for a quick solution to their problems. We exist to fulfill people's desires and help them achieve their dreams with less effort, so while I agree it's best to work for what you have, I don't think it's fair to our clients to say they don't deserve to have their dreams fulfilled. Sparing Saji from being taken into another room for a magic-empowered spanking, Rias conceded, fair enough, Saji-san. But despite our physical similarities, humans and devils are fundamentally different creatures. For one, we live considerably longer. And if we possess a sufficient degree of demonic power, we can literally shape the world and influence the people around us. It's important for us to have a greater sense of responsibility to avoid deviating down a very dark and self-destructive path. You're right. I'm sorry for speaking out of turn and making such a crass remark. I thought I was making a joke, but I guess I didn't choose my words as well as I could have. Expressed Saji, offering a cramped smile and cupping the back of his head as he averted his eyes to avoid Sana's narrow-eyed stare. He had been making a concerted effort to get over his feelings for her, but seeing her sit next to Vaughn, grab his hand, and happily discuss the future had triggered his ire. Chapter 73, Dream. I should have asked this much sooner, but what are the two of your dreams? Asked Vaughn, sitting behind Rias and brushing her hair with Akeno waiting her turn nearby, both wearing lingerie in preparation for bed. Mine is technically two parts, responded Rias, having anticipated the question since that afternoon. Thus, with a faint smile on her face, she relaxedly revealed, I want to occupy the top-ranked position among the current young devils and eventually become the champion of the rating games. As for me, appended Akeno, smilingly lovingly at Vaughn with her arms wrapped around her left leg and her cheek resting atop her knee as she revealed, my dream is to live a happy and fulfilling life with a big, loving family. It's similar to what you said to Kaiba. The best way to get back at the Heimjima clan for what they did to me is to find happiness in spite of their intolerance. I'll be sure to give it my all. Affirmed Vaughn, his serious expression and tone causing Akeno to giggle in amusement. Shifting his focus to Rias's dream, Vaughn took a moment to collect his thoughts before asking, how many young devils are there above you? You could put Riser on the back foot despite him participating in actual rating games, and he was basically undefeated outside of matches he purposefully lost. That was largely thanks to your equipment, contended Rias, reminding, barring the exception that is Sacred Gears, there are a lot of restrictions placed on items and equipment that can be used in official rating games. Between my dress, Akeno's Goe, and Asia's staff, we can likely only use one of them. After all, it wouldn't be very fair to our opponents if the only reason we defeated them was because our equipment was superior. Then the rating games would be less about a peerage's actual capabilities and more so an expression of their king's wealth and connections. Then, if I want to help you achieve your dream, I need to keep nourishing you with life essence and finding items that can raise your demonic power directly. Concluded Vaughn, not fully registering what he was saying as his mind wandered to various possibilities. I'm already growing much faster than I otherwise would be, expressed Rias, half turning to face Vaughn with a playful smile as she added, but I'm more than happy to accept as much essence as you are willing and able to provide. But you're our last bastion and line of defense. I'm the one who has to lead the charge against our foes. Contended Akeno, wrapping her arms around Vaughn, her soft and voluminous breasts deforming against his back as she sensually appended, I also want Ga Shujin-sama's essence. Though his face warmed and his heart began to beat more quickly, Vaughn's expression remained calm as he nodded approvingly and proposed, then let's start utilizing the corridor during lunch, with the time compression of the frozen abyss, that gives me nearly 7 hours to nourish you both. That sounds amazing, hummed Akeno, grazing Vaughn's earlobe with her tongue before suckling it gently. In response, Rias, not wanting to be left playing second fiddle, turned around fully and raised her left index finger, causing her hair to fix itself into a ponytail as she suggested, if you want, we can use it now. Sana and her peerage should be able to keep things in order for an hour or two. With upturned eyes and a seductive, succubus-like smile. The day I refuse such a request, don't hesitate to utilize your power of destruction. Because that isn't me. Responded Vaughn, teleporting himself and the two women to the checkpoint containing the glowing hot springs and the ryokan they erected to make their frequent visits more pleasant. July 18, Thursday. After 4 straight days of exams, the heavy atmosphere that had loomed over the academy for weeks abruptly disappeared, replaced by a festive mood as everyone prepared for the forthcoming summer break. They had to come in that Saturday and Sunday for open house and parent-teacher-student meetings, but with the following week being half-days to focus on sports competitions, class elections, and a fireworks festival, summer had already begun in most people's minds. Accompanied by several members of the Kendo Club, of which she was expected to become the captain of the following week, Zenovia sported a slight smile as she approached Vaughn as he was waiting for Asia, stating, "The Kendo Club is planning to go to a karaoke bar to commemorate the end of the exam period. We would be honored if you were to accompany us." "I appreciate the invitation, but I've already made plans to celebrate with the orc," explained Vaughn, smiling as he appended, "but I might be able to join you sometime next week if I have advance notice. Then we will make arrangements for Tuesday, specifically around 2 p.m., as I expect you will once again be celebrating after our exam results are posted," reasoned Zenovia. "Sure, sounds like fun," agreed Vaughn, causing the other members of the Kendo Club to become giddy with excitement. Zenovia and Irina had been pretty good about giving him and the members of the orc space over the past month, and since he would be spending most of the summer break in the underworld, he figured he could afford them at least one afternoon of his time. "Excellent. We will see you then," said Zenovia, offering a curt nod and a smile before leaving with the Kendo Club as her retinue. She hadn't used mental manipulation or mind control on them, but since many who were into Kendo were obsessed with things like chivalry, Zenovia's knight-like nature and heroic disposition had earned her considerable fanfare and the title of Kyoha Academy's Sword Prince despite her being a girl. "What did they want?" asked Issei, approaching Vaughn after Zenovia's and the Kendo Club's departure. Shrugging, Vaughn revealed, "They invited me to karaoke, but I gave them a rain check." "Man, you have superhuman willpower," remarked Issei, joking, "if I were approached by a bunch of cute girls asking me out, there's no way I could refuse them." "Why not flip the script?" asked Vaughn, pointing out, "You've mellowed out a decent amount since you started a relationship with Tsubasa-san." If you were to ask Irina out or invite her over to your house to catch up, there's a decent chance she would say yes. Actually, she kind of invited herself over not too long ago, noted Issei, visibly deflating as he revealed, I made the mistake of showing her the game console you gave me without checking the game I had booted up. My ears are still burning from the lecture she gave me. Actions have consequences, remarked Vaughn, nodding before turning his attention to the approaching Asia, having just completed her classroom duties. Sorry to have kept the two of you waiting, said Asia, offering her usual radiant smile as she asked, shall we head to the club room, in a happy, sing-song tone? Let's, affirmed Vaughn, briefly extending his hand to caress Asia's head before retracting it to lead the way. Kiryu noticed this and narrowed her distinctive yellow eyes suspiciously, but as she was currently conversing with two other female students, she allowed them to leave the classroom unaccosted. Surtsk-sama will be arriving tomorrow in preparation for the summit. Are you prepared to meet him? Asked Grafia, leaving Vaughn at a brief loss for words as she currently had her lathered breasts pressed against his back, her left hand gently kneading his testicles, and her right gently caressing his shaft as she moved her thumb in small circles to slowly and thoroughly clean him. Honestly? I'm half expecting him to unleash his power of destruction the moment we meet. Responded Vaughn. Exhaling a throaty chuckle, Grafia playfully reassured, unless you tried to challenge him to gain permanent ownership of me, that's not too likely. If he expresses his jealousy at all, it will be concerning your intimacy with Rias-sama. Surtsk-sama was rather famous throughout the underworld for doting on Rias-sama and getting into arguments with Leviathan-sama regarding whose younger sibling was the cutest, but he's calmed down in recent years. That reminds me, won't Sana's sister be attending the summit? Asked Vaughn, concern tinting his countenance as he remarked, I hope nothing goes awry. May I speak freely? Asked Grafia, leading to tense silence as her husky voice, intentionally or otherwise, echoed alluring within Vaughn's left ear. Go ahead. Responded Vaughn, nodding. There are 3 reasons the leaders of the 3 factions are gathering right now, stated Grafia, rising from the towel she was seated on to set another in front of Vaughn, kneeling before him and holding his gaze as she resumed washing him and divulged, the first subject for discussion is a matter you should already be aware of from your brief stay in the 7th heaven, the fact that God is dead. I suspected as much. Admitted Vaughn. The Great War began as a result of a difference of ideologies between God and the original Lucifer, so with the leaders of both sides dead, the second subject to be discussed is peace between the 3 factions. Revealed Grafia, drawing Vaughn's attention to her breasts and the actions of her hands as she nestled between his knees and permitted his glands to prod her navel as she caressed and cleaned him out of view. And that's where you come in, said Grafia, drawing Vaughn's attention back to her face as she drew closer and casually explained, with God dead, heaven lost the power to produce true angels. And by forbidding interactions between humans and angels, very few fallen have been created to replace those who have perished in the past few centuries. If nothing is done, it's only a matter of time before external factions move to eliminate all sides. Then it's not just the population crisis of the underworld that needs to be addressed. Appended Vaughn, his expression serious but his cheeks ruddy as Grafia adopted a smile, nodded, and confirmed, that's correct. Your power is yours to wield as you please, but it also represents hope for the 3 factions. The underworld will support you no matter which path you choose, but if you're willing, you could become the linchpin for an era of peace and prosperity for all. Well, as long as I'm not subjected to experimentation or expected to donate my seed to hundreds of devils, angels, and fallen, I don't have a problem helping all 3 sides. Responded Vaughn, earning an approving nod for his efforts. By the way, said Grafia, adopting a more casual demeanor and tone, leaving Vaughn feeling slightly disjointed before she reminded, this is likely the last time I will serve you like this without you requesting it directly. My punishment ends when summer break begins, but I will need to attend to Surtsk-sama until his return to the underworld. With that in mind, shall I massage your front one final time? Though he knew he should answer no, Vaughn wavered for several seconds, his throat tight and his brain tingling. The frontal massage Grafia referred to basically involved her mounting and grinding against him while stroking his chest, neck, hands, and forearms. Afterward, she would straddle each of his shins, applying a deep tissue massage to his thighs before finishing things with her breasts and mouth. He stopped her the previous time she tried offering him the service, instead having her walk Asia through it, but since it was just the two of them, Vaughn would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. Some other time, perhaps. Hummed Grafia, her tone sensual as she punctuated the statement with a wink. Vaughn experienced a brief bout of regret as she subsequently rose to her feet, offering him an eyeful of her crotch, thinly veiled behind transparent black panties, before she turned and gave him an equally tantalizing view of her backside. Fortunately, the feeling was fleeting as he closed his eyes, poured a bucket of water over his head, and reminded himself that he had plenty of girls willing to offer the same service who weren't married. Chapter 74, Moo. Are we seriously about to meet the Lucifer? Asked Issei, his voice a little shaky as he stood next to Kaiba in a row behind the sofa Vaughn and Rias were seated on. Akeno and Konako flanked them in the same row while Asia, wearing a short-skirted maid outfit that always made his heart flutter, served Vaughn and Rias tea. Get used to it, said Rias, calmly taking a sip from her tea with closed eyes before adding, as a member of my peerage, you won't be able to avoid meeting with all manner of high-ranking devils. Just remember to be on your best behavior and try not to say or do anything too perverse. My brother is above caring about such things, but it would embarrass me quite a bit. Right, I'll do my best, Bucko. Responded Issei, sporting a cramped smile. As if waiting for the exchange to finish, a crimson magic circle appeared a short distance away, followed by the appearance of Grafia and a tall and remarkably handsome man with shoulder-length crimson hair with a slight ahogue and luminous blue-green eyes who appeared to be in his early to mid-20s. His similarities to Rias were jarring, and his attire, consisting of a white tailcoat with royal blue and gold trim, golden epaulets, and a double-breasted flared collar over a white vest, white pants, and peculiar, black, gold-trimmed riding boots, made it clear at a glance that he was no ordinary person. Zeroing in on Rias with his gaze, the man, Surtsk's Lucifer, adopted a faint but notably affectionate smile as he said, Rias, it's been far too long. And you've become even more beautiful since I last saw you. Shifting his gaze to Vaughn, Surtsk's maintained his smile but with markedly less affection behind his eyes as he remarked, you're a very lucky young man, Vaughn Mason. The luckiest, responded Vaughn, his expression firm as he held Surtsk's gaze without fear. Indeed, hummed Surtsk, exhaling a faint chuckle before turning his gaze to Akeno, Kaiba, Konako, and Issei, each bowing respectfully as they had been instructed. Raise your heads, said Surtsk, extending his left hand and forcing the group to stand upright as he added, you are my precious younger sister's family. As far as I'm concerned, that makes you mine as well. When we're in private like this, please feel free to address me as Ani-I-chan, Ani-I-sama, or Anew. Ani-I-sama, please do not make things more difficult than they need to be. Expressed Rias, sporting a smile and exhaling faintly from her nose as she gestured to the sofa across from her and Vaughn. Actually, I was hoping we could convene in this corridor I've heard so much about, said Surtsk, staring with his gaze focused on Rias before shifting it to Vaughn. That's fine with me, responded Vaughn, leaving the decision to Rias by turning to face her. She had no reason not to permit it, so after a brief discussion and having everyone hold hands in a circle, Vaughn teleported them to the starting zone of the frozen abyss. Staring at the crimson dome of destruction expanding from the horizon like a rising sun, threatening to swallow the entirety of the frozen abyss's first floor, Vaughn, holding hands next to Rias within the barrier erected by Grafia and Akeno, sported a calm, calculating expression as he thought to himself, so this is the power of a Satan-class devil. As seemingly all the ice in their surroundings was melted or stripped away by the colossal explosion's shockwave. Reappearing in the barrier, now modeling oversized, obsidian black, gold-trimmed, four-tiered shoulder pauldrons, a breastplate, and a dark purple cape that was covered in frost. Sertsk casually remarked, "This place is incredible. The integrity of the space is far greater than the outside world, and the density of the island's foundation increases exponentially as you go deeper, eventually becoming impervious even to the erasive properties of the power of destruction." Half turned to meet Vaughn's and Rias's gazes, Sertsk smiled at the latter and appended, "The power needed to create such a space, you've found yourself quite the exceptional partner, Rias." "Tell me something I don't know," retorted Rias, smiling as she squeezed Vaughn's hand and met his gaze from the corner of her eye. "That was my intention," affirmed Sertsk, a playful smile adorning his face as everyone but Grafia stared back at him with varying degrees of confusion. "Before that," said Sertsk, raising his left hand and snapping his fingers to create a nearly kilometer-wide crimson magic circle on the ground. As it ascended toward the sky, a literal castle appeared, placing everyone in an extravagant banquet hall with black and gold marble flooring, red and gold carpeting, a gigantic table, and 20 stone pillars dividing the room into thirds. "Assuming Michael and Azazel are just as curious about the corridor as I am, I intend to use this as the venue for the summit," revealed Sertsk, taking the initiative to sit at one of the 4 throne-like chairs heading and flanking the end of the table. "What did you mean before?" asked Rias, occupying the seat closest to the head of the table, positioned to her brother's left. Vaughn naturally sat beside her, prompting Konako, Kaiba, and Issei to sit while Akeno and Asia helped Grafia serve tea. Waiting until everyone had a chance to be served, Sertsk's smile faded but didn't disappear completely as he revealed, "This is a forbidden class secret, but since you are tentatively engaged to God's proxy and have the Red Dragon Emperor in your peerage, you have a need to hear it." "God's proxy," repeated Rias, making no effort to disguise her confusion as she tightened her hold on Vaughn's hand. Nodding, Sertsk met Vaughn's gaze as he explained, "That is how heaven views our enigmatic friend here. More pressingly, as it will come up during the summit, everyone here needs to be made aware of the reality that the biblical God perished at the end of the Great War." Crash! "That's a bit much for a joke, isn't it?" asked Rias, turning her head in the direction of Asia, who had dropped the kettle she was carrying with a look of unfocused confusion. "Unfortunately, it is the undeniable truth," responded Sertsk, following Vaughn with his eyes as the latter as he got up from the table to give Asia a supportive, reassuring hug. Returning his gaze to Rias and gauging the reactions of everyone else at the table, Sertsk calmly explained, "No one is certain how the deed was accomplished, as everyone present on the battlefield was swallowed and reduced to nothing, including the 4 great Satans, but God's death was confirmed by the surviving leadership, who unanimously agreed to keep it a secret." "But that's just not possible," muttered Asia, her eyes moist but her tears held back as she asked, "If God perished in the Great War, then who has been answering our prayers? Where does the love that fills every believer come from?" Shaking his head, Sertsk responded, "Those are questions you would need to ask the Archangel. What I know is that God created a system to help oversee Earth and humanity while he focused much of his effort and attention on the war. I'm unsure how they fuel and maintain it, but Michael and the other seraph have kept things running in his absence." Recalling Throne mentioning the nearly emptied vault of heaven, Vaughn's brows furrowed slightly, his expression hardening contemplatively. Even the path, at least through the shop, required origin points to give form to the items he purchased, so it stood to reason that God's system required fuel to keep it functioning. "But I digress," said Sertsk, his cape and ornate pauldrons disappearing into motes of crimson light, allowing him to rest his cheek on the knuckles of his right hand as he revealed, before his death, either because he truly saw something or because he simply wished to leave his followers with a thread of hope to cling to, God foretold that, when the world was nearing its end, someone or something would appear and ascend to the throne of heaven in his wake, guiding all toward eternal salvation or absolution. For reasons I believe I can gloss over, heaven believes that prophesied being to be Vaughn. Is that where God's proxy comes from? Asked Rias, crossing her arms and frowning disapprovingly as she added, I understand we're not really in a position to judge others, but I won't allow heaven to force Vaughn into a position he doesn't desire himself. Vaughn Sama as God, muttered Asia, her voice faint but audible enough to be picked up by virtually everyone but Issei as she tightened her hold on Vaughn's body and buried her face into his chest. Staring in Vaughn's and Asia's direction, which happened to be where Grafia and Akeno were also located, Sertsk's briefly met the gaze of his wife and queen before returning his attention to Rias and reassuring, I believe they are of a similar mindset. Vaughn Kun might well be the person prophesied to ascend to God's throne, but since the world is relatively at peace and he refused to remain in the seventh heaven, it's apparent that fated day has yet to arrive. Thus, the consensus of the three factions will most probably be to watch and observe his maturation as an independent power. Frowning deeper at Sertsk's emphasis on the word independent, Rias asked, does that mean Sana and I won't be permitted to marry him? We won't accept that. Shaking his head and exhaling faintly from his nose, Sertsk's expression softened as he clarified, if that is what the three of you have decided, no one will attempt to overrule it. But since you're all relatively young and still learning about yourselves and one another, we will be requesting that you postpone your nuptials until you've cemented your respective positions in society and the supernatural world as a whole. I suppose that isn't asking too much, conceded Rias, closing her eyes in deep thought. She would have turned to meet Vaughn's gaze to see what he had to say, but since he was behind her, she opted for silence, creating a convenient break in the discussion for him to enter. I do want to help heaven, affirmed Vaughn, his expression and tone firm, exuding finality as he stated, but I don't want to become something like a god. All I've ever wanted is to be free and happy, and if I can guarantee good people freedom and happiness, I don't care if they're human, devils, angels, yokai, or anything else. I will assist anyone who shares that view and condemn anyone who seeks to deny those rights to others. Excellent, said Sertsk, nodding approvingly and adopting a broader smile as he light-heartedly supposed, then I anticipate the summit will end with an accord between the three factions. Some among our ranks will inevitably oppose the idea and seek to stir up trouble, but Kuah town should become one of the most secure locales in the human world under our combined stewardship. I'm not sure I like the idea of Heaven and Grigori stationing their forces in the city, remarked Rias, staring at her brother as she contended, as it stands, anyone who attacks us will be at a significant disadvantage due to the world's restrictions and the local god's influence. If we begin erecting barriers all over the town, we'll effectively be creating a battlefield for our would-be enemies to fight on. You make an excellent point. As expected of my beautiful and intelligent younger sister, hummed Sertsk, narrowing his eyes and causing Rias to flush in embarrassment. Then, cupping his chin and raising his gaze to the ceiling, he appeared to deliberate, muttering, the other factions will want at least some influence in the city. But since we've been so cooperative, it shouldn't be too difficult to keep the situation similar to what it is. Realizing she had walked directly into her brother's trap, Rias's slight pout made her annoyance clear. After all, keeping the situation similar to what it was implied a certain silver-haired maid would be sticking around much longer. Rias had anticipated this, as Mil ICAs had already been enrolled in Kuah Academy's primary school division and had made many friends, but she was beginning to believe her brother was determined to get Vaughn and Grafia to sleep together. Well, as long as he doesn't use it as an excuse to try and sleep with me, thought Rias. She loved and respected her brother dearly, but ever since she learned he took photos of her sleeping and kept a detailed record of her growth, she had gradually been distancing herself from him. Chapter 75, Comfort. With Sertsk leaving with Grafia to inspect the town, Rias released everyone to their own devices. From there, Vaughn spent much of the day consoling and holding Asia in his room, caressing her back, combing his fingers through her hair, chatting, and periodically exchanging kisses to help her cope with the revelation of God's death. If Vaughn Sama becomes the new god, do you think I can be reborn as an angel? Asked Asia, her head resting against Vaughn's chest and a listless look on her face. Anything is possible, responded Vaughn, his tone reassuring as he gently cupped and cradled the back of Asia's head, proclaiming, "If the method doesn't exist, I'll create it myself. I believe Von Sama can do anything," muttered Asia, closing her eyes and adopting a faint smile before her stomach produced an audible growl, causing her cheeks to warm. "Should we get up, or would you rather stay like this and eat a bapple?" asked Von, leaving the decision to Asia. He resolved to stay with her as long as she needed, so until she decided to separate, he intended to keep holding her. "I feel much calmer now," responded Asia, raising her head from Von's shoulder and presenting a loving smile as she affirmed, "And as long as I have Von Sama and our family, I can keep going, no matter what trials or tribulations await us." "You're so strong," remarked Von, adopting an affectionate smile of his own as he reached up to caress the left side of Asia's face, causing her to tear up slightly as he added, "I'm proud of you, Asia, and my life has been fuller ever since you arrived." "Von," muttered Asia, addressing him without honorifics. For several seconds after that, the two simply stared at one another, their faces and lips gradually drawing closer until the distant sound of long-forgotten gods demanding substance. Seeing Asia tense, her face flushing from embarrassment, Von exhaled a faint chuckle, gave her a playful peck on the lips, and asserted, "Let's get you something to eat," before rising with her in his embrace and carrying her like a koala all the way to the kitchen. With the afternoon passing without incident, Von was preparing for bed with Asia and Konako when a faint knock sounded at his door, causing him a bit of confusion as, typically speaking, everyone but Issei came and left his room at their discretion. As a result, his domain promptly expanded, revealing that the person standing outside was a sullen-looking Zenobia. "She must have been informed about God's death," concluded Von. "But why is she here?" he pondered. "Should I answer it?" asked Konako, her golden eyes slightly narrowed and her voice hushed. "I've got it," responded Von, leaving the two girls in their animal-themed anises on his oversized bed and making his way to the door, his opening it causing Zenobia to raise her gaze to meet his slowly. As if a switch had been flipped in her mind, Zenovia's expression went from pensive reflection to grim determination as she lowered herself to one knee, head bowed as she earnestly appealed, "Please permit me to dedicate myself to you." "I'm guessing you learned the truth?" asked Von, his expression and tone soft, full of empathy. There were aspects of Zenovia's character he wasn't overly fond of, but he could sense her loss, confusion, and need to find purpose as if they were his own. "My entire life revolved around my faith," responded Zenovia, hanging her head and a hint of resentment tinting her tone as she appended, "I still believe in God's teachings and greatly respect Lord Michael and the remaining seraphim, but I can't knowingly serve an organization that has been deceiving me my entire life." "Makes sense," thought Von, outwardly asking, "Did you speak with Rias before coming here?" "I did," confirmed Zenovia, keeping her head bowed as she subsequently revealed, "I originally requested to join her peerage, but after hearing my reasoning, she suggested I appeal to Von Sama directly." "All right, then," responded Von, leaving Zenovia at a brief loss as he produced a frog-themed onesie and presented it to her, revealing, "We were just about to sleep. It's probably not what you were hoping for, but if you don't want to be alone tonight, you can put that on and join us." Accepting the onesie with a confused thank you, Zenovia rose to her feet and noticed Asia and Konako, the former staring at her with empathy and the latter sporting a half-lidded expression as they modeled anises of their own. She had hoped that Von would give her life meaning in the biblical sense, but it was clear she wouldn't be dedicating herself to him that particular night. With Von giving her an affirming nod and returning to his bed, nestling himself between Asia and Konako, Zenovia took a moment to consider her next course of action before entering his room and carefully shutting and locking the door behind her. Then, after noticing that Von was observing her, she held his gaze and began stripping out of her Kua Academy girl's uniform, revealing that she was wearing a relatively simple pale green bra and panties beneath high-waisted, calf-length yoga pants. "Should I remove my underwear as well?" asked Zenovia, having never worn a onesie before. She usually slept topless in a pair of panties and a comfortable tee, but since Vaughn had presented her the onesie personally, she felt compelled to wear it. "Whatever makes you the most comfortable," responded Vaughn, offering a slight nod and a supportive smile. "Then," started Zenobia, allowing her words to trail off as she tentatively removed her panties, revealing a sparse patch of notably blue pubes, her face reddening slightly at the notion that she should have shaved as she removed her bra, freeing her substantial but not quite Rias or Akeno-level breasts from their confines. Noticing that Vaughn was staring at her with the same supportive smile, his gaze ostensibly devoid of desire, Zenobia exhaled faint from her nose and donned the frog-themed onesie, finding it didn't just fit her but that it was conspicuously comfortable. Touching her chest, Zenobia looked down at herself before looking up at Vaughn and asking, "Is this what I think it is?" Nodding, Vaughn revealed, "It's a B-rank item created by my power. Do you like it?" "I feel like I'm enveloped in Vaughn-sama's warmth," responded Zenobia, a smile adorning her face as she closed her eyes and relished the feeling of comfort enveloping her entire body. "It also opens at the back so you can go to the bathroom and do other stuff without removing it," remarked Konako, resting her head against Vaughn's left shoulder and patting his left thigh as she said, "Come, we'll give you the best spot, just this once." "Is that all right with Vaughn-sama?" asked Zenobia, approaching the bed with her gaze focused on Vaughn. "I wasn't planning on doing anything intense tonight," responded Vaughn, alternating his gaze between Konako and Asia as he added, "but if these two are okay with it." "I expected something like this to occur the moment she first appeared," said Konako, shrugging. "As long as she remains dedicated to Vaughn-sama, I readily welcome her to join us," added Asia, understanding the feeling of loss and the need for purpose that Zenobia was suffering better than most. The prospect of having someone she could talk to about her faith was also pretty exciting, so her green eyes glistened as Zenobia offered an appreciative, "The two of you have my sincerest gratitude," before crawling on all fours onto the bed and fearlessly mounting Vaughn. Moving of their own accord, Vaughn's hands found their way to Zenobia's full and exceptionally toned butt using pure muscle memory. Instead of retracting them, however, he shifted them to her waist and adjusted his position so that he was lying flat on his back instead of propped against the bed's headboard. Feeling something large and hard swell beneath her, pressing against her butt and most sensitive area, Zenobia's demeanor changed once again, a tinge of hunger tinting her expression and tone as she narrowed her eyes, smiled, and asked, "Does Vaughn-sama find my body appealing?" "Well, you are very beautiful," remarked Vaughn, nodding as he returned his hands to Zenobia's butt, surprising her by causing his fingers to vibrate as he added, "But you should know I have no intention of having children anytime soon." Experiencing a momentary stalling in her mind, Zenobia stared at Vaughn for several seconds before asking, "Can I ask how long Vaughn-sama intends to wait?" "A few years at the very least, a few centuries at most," answered Vaughn, causing Zenobia's head and body to tilt noticeably to the right. "If you're worried about dying from old age or illness, don't be," stated Vaughn, his expression and tone smoldering and relaxed but exuding a hint of finality as he revealed, "I've come to realize I'm pretty selfish. I won't allow those around me to grow old and feeble. Even if you don't become a devil, I will ensure you live just as long as the rest of us." "Vaughn-sama possesses such an ability?" asked Zenobia, her heart racing within her chest and her skin beginning to dampen with sweat, induced by her compounding excitement. Nodding, Vaughn calmly asserted, "There is nothing my power can't do if it's something I desire and work to achieve." "As expected from God's proxy," thought Zenobia, her base brown eyes gaining a violet hue as the genes that allowed her to wield holy swords stirred in response to her rising emotions. When she tried scooting back to reposition her face and breasts closer to Vaughn's holy rod, however, he stopped her by firmly gripping her butt, his expression and tone gentle as he shook his head and expressed, "Not tonight, you've just experienced a significant mental and emotional trauma, you need time to process. When the balance between your heart and mind has been restored, I'll be ready to take the first step on our new path together." Though she wanted to insist she was okay and prepared to move on right there and then, the gentleness in Vaughn's expression and tone as he smiled at her left Zenobia feeling a wave of emotions she had never experienced or, more accurately, never permitted herself to process. She didn't tear up or anything, but the growing tensions in her body gradually abated as she adopted a faint smile and hummed, "Fine, but it might be difficult to sleep in this position." As she leaned forward, allowing her weight to squish her breasts against Vaughn's chest. "One of the many drawbacks of large breasts," noted Konako, nodding, exhaling a soft snort, and adopting a faint, smug, and catty smile as she had no issues whatsoever lying comfortably atop Vaughn. He also seemed to have a developing appreciation for butts and thighs with how his hands and head often found their way to them, so here were particularly springy and situationally firm. Does Vaughn-sama prefer girls with smaller busts?" asked Zenobia, becoming more aware of the large and warm hands cupping and kneading her bottom. "I prefer girls that don't concern themselves with such things," corrected Vaughn, giving Zenovia's left butt cheek a light smack as he added, "Just be yourself. If you have to change who you are to be accepted, you'll end up accumulating doubts and resentments deep within your heart. That's why you feel betrayed by the church. You spent your life becoming what they made you. Rediscovering the real you will be difficult, maybe even painful, but there are two things you can be certain of." "What are they?" asked Zenobia, finding herself, alongside Asia and even Konako, hanging on to Vaughn's every word. Adopting his most sincere smile, Vaughn asserted, "God may be dead, but his legacy, teachings, and boundless love will endure eternally so long as humans find reassurance and absolution through them. Some consider his greatest gift to mankind to be freedom of choice, but even before that, he gave us one another, and as long as we stand together and support each other through hardship, there is nothing we can't overcome." With her nipples hardening and goosebumps spreading across her body, Zenovia's eyes became increasingly violet as she gazed unblinkingly into the seemingly fathomless depths of Vaughn's aquamarine portals, feeling as though all the truths of the universe could be found within. Fortunately, as she had no words to express what she was feeling, Vaughn seemed to know, his expression softening as he hefted her up by her butt and rewarded the yearning and devotion she felt with her first kiss. Chapter 76, Encounter. "I take it the two of you were able to come to an agreement?" asked Rias, sporting a faint smile from behind her desk as Vaughn, Konako, and Zenobia entered the club room. "Good morning, Ga-Shujin-sama," Konako-chan hummed Akeno, sitting on the left of the two green sofas present. Responding to Rias's question, Zenobia supplied a curt nod and asserted, "I shall become Vaughn-sama's sword and shield, cutting down his enemies and protecting those he wishes to preserve. And here I was looking forward to having the wielder of Durandal as my knight," remarked Rias. "If my lord wishes it," appended Zenobia, taking a seat next to Akeno and staring at Vaughn, sitting on the opposite sofa with Konako. Shaking his head, Vaughn adopted a smile and reasoned, "It would help to have you join her peerage, but you don't need to make the decision right this instant. You can still act alongside us without becoming a devil, even if it's not as convenient. I would also feel sorry for the Kendo Club if you were to leave just before becoming their captain, so you should help them win a tournament or two before abdicating your position," suggested Rias, reassuring, "You can still act with us when the situation requires." "Then that's what I'll do," responded Zenobia, nodding. She would prefer to stay at Vaughn's side 24/7, but since he would presumably find that troubling, she resolved to take things slower. Following a hearty breakfast, Vaughn, Asia, and Zenobia parted ways with Rias, Akeno, and Konako so they could head to their respective classes while the three of them made their way to Class 2B. Vaughn found it a little insensitive on the administration's part that they were expected to attend open house despite none of them having parents, but he didn't voice his thoughts aloud since neither Asia nor Zenobia seemed to mind. "Zenobia. I was, super worried about you, you know," exclaimed Irina, her eyes wide and slightly moist as she made a beeline for Zenobia the moment they entered the class, grasping and holding up her friend's hands as if she wanted them to pray together. Exhaling from her nose and adopting a faint smile, Zenobia reassured, "I'm fine, Irina. Let's not make a scene. I'm just so relieved to see that you're still you," muttered Irina, sniffling and wiping a tear from her right eye before shifting her gaze to Vaughn and Asia. Like Zenobia, she had been informed of God's demise, but unlike her best friend, she had been raised by loving parents and relatives who had been affiliated with the church for generations. She couldn't simply cut ties with them, so once the initial shock wore off, she resolved to devote herself to Michael and the remaining seraphim, believing it was what God would have wanted. "Not for lack of trying," responded Zenobia, pulling Irina aside and using a charm that caused everyone in the class, sans those with extrasensory or supernatural abilities, to ignore them as she detailed what had transpired the previous night, including her attempt to join Rias's peerage and Vaughn's refusal to take advantage of her during her existential meltdown. "Did I miss something?" Issei asked Vaughn, arriving at class at the last moment with his parents in tow. Zenobia appeared the same as usual to him, but Irina had her head down, her face concealed within her folded arms. Instead of answering Issei with words, Vaughn closed his eyes and shook his head to indicate they shouldn't talk about it. Afterward, he looked at the back of the classroom, smiling and waving at MR and MRS Hyudo before returning his gaze to Issei, changing the topic to anime and video games. Issei recently spent most of his free time with Tsubasa, immersing themselves in virtual worlds that recreated various martial arts and mecha anime, so he could ramble for hours if allowed. "Maybe I should get into sculpting," Vaughn mused, a faint smile adorning his face as he carefully kneaded the cool and moist clay provided to him and his classmates as part of the open house. He was still searching for a hobby to immerse himself in, and sculpting was surprisingly soothing. The other options he was considering were forging, clothing construction, and alchemy, but since he had the option of purchasing items from the shop or supplying materials to existing craftsmen and women, he was hesitant to immerse himself in a craft when his priorities should be conquering the corridor and becoming stronger. "I wouldn't say this under ordinary circumstances, but you could always follow Issei-kun's example," suggested Sis, clarifying, "if you enter into a virtual setting with a heavy emphasis on martial arts or spearmanship, you could experience the worlds you might have visited as records while simultaneously developing your skills." "That's not a bad idea," agreed Vaughn, imagining himself in the worlds of Dragon Ball, One Piece, and Naruto. He wasn't sure how effective the training would be, but he imagined it would be fun to meet and interact with some of his favorite fictional characters, even if they were ultimately a bunch of computer programs. And since the record he was currently in, High School DxD, had anime that paralleled those he was familiar with, like Dragso Ball and One Piece, he and Issei would have more to bond over as friends. With open house reaching the point where parents socialized with each other and the faculty, Vaughn parted ways with Asia and Zenobia and made his way to the old school building. They both had friend groups unrelated to the orc and the supernatural, so he refused their offers to accompany him and encouraged them to have fun. This girl feels familiar," thought Vaughn, referring to a beautiful young woman wearing a red and purple kimono with a bright yellow obi, crouching down and drawing in the dirt with a long stick as he followed the path to the old school building. Her tied-up hair, kept in place with a flower pin, was dark brown with a purple hue, and when she turned her head to meet his gaze, her eyes were nearly as bright and blue as Rias's. More notably, at least to Vaughn, her demonic power was similar to Sana's, but the amount and potency were as on par with a fully outfitted Graphia. Piecing things together, Vaughn adopted his best smile, waited until he was within conversing distance with the girl, and stated, "You must be Sirafal, Sana's older sister. It's nice to finally meet you." "Well, poop," said the girl, rising to her feet and crossing her arms with a smile of her own as she spiritedly remarked, "and I even changed my hair color." "What gave me away?" "Your demonic power," answered Vaughn, clarifying, "it's nearly identical to Sana's." "Sotan neglected to mention how sharp your senses were," remarked the girl, confirming Vaughn's suspicions as she nodded and revealed, "Well, you guessed correctly. I'm Sirafal Leviathan, one of the 4 Satans. But you, Vaughn Mason, have special permission to address me as Sira, Sira-tan, or Oni-chan. Taking a step closer to Vaughn, Sira Fall placed her right hand over his left breast, her eyes narrowing as she playfully appended, "You're quite a bit taller in person." With his height increasing to around 180 centimeters, Vaughn was nearly a full head taller than Sira Fall, who, in turn, was 6 centimeters shorter than Sana at precisely 160 centimeters. She was quite a bit fuller around the chest and butt, but only someone like Vaughn would notice, as the kimono she was wearing did a good job of concealing her figure. "Did you come for the open house, or were you hoping to speak with me from the beginning?" asked Vaughn, unbothered by Seraphal's touch. There was a brief period where he was fully prepared to make her a mother, so even if she utilized a more direct method to flirt, he didn't mind humoring her to the end. "I actually came looking for you to form a contract," revealed Sira Fall, her blue eyes narrowing further as she licked her lips, drew close enough that her breasts were pressing against him, and affirmed, "Assuming you aren't reduced to ash, my heart, body and womb will be yours to do with as you please." Leaving Sira Fall a little taken aback, Vaughn didn't hesitate to assure, "I'll be fine," with a curt nod and a smile, followed by him asking, "Do you want to form the contract here and now or wait until the summit is over? Sana will probably want to be present." "You're the real deal, aren't you?" asked Sira Fall, stepping away from Vaughn, crossing her arms, and shifting her weight onto her right foot as she sized him up and down and remarked, "I suspected as much as Sana wouldn't have chosen you and the 3 factions wouldn't be convening like this if you weren't, but you're going to shape the entire world around you." "In my defense, the reason I came here was to experience attending high school," contended Vaughn, his expression softening as he appended, "but then I met your sister, Rias, and many other amazing people I have grown to want to protect. That includes you, Sira, even if you're currently much, much stronger than me." "Calling me Sira right out the gate, you're just as bold as Sana told me you were," hummed Sana, grabbing the black ribbon of Vaughn's uniform and pulling him along as she stepped backward, suggesting, "Let's find some place private and skip to what comes after we form our contract." "Sure," responded Vaughn, allowing himself to be pulled along as he smiled and joked, "I was hoping to take a nap, but I feel like every man in all the realms would be taken aback with me if I refused the invitation of such a beautiful woman." "Oh? You think I'm beautiful?" asked Sira Fall, her expression giving off the scary vibe Akeno sometimes exuded as she asked, "Then who do you think is more beautiful, me or So-tan?" "That's like asking me to compare 2 masterpieces with varying subjects and art styles," responded Vaughn, asserting, "Anyone who sees your sister can instantly tell she is noble, fiercely intelligent and refined. Your beauty is like a flower blooming from the face of a precarious cliff. Most can only admire you from afar, and those who wish to acquire you need to be ready to part with their lives if they make a single mistake." "Who? Someone has a way with words," hummed Sir Fall, releasing her hold on Vaughn's ribbon and spinning on the back tooth of the Geta sandal adorning her right foot as she led the way with her hands facing outward on her bottom, staring back at Vaughn over her left shoulder as she said, "I'll give you 65 points and just as much time, now, come closer." Though he was a little confused, Vaughn did as he was told, approaching within a few centimeters of Sira Fall, enabling her to grab the hem of his white, vertically striped dress shirt. With the arrival of summer, they had shed their blazers, so Sira Fall held onto his shirt and led him along in an awkward but titillating manner as she periodically took shorter steps that caused him to bump her soft, springy and incredibly full posterior. "So that's God's proxy," remarked a tall and well-built man who appeared to be in his late 20s, observing Vaughn and Sira Fall through the eyes of a tiny owl perched in the forest near the old school building. His hair was messy and black with golden bangs, a black goatee adorned his chin, and his eyes were reminiscent of red wine, glistening with intrigue and a fierce intellect. Behind him, standing with his arms crossed and leaning against a tree, was a young man with silver hair and hazel eyes, which, for a brief moment, glistened with a golden hue before he closed them. Chapter 77, Familiarity. "This is your bedroom?" Isn't it a bit small for someone of your status and import? Asked Sirafal, looking around Vaughn's repurposed club room with a curious gleam in her eyes. Rias and Sana offered me a villa of my own, but I don't really like excess and extravagance. Explained Vaughn, removing his ribbon and unbuttoning his dress shirt. That's more common than you might think, responded Sirafal, turning to face Vaughn with a playful smile as she explained, but there is a meaning behind such extravagance. Because of the nature of magic, the resilience and efficacy of barriers and seals are greatly influenced by the perception of large groups of people. If the average person were to see a shack, they would assume its defenses are weak and that it can be toppled easily. On the opposite end of the spectrum, a fortress the size of a mountain gives the impression of impregnability, strengthening its foundation and making the barriers protecting it more resilient. Makes sense, assented Vaughn, nodding. He had learned the importance of symbology and the power of belief from his magical studies with Rias, Sana, Akeno, and Graphia. However, as it would be rude to tell Sirafal he already knew what she was trying to teach, he accepted her lesson with a smile and proposed, "Do you want to relocate to the corridor? We have a hot springs villa and a castle we use for recreation. Are you sure you're not asking that to extend your 65 minutes to multiple hours?" asked Sirafal, angling her head downward to stare at Vaughn with upturned eyes as she tentatively pulled at the green cord that kept her obi in place. "I wouldn't mind if that ended up being the case," responded Vaughn, his tone calm as his expression eased into a smoldering look. "Then let's make things official," hummed Sirafal, raising and spreading her hands as a large hourglass appeared from a burst of pink smoke with illusory stars and sparkles. "The sands in this hourglass will stream for precisely 65 minutes, explained Sirafal, flipping the hourglass upside down and releasing it to float in the air as she added, "You have until it's empty to impress me with your capabilities and manliness." "All right," responded Vaughn, nodding and approaching Sirafal without fear, grasping her waist as he casually affirmed, "I'll be sure to give it my all." Before transferring them to the checkpoint housing the hot springs and ryokan. Sirafal immediately released a faint pulse of demonic energy the moment they arrived, but her blue eyes were focused on him as he slid his hands to her bottom and raised her to the tips of her toes. Seeing Vaughn's hair shift to black with a slight purple hue and his eyes turn a luminous shade of violet, Sirafal narrowed her own, the smile on her face becoming more prominent as she inquired, "Are you going to call me Oni-chan next?" "Sira," responded Vaughn, his voice deeper than usual as he turned his head slightly and slowly drew his face closer to Sirafal's. There was a glimmer of disappointment in her eyes as she observed him, but instead of insisting that he call her Oni-chan or something similar, she ultimately closed her eyes, raised her chin, and puckered her lips to allow him to kiss her. Sensing that Sirafal wasn't really into them making out despite readily engaging his tongue, Vaughn pulled away after a few seconds, causing her brows to rise as he proposed, "Since we've got time, want to look around and destroy some things?" "It depends," responded Sirafal, her expression and tone playful as she asked, "Did Sotan coach you to make such a proposition?" Shaking his head, Vaughn revealed, "We've talked about you a lot, but the only thing she's told me expressly is that when we meet, I shouldn't hold back and just be honest. And what I honestly want to see right now is see a real-life magical girl in action." With Vaughn releasing his hold on her and backing away, Sirafal stared at him for several seconds before covering her mouth with her right hand to reveal a charm shaped like a magical girl's wand as she responded, "Well, all right then," in a cutesy, sing-song tone. Then, striking a double-piece pose that framed the top and bottom of her face, she exclaimed, "Sparkle shine, your command is mine." Though she was capable of transforming instantaneously, Sirafal used her demonic powers to create a unique space filled with warm pink and yellow lights and sparkling stars of various shapes and sizes. Vaughn found himself unable to move due to the space's effects, but he did his best not to let it bother him as he watched Sana's kimono dissolve away in a flash of pink light, revealing her naked but light-obscured form. What followed was her performing a series of graceful and implicitly sensual poses and pirouettes as a pale pink crop top, a frilly pink skirt, dark purple and pink thigh-highs, dark purple heels, dark purple arm warmers that flowed into fingerless gloves, and nurse-like cap materialized on her body. The style and color of her hair and eyes had also changed to dark purple twin tails, and, in place of her previous aqua blues, she now had glowing pink irises that matched her ensemble. Finishing things off with a flourish of her staff, a 120 cm long pink rod with a star-shaped ornament flanked by devil wings on the end that ended up sandwiched suggestively between her thighs as she made a peace sign over her winking left eye, Sierra Fall exclaimed, "Magical girl Milky Levitan, ready to crush heaven and sinners alike," in a cutesy, high-pitched tone. Not sure how else to respond, Vaughn raised his hands to his chest, gave 2 thumbs up, nodded, and offered a direct "very nice," with a stone-faced expression. Sir Fall's nearly minute-long transformation and magical girl form were a sight to behold, but witnessing something generally only seen in anime in person felt weird. "Does Von Sama not like magical girls?" asked Sierra Fall, spinning her staff between the fingers of her right hand as she approached him with a relaxed expression. "It's not that I don't like them," responded Vaughn, shaking his head as he revealed, "I don't have much experience with them. One of the very first anime I watched was a magical girl anime called Cardcaptor Sakura, but while I found the main character cute, it wasn't as exciting as the shonen anime I got into later." "Do you mean Cloudcaptor Sakura?" asked Sierra Fall, tilting her head slightly as she questioned, "or is that what it was called in your original world?" "Here, take a look," said Vaughn, purchasing and pulling out the first volume of Cardcaptor Sakura for Sierra Fall to peruse directly. She was exceedingly knowledgeable regarding all things magical girl, so it didn't take her long to confirm, "This is almost identical to the Cloudcaptor Sakura I'm familiar with, but the names of the characters and the overall art style are slightly different." "Yeah, this world's One Piece, Dragso Ball, Black and Menma have nearly the same plots as my world's One Piece, Dragon Ball, Bleach, and Naruto," affirmed Vaughn, pulling out Volume 1 copies of each. "It sounds like our worlds are direct parallels of one another," remarked Sierra Fall, ostensibly flipping through each of the volumes without care but grasping the contents of each page in detail. She could even react to and dodge light-speed attacks, so if she honed her senses to their limits, each successive page flip would take approximately 16 years to complete. "It may seem that way, but from what I understand, there is no direct link between our two worlds," stated Vaughn, causing Sierra Fall to stare at him in intrigue as he explained, "It's more like this world was created after mine, similar to an echo." "Does that mean your world, your universe was destroyed?" asked Sierra Fall. Shaking his head, Vaughn, aided by Sis, clarified, "It still exists, but its past, present, and future have all been written. If you could observe it from the outside and see into it, you could theoretically peer into any point in time and space, but it's no longer possible to influence things without breaking everything." "Then, if our world is an echo of yours, does that mean you can use your power to create texts and records of events that have yet to come to pass in ours?" asked Sierra Fall, her pink eyes sparkling as she grew increasingly interested in Vaughn, his past and his abilities. "It's possible," confirmed Vaughn, having once looked up high school DxD in his shop, finding a functionally infinite list of volumes. However, as he had specifically chosen a record he wasn't familiar with to avoid knowing what the future held and stressing over it, his expression hardened as he warned, "But bad things happen when you start basing your decisions on things that might happen rather than simply living life to the fullest." Humu, fair enough," responded Sierra Fall, crossing her arms and nodding several times with closed eyes. Then, meeting Vaughn's gaze, she smiled, pumped her fists, and exclaimed, "But now that I know you can reproduce anime from your world that are virtually identical to ours, there are a ton of shows I want to view ahead and see future seasons of. Let's have a watch party." "All right," responded Vaughn, nodding affirmingly before adopting a playful smile and adding, "But since we came here to do naughty things, I think I'll have you sit on my lap and maybe play with your breasts as we watch. Sound good?" "Heck, if that's the case, why don't we just throw on some hentai and reenact what we see on the screen?" asked Sirafal, narrowing her pink eyes mischievously as she held her staff in a way that caused the pole to nestle between her thighs, deform her skirt, and press against her most sensitive region. "Sounds like fun," responded Vaughn, grinning wolfishly and surprising Sirafal by picking her up in a princess carry and carrying her into the ryokan. He trusted Sana's advice, so even though it had only been a few minutes since his and Serafal's first meeting, he did his best to treat her like they had been in a relationship for years. Fortunately, she seemed to find his behavior novel, an amused smile blossoming across her face as she allowed him to do as he pleased. "Wow, nearly 65 minutes on the dot," noted Sirafal, grabbing the hourglass she had left suspended in Vaughn's room as the final few grains of sand trickled from the top half to the bottom. "It's a shame I didn't earn 100 points," remarked Vaughn, grabbing Sirafal's waist from behind and kissing the back of her head. In the end, they had spent nearly the entirety of their 7.5 hours simply binge-watching anime as she sat atop and reclined against him, but with thousands of years ahead of them, he didn't feel they needed to have sex during their very first meeting. He did, however, enjoy fondling her breasts and gently kneading her nipples as she propped her feet on his knees and fingered herself through her pure white, pink ribboned panties. Amused by Vaughn's words, Sirafal exhaled a light-hearted chuckle before sliding his hands to her belly and playfully remarking, "But you did keep to the time limit I set. I'd say that's worth some extra credit. How about 5 billion points?" With Sis dutifully informing him that 5 billion points, when converted to an equal number of minutes, was approximately 9,500 years, Vaughn leaned his head around Serafal's face, causing her to turn and meet him to share a chaste but protracted kiss. They still didn't end up having sex, but when Sirafal learned he had a wardrobe full of cosplay outfits to accommodate Konako's and Asia's penchant for dress-up, she enthusiastically tried on a few before capping things off by giving him one of the most intense, essence-draining blowjobs of his life. Chapter 78, Bonding. "All right, I'm going to go check on Sotan. See you around," Proxy Kun chimed Sirafal, supplying a playful win before she disappeared, leaving Vaughn alone in his room. "She's fun," thought Vaughn, sporting a smile as he collapsed onto his bed with his arms splayed out to his sides, reflecting on his first meeting with the famed Leviathan. It was hard to believe she and Graphia were similar in age, but Vaughn chalked that up to different people having different ways of coping with longevity. With that thought in mind, Vaughn checked the time to see that it was 3:14 p.m. The open house was scheduled to conclude at 3:15, so there was a good chance that Rias, Akeno, Konako, Asia, and potentially even Zenovia would be returning shortly. Without him needing to ask, Sis opened an interface connecting Vaughn to the internet. He was pretty sure he was going to immerse himself in the virtual world of Dragon Ball, as Ki had a lot of similarities to Toki, but he wanted to see what other martial arts anime were popular. Most of the highest-rated ones were limited to what humans believed to be possible or just beyond it, but a few transcended it completely, particularly shows like JoJo's Abnormal Adventure, Monkey King High School, and Fate Stay Night. "This one looks interesting," thought Vaughn, pulling up the page and a few videos for an anime and manga series called History's Strongest Disciple, Ken's Hero. The most powerful characters in the series were at the level of a mid-ranking devil, but its emphasis on training, techniques, and classic art style stood out. Kaka. Interrupting Vaughn's browsing, the door to his room opened, revealing a lone Konako. Rising to a seated position, Vaughn adopted his most welcoming smile and said, "Welcome back." "NN. I'm back," affirmed Konako, offering a cut nod as she made her way over and climbed onto Vaughn's lap as if it were the most natural thing in the world, hugging him tightly before recounting her day at his behest. With Rias determining it would be safer for everyone to stay at the old school building until the summit's conclusion, Vaughn invited Issei and Kaiba to spend the evening in his room, prompting the former to sniff the air and comment, "I swear, Vaughn. Each time I enter your room, it smells more and more like a girl's." "Really? It doesn't smell at all to me," responded Vaughn, placing his larger bed in his inventory before setting out 3 smaller ones, adding, "Take your pick." Setting his bag near the bed on the far right, Issei asked, "So, what's the game plan? You didn't invite us here just to sleep, did you? And what's the deal with you and Zenobia? Don't tell me she's joined your harem. Is that a bad thing?" asked Vaughn, raising his right brow and tilting his head slightly. "I mean, it's not bad," responded Issei, his smile cramping as he added, "I was just hoping to make a move on her myself." "Why didn't you?" asked Vaughn, pulling out sheets, blankets, and pillows for the 3 beds. Shrugging, Issei admitted, "Because she's intimidating as heck. I've tried talking to her a few times, and it was like being interviewed by a cop after being accused of shoplifting. Well, if it's any consolation, she's been aiming for me since the end of the Kokobile incident," revealed Vaughn, finishing his sleepover preparations by producing a mini fridge and stocking it with water, cold brew, juice, and a variety of carbonated beverages. "Man, seriously," groaned Issei, exhaling in exasperation as he sat on the bed and leaned back, propped up by his hands, as he asked, "Can you at least promise not to make a move on Irina? I'm not the best at reading girls, but we're childhood friends, and I'm pretty sure she likes me." "Sure," responded Vaughn, nodding. He was tempted to ask why Issei didn't confess or ask Irina if she liked him, but not everyone's situation was like his. Most relationships were built upon a foundation of time and emotional investment, making them considerably stronger in the long run. And while he cared dearly about those he chose to get involved with, he often got to know the girls after entering into a relationship. Grabbing himself a can of sparkling grape juice and cracking it open with a hiss, Kaiba, wearing his usual smile, questioned, "Now that the 2 of you have gotten your usual pleasantries out of the way, how shall we pass the evening?" Pulling out a device that looked like a futuristic motorcycle helmet with the back half missing, Vaughn explained, "If the 2 of you are up for it, I figured the 3 of us could start and play a game together. Something that can help us grow stronger or expand our skill set." "Oh, hell yes!" exclaimed Issei, punching his right fist into the palm of his left hand as he revealed, "Ever since Buko brought it up, Tsubasa and I have been playing an idol management sim. These things are super useful for learning new skills. If that's what the 2 of you want to do, I will gladly accompany you," affirmed Kaiba, taking a seat and sipping his drink before asking, "Did you already have a setting in mind?" "I do," confirmed Vaughn. "But I'm more than willing to pick something else so we can all have fun." "What did you have in mind?" asked Issei. "My leading candidate is Dragon Ball, which is similar to the Dragso Ball you're familiar with," responded Vaughn. "For real? That's actually one of the first worlds I had simulated," revealed Issei, closing his eyes and exhaling a sigh as he confessed, "I managed to track down Buruma and Gaku in the full immersion mode, but when I tried joining them, I got yelled at and told to take a hike. I was personally planning to train with Master Roshi and participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament," revealed Vaughn, pointing out, "The Toki that Konako and I use is similar to Ki, and because of my power, the fidelity of the simulation should be much higher." "You mean it will be even more realistic?" asked Issei, brows raised and a glimmer of excitement in his brown eyes. "The full immersion mode of the headset even simulated sex if you visited a brothel or managed to get an NPC's affection high enough. What more was there to simulate? Individual atoms and subatomic particles?" "I'm afraid I'm not particularly well versed with anime and manga," stated Kaiba, asking, "Do you think I would be able to improve my swordsmanship or cooking in such a world?" "If it's cooking, there's Shokyuchi no Suda," proposed Issei, crossing his arms, raising his gaze, and caressing his chin in thought as he added, "As for swordsmanship, the first thing that comes to mind is One Piece. But I've tried diving into that world, and it's a nightmare. There's no fast travel on full immersion, and you pretty much have to get a job or join the Marines if you want to travel between islands." "Why not just fly between islands?" asked Vaughn, causing Issei to stare at him with the same degree of confusion he was showing. "What do you mean?" asked Issei, preempting Vaughn's response by stating, "There's no function in the benchmark to let the headset know I'm a devil or sacred gear wielder, so I can't use wings or drag. My base strength, speed, and reaction time translate, but they aren't very useful in a setting where people can casually dodge and slice bullets." "Oh? I've always wanted to try slicing a bullet," chimed Kaiba, his interest in the world of One Piece increasing. He knew that he should be able to cut a bullet based on his speed and reaction time, but since guns were illegal in Japan, he had yet to have the opportunity. With Sis confirming his suspicions, Vaughn nodded and said, "That's what I mean by increased fidelity. With my power, the virtual space will function similarly to the corridor. That means you should be able to use everything available to you, including your boosted gear." "Seriously? That's both awesome and totally broken," muttered Issei, a bead of sweat forming on the left side of his face. He was still in disbelief regarding Vaughn's tentative status as God's proxy, but the more he learned about his capabilities, the more the title made sense. Nodding, Vaughn revealed, "I was thinking of proposing a similar system to facilitate raiding games. That way, even if both sides go all out, there's no risk of anyone losing their lives." "That would definitely be convenient," affirmed Issei, offering a nod of his own before adding, "Then, unless we want to give Kaiba a chance to get up to speed on things, I'm down for diving into this Dragon Ball. But what will we do once we're inside? Because I doubt Mutant Rashi will agree to train 3 random guys who appeared out of nowhere. Even Gaku and Kururin had to bring him lunch before he was willing to accept them as students." "What about heading to the lookout?" asked Vaughn, reasoning, "If Kami is willing to train us, we could train without derailing the main story. And I'm sure Mr. Popo can teach Kaiba all kinds of recipes." "Then what about Buruma and the Dragon Balls?" asked Issei. "Because Yamcha is a terrible boyfriend in the original series, and allowing Wulong to wish for panties is a gigantic waste." "That's weird, I'm pretty sure that Bulma was the person who cheated on Yamcha," thought Vaughn, wondering if what Issei was referring to was one of the many subtle changes between Dragon and Dragso Ball. Externally, he shrugged and responded, "I don't mind meeting up with the main cast and getting involved in the hunt for the Dragon Balls. What do you think, Kaiba?" "I'm fine with following the two of you, but I wouldn't mind learning more about the world beforehand," answered Kaiba, reasoning, "that way, I can make more informed decisions." "Sounds good to me," said Issei, smiling as he looked at Vaughn and asked, "We are marathoning the entire series?" "A refresher could prove useful," affirmed Vaughn, offering a curt nod before producing a box set of Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball Super, the last of which was based on the series that had recently finished airing in March. Finishing all 3 would take an estimated 206 hours, but since he wasn't in a rush to dive into the virtual world, Vaughn didn't suggest they use the corridor and instead set up a large, 248 cm television and a comfy sofa for them to watch on. As he didn't have any parents to engage in a parent-teacher-student conference with, Vaughn was relaxing in the club room, lying down with Konako catnapping atop him as they awaited the end of the school day and the start of the summit that afternoon. "Kaka. Pardon our intrusion," said Zenovia, entering the club room alongside Asia. They also had the day off, and though she was still a member of the Kendo Club, Zenovia entered the room modeling the same short-skirted maid outfit as Asia, plus a pair of dark blue spats. With Konako sitting up and dismounting him, Vaughn rose to a seated position, smiling as Asia presented him a cup of milk tea and hummed, "Here you are, Ga Shujin-sama," in a cheerful, sing-song tone. She and Zenovia had become roommates the previous night, and after staying up into the wee hours of the morning chatting, they realized they had a lot in common, including their desire to serve Vaughn. "It's delicious," affirmed Vaughn, downing the contents of his cup in a single go before caressing the kneeling Asia's head, causing the ahoga atop it to squirm as if it were alive. Zenovia observed this with glistening eyes, but since there wasn't enough space for her to kneel and enjoy Vaughn's caress, she reluctantly served tea and snacks to Konako instead. Chapter 79, Stance. I don't like this, muttered Vaughn, staring up at the hazy, nearly blood-red sky encompassing Kuah Academy and the three distinct groups of winged soldiers occupying it. He could feel the animosity between them like a thin sheet veiling them. It wasn't particularly heavy, but it was perceptible and gave the impression it could smother them at any moment. They're just posturing. Don't let them bother you, said Rias, feeling even more anxious than Vaughn but putting on a brave front as she led the group to the meeting room where the leaders of the three factions were waiting in the new school building. Talk. May we enter? Asked Rias, knocking on one of the two heavy wooden doors marking the meeting room's entrance. Shortly after, Graphia opened the door, adopting a faint smile but not speaking as she moved aside. Allow me to introduce my younger sister, her peerage, and our honored guest, expressed Surtsks, sporting a smile of his own as he stood next to Sirafal around one of the most extravagant and well-made tables that many present had ever seen, primarily comprised of red-hued wood with a top segmented into three sections of obsidian black stone with a gold pattern. Around the table were four individuals, three standing and one seated in an equally extravagant chair carved from dark wood with green cushions and gold needlework, one of five present. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintances. And it's an honor to meet you in person, Von Mason, said one of the four people around the table and one of the three standing, an extraordinarily beautiful man with long and pale blonde hair, eyes as blue as the sky, ornate golden armor atop a crimson robe, and, most notably, 12 golden-hued wings and a faintly humming, luminous yellow halo. So you're the one they say can do just about anything. Nice Tommy Cha, said the last person seated at the table, a man who paradoxically seemed to be in his mid-20s and late 40s simultaneously, sporting stylish, windswept hair that was primarily black with golden bangs, a goatee and 12 black wings, reminiscent of black velvet. What are you doing here? Exclaimed Issei, shattering the tension within the room as he pointed at the 12-winged fallen with a shocked expression, ostensibly recognizing him. Yo! Long time no see, Devil Kun, responded the man, none other than the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels' primary organization, Azazel, aka the Watcher. At least pretend to have some dignity. Sighed one of the four people standing around the table, a silver-haired, gold-eyed man who appeared to be in his late teens or early 20s, leaning back against the room's rightmost wall with his arms crossed, sporting mostly black clothing with a white undershirt. And just who are, started Issei, promptly covering his mouth with his hands when Ria stared at him with a half-lidded, disapproving look and reminded, Issei-kun, we are currently standing before the leaders of the three factions, including two of the great Satans. Behave yourself. In a tone of finality. Hoo, it looks like the future Queen of Heaven is a feisty one, hummed Azazel, causing the pale-haired man, Archangel Michael, to stare at him with a smile that, despite not changing in the slightest, no longer seemed to reach his eyes. Behind him, Irina, garbed in her white, mint green and gold-trimmed church cloak, frowned deeply. Let's all calm down, said Surtsks, wearing a relaxed smile as he nodded at Rias and added, Rias, you and your peerage can join Sana and Tsubaki behind Sirafal and myself. As for this last seat, it was prepared especially for you, Vaughn. Please, would you join us? With his will of the Emperor having activated the moment he stepped into the room, Vaughn, sporting a calm expression, offered an affirming nod and answered, I will. Before exchanging a second nod with Rias, prompting her to softly affirm, we believe in you. Before directing everyone to join Sana and Tsubaki behind her brother and Sirafal. Joining the four exceptionally powerful individuals at the table, his seat positioned between Surtsks and Azazel and across from Michael, Vaughn offered what he hoped to be a friendly smile as he said, it's an honor to be here. I personally feel that it's a bit too early for me to sit among you, but I'll do my utmost to ensure we can reach a compromise that everyone agrees with. What a courageous young man, hummed Michael, though it was more accurate to say he had simply spoken. His voice just happened to have a song-like quality to it. Can we skip the pleasantries before our people outside get restless and begin tearing each other apart? Asked Azazel, retracting his wings and relaxing with his cheek resting on the knuckles of his right hand. His wine-red eyes focused on Vaughn as he asked, "Is it true that you can create just about anything you can think of?" Taking a seat, inadvertently causing Sertsk, Sirafal, and Michael to sit down, Vaughn responded with a slow nod, affirming, "It's true, but there are limits, well, more like prerequisites. My creation ability utilizes a currency called origin points, which are primarily earned from defeating enemies in my corridor of intertwined fates. With enough origin points abbreviated to OP, I could theoretically create anything." "Could you give us an example?" asked Azazel, appending, "Specifically, can you create, right this instant, a dagger infused with holy and demonic energy? Something like this." Staring down at the piece of paper that Azazel had slid toward him across the table's surface, depicting the design specifications for a ceremonial kriss with a wavy blade that was black on one side and white on the other, Vaughn tilted his head slightly and questioned, "Does it have a name?" "Is that a requirement?" asked Azazel, pointing out, "because there is a pretty big difference between being able to create a replica of an existing object and something that has never existed." "Everything exists at some point," retorted Vaughn, causing Azazel's eyes to narrow meaningfully. At the same time, Sis scanned the piece of paper through him, confirming the dagger depicted wasn't an object recorded in the Greater Key of Solomon's records. It was likely something Azazel had prepared especially for the summit, but that was only a minor impediment as he placed his right hand atop the paper and closed his eyes, allowing it to be scanned without being put in his inventory. With his eyes still closed, Vaughn shook his head and revealed, "I don't have enough OP to create this version of the dagger. I can produce a variety of weaker variants, though." Sweeping his right hand a few centimeters above the table's surface, Vaughn produced D, C, B, and A rank versions of the dagger, known as the Kriss of Duality. The version detailed in the blueprint was near the pinnacle of S rank, costing over 80 million OP, but even if he could have made it, he would have declined since even the A rank variant conferred a 200% damage increase against angels and devils, specifically when wielded by a fallen. "Now, isn't that something?" remarked Azazel, extending his left hand and drawing the A-rank kriss toward himself using what appeared to be telekinesis. However, as Vaughn hadn't given it to him, it was just a fancy-looking dagger, its power inaccessible and its internal structure obscured from his probing. Preempting Azazel's question, Vaughn explained, "Items I create can only be utilized by those they are given to prevent theft or having them used against the original owner. In video game terms, you can't equip it unless it's yours to equipment." "And I'm guessing you determine ownership?" asked Azazel, tentatively slicing the kriss along his left index finger to find that, despite appearing exceedingly sharp, it didn't leave so much as a shallow cut. "Initially," confirmed Vaughn, clarifying. "Once ownership of the item has been conferred, the right to transfer ownership is conferred along with it. So, if I gave you that dagger, only you could use it until you transferred its ownership to another person. I could overwrite or annul that property, but I believe it's best that powerful armaments, particularly weapons, are only usable by those they are intended." "Fair enough," conceded Azazel, flicking the dagger back to its original position as if it had never left. "Now that that's out of the way, there is still the matter of Kokabeel and the young man standing behind you," interposed Sertsk, sporting a relaxed smile as Azazel spread his hands, shook his head, and responded, "What do you want me to say? Kokabeel acted alone and was defeated by your beautiful queen there. As punishment, he's been locked away in the depths of Cocytus, where he'll spend the next 10,000 years frozen but fully conscious in a pillar of ice. If he's unable to reflect after that, do with him as you will. As for the matter of my heritage, I cut ties with my family after my father attempted to have me killed, fearful that my power would surpass his and that he would no longer be able to control me," revealed the silver-haired youth standing behind Azazel, now known as Vala Lucifer, better known as the White Dragon Emperor. "I'm sorry you had to endure such an ordeal," expressed Michael, giving the impression he was being sincere despite his expression, once again, remaining unchanged, almost like he was a statue. It is what it is, responded Volley, closing his eyes and falling silent as if to say he was finished with the conversation. More to the point, let's talk peace, said Azazel, leaning forward with his elbows on the table and his chin resting on the tips of his thumbs as he smiled and stated, that's the real reason we've gathered, right? To bring an end to the three-way deadlock, help solve each other's problems, and present a unified front against those who will inevitably try to replace our dearly departed Creator and reshape the world in their image. Indeed, affirmed Surtsks, offering a curt nod as he reasoned, the fact we've been able to protect the secret this long is a miracle in and of itself. But as faith in God dwindles and the influence of factions like Valhalla and MT Olympus grows alongside their infiltration of the cultural zeitgeist, it's only a matter of time before the extremists from each faction begin acting out. In the worst-case scenario, the era of gods and heroes could return, heralded by the destruction of our respective factions. Lucifer is correct, muttered Michael, exuding an aura of sadness as he looked to Azazel and expressed, and though there might be ideological differences between us, angels and fallen alike have always served and watched over humanity as its shepherds and stewards. We cannot sit idle or fight amongst ourselves as they are forced into a conflict they have no stake in outside their survival. Sitting back and crossing his arms, Azazel's expression hardened as he argued, listen, I'm all for peace, but that's the only thing I'm willing to agree to. Grigori won't join heaven and hell if our shared goal is to battle the other factions for supremacy. If we're to band together, it will be to present a united front in the pursuit of peace. That means cooperating with the other factions, exchanging information, and settling differences through friendly competition. Any other course will inevitably result in a series of escalating conflicts that either give rise to a new god or end in the deaths of everyone. With Azazel directing his final few words at him, Vaughn felt compelled to nod and state, though I don't have a lot of experience to base it on, I believe conflict is inevitable, that's why I agree with Azazel. If we can't avoid conflict entirely, dictating how it is fought is the next best thing. To that end, I think we should both popularize the rating games devised by the devils, qualifying all races and factions to participate. And to ensure participants can go all out without the fear of death or debilitating injury, I propose hosting the games in a virtual setting. Oh? Now that's interesting, remarked Azazel, sitting a bit straighter as his valuation of Vaughn increased. One of the compromises he intended to propose was to have Ajoka, the creator of the evil pieces, share how they were made so that angels and fallen could similarly recruit and promote other races. He also believed the rating game format was the solution to larger conflicts, so as Vaughn explained his plan and produced a VR headset for them to inspect, his eyes glistened with intrigue. Chapter 80, Castling. Just as his discussion with the leaders of the three factions seemed to be headed in a favorable direction, Vaughn felt a sense of incongruency that caused him to fall silent and look around. Microscopic purple particulates had suddenly permeated the air, shimmering and suspended in place like dust harvested from luminous amethysts. Far more pressingly, Issei, Kaiba, Zenobia, and Irina were completely encased in them, ostensibly paralyzed or petrified as they didn't move in the slightest. Who? It would appear that someone doesn't approve of our pursuit of peace. Though, if I'm being perfectly honest, I'm far more surprised by how few of us were affected by the little dumper's time stop. Hummed Azazel, sporting a carefree smile as he took stock of who had and hadn't been frozen. How embarrassing! Sighed Volley, closing his eyes and shaking his head at the fact that Issei, his supposed rival, had failed to resist the time stop despite being the vessel of a heavenly dragon. Just as surprised as Azazel, Surtsks, having taken stock of the situation within the room while Michael got up to gaze out the window, supposed, I presume it has something to do with our young friend here. Unless I'm mistaken, everyone who managed to resist the time stop effects, besides those with the natural ability to do so, is contracted to Vaughn. What's going on? Asked Vaughn, sporting a slight frown as he resisted the urge to get up and check on those who were frozen. Fortunately, he received an answer quickly as Rias, sporting a troubled frown, explained, This is the power of my bishop, Gaspar Vilady's sacred gear, forbidden Baylor view. He's the half-vampire I told you about when you first asked me who was behind the seal at the old school building. Someone must have removed said seal, and he is now being forced to use his power. Though I've never seen it used on this scale before. Whoever the enemy is, they're certainly very well prepared, remarked Michael, his expression now devoid of his previously immutable smile as he noted, they've hijacked our barrier, supplanted the gates we had in place, and are rapidly diminishing our troops and personnel by teleporting them elsewhere. Hijacking a barrier jointly created by the three great factions is no easy feat, remarked Surtsk, his expression and tone serious as he crossed his arms and cupped his chin thoughtfully. It's something that could only be achieved if the enemy was informed of the barrier's structure in advance. Appended Azazel, his smile gaining a hint of amusement as he reasoned, in other words, there's a traitor in our midst. Muhulu, these jerks need to learn how to read the room. Grumbled Sirafal, sporting a pouty but ultimately unconcerned expression as she joined Michael in staring out the window, periodically rippling as laser-like beams of red, yellow, and blue magical energy pounded the exceptionally robust barriers that had been erected to protect the meeting room, strong enough to resist a direct impact from a high-yield nuclear warhead. As for the jerks she was referencing, it was a rapidly expanding group of notably well-endowed, virtually identical female mages in purple, low-cut, hooded robes that obfuscated the upper half of their faces, adorned with a trio of golden eyes that were stacked from large to small. Surprising nearly everyone in the room, Vaughn asked, should I destroy the barrier? Or would it be better to override it? Understanding what Vaughn had planned, Grafia adopted a smile and took it upon herself to explain, one of the abilities Vaughn Sama has conferred to Asia Argento through her unique weapon and holy vestments is known as Sanctuary. It requires considerable demonic power to activate, but it produces a domain of light that overwrites existing barriers and precludes enemy teleportation. A girl once heralded as a saintess, now a devil producing a domain of light using demonic power. Muttered Michael, a faint smile returning to his face as he found what should have been a blasphemous revelation to be exceedingly novel. I would like to focus on rescuing my bishop, said Rias, pointing out, if the enemy's barrier and gate abruptly come down, they could retreat with him as their captive. I won't allow that. If you're worried about him falling into enemy hands, I can just eliminate him and the enemy together, remarked Volley, sporting an untroubled smile as Rias glared at him with extreme disapproval. Now, let's play nice, Volley. We are here in the pursuit of peace, after all, reminded Azazel, though, if he were being honest, the actual reason he didn't want Gaspar falling into enemy hands was because he wanted to see how far forbidden Baylor View could evolve in the hands of a half-human, half-vampire turned devil. My apologies, responded Volley, exhaling a faint snort as he turned his head to avoid Rias's glare and casually contended, I'm just feeling a bit restless due to the situation. Well, far be it from me to prevent you from heading out to have a bit of fun, hummed Azazel, rising to his feet and rolling his neck and right arm as he added, in fact, I may just. Hey? What the hell just happened? Asked Issei, drawing the gazes of everyone present as he abruptly regained his mobility. It's about time you snapped out of it, Red. Remarked Volley, snorting with much greater contempt as Issei looked at him in confusion. Long story short, the enemy abducted one of your fellow devils and is using their power to manipulate time, chimed Azazel, pulling out a pair of armlets with spherical gems on them as he added, it's good that you've awoken. Even if you can't compare to our silver-haired friend here, you're still the Red Dragon Emperor. Put one of these bad boys on your left arm, and you should be able to draw out the full power of your sacred gear for a brief period. Beginning to feel anxious, Rias interposed herself into the conversation, her words directed at her brother as she revealed, I still have an unused rook in my room back at the old school building. That's where Gaspar is being held. Please allow me to rescue him. Castling would allow you to circumvent the teleportation restrictions. Confirmed Surtsk, looking to Vaughn as he remarked, but I would like to hear from our young friend here. What are you thinking right now, Vaughn? As Vaughn had been silent for quite a while, his gaze focused on something only he could see. Surtsk was far from the only one curious to hear from him. After all, who better to produce a miracle than God's proxy? Not that they required one. Nodding in acknowledgement, Vaughn asserted, "I will go to the old school building with Rias. There, I should be able to use contract summoning to call as many people as we require to recover Rias's bishop. Once we have him in custody, we can attack the enemy from behind as those here draw their attention." Raising his right brow, Surtsk asked, "Are you certain you can perform contract summoning under these conditions?" "Absolutely," affirmed Vaughn, his expression and tone firm, full of conviction as he nodded without so much as an iota of uncertainty in his shimmering aquamarine eyes. "Well, I'm convinced," said Azazel, spreading his glossy black wings and smiling as he remarked, "and heralding our alliance by jointly repelling an enemy attack is pretty fitting, wouldn't you two agree?" "Indeed," hummed Michael, offering a curt nod. "I personally would have preferred a less exciting resolution," appended Surtsk, but the smile on his face made it clear the situation didn't bother him in the slightest. There had been more than 1,000 attempts at his life since he was bestowed the title of Lucifer, so this was essentially a biannual event from his perspective, as mundane as a routine checkup from his physician. Though he normally wouldn't be able to accompany Rias through her use of castling, Vaughn was able to trick the evil pieces into believing he was an extension of her by emulating her demonic power. Afterward, using power borrowed by Surtsk, who offhandedly remarked that red hair suited him, he and Rias transferred to the conspicuously empty club room. Mirroring Vaughn's confusion, Rias remarked, "Strange. They went through the trouble of apprehending Gasper, but they didn't bother to secure the building? How negligent! It is strange," thought Vaughn, having steeled himself to enter combat the moment the transfer was completed. The lack of enemies confused him, but since they had already formulated a strategy, he closed his eyes and extended his right hand, incanting, "Hime Jima Akeno, Tajau Koniko, Asia Argento, and Graphia Lucifuge. Come forth." Following a sensation similar to blood being siphoned from his fingertips, leaving him feeling a bit unsteady on his feet, Vaughn summoned forth the aforementioned devils without incident. It took considerably more out of him than usual, but he could feel his vitality returning to him as a warmth that permeated his body, originating from his chest. Standing at the front of the summoned group with a faint smile and her hands folded atop her lap, Graphia was tempted to greet Vaughn playfully but instead turned her attention to their surroundings, her brows rising as she reiterated, "How peculiar!" before spreading her senses through the building. "Do you sense anything?" asked Rias, trusting Graphia's perception and experience more than her own. Nodding, Graphia raised her hands, palms facing upward, and created a holographic projection of the building's current state, complete with the location of barriers, red dots to indicate enemies, and green to represent allies. From that, they could see that the enemy had separated into 3 notable groups, 5 enemies and 1 ally in the basement, 8 scouring Vaughn's room, and 4 searching Rias's. "Era. Someone's popular hummed Akeno, finding it amusing that there were more people gathered in Vaughn's room than keeping an eye on their hostage. "Is there anything in your room you're concerned with having stolen?" asked Rias, directing the question to Vaughn. The prospect of the enemy discovering her recently assembled collection of hentai and doujinshi made her stomach feel a little fluttery, but since she knew better than to leave magical items and sensitive documents lying around, she was more annoyed than concerned by the enemy's invasion of her privacy. Shaking his head, Vaughn smiled and contended, "Other than you all, I keep everything important to me in my inventory. There are some outfits and a few minor items created using my power they could swipe, but they won't be able to glean anything from them." "Oh, you," responded Rias, crossing her arms and giving Vaughn a sidelong, upturned look before turning to Graphia and adding, "Just to be safe, we'll leave you to deal with the robbers. If we encounter an opponent we can't deal with ourselves, Vaughn can always summon you to assist us." "Does Ga Shujin-sama agree with this course of action?" asked Graphia, causing Rias to frown slightly as the silver-haired maid looked past her to await Vaughn's decision. Nodding, Vaughn appended, "If possible, try to capture the enemies alive so we can learn what they were after. And once we rescue Rias's bishop and the enemy gate comes down, reinforce the barrier protecting this building. I know it can be rebuilt, but it's an important repository for the memories everyone has made these past few months." "Understood," responded Graphia, offering a steep, courteous bow. Then, as she already had ample time to spread her demonic power through the building, she promptly teleported to Vaughn's room, jump-scaring the witch who happened to be going through his drawers before stabbing her hand into the startled woman's chest. "Who the hell is that?" Vaughn wondered, using his domain to mask his and everyone else's auras as they made their way down the hall leading to the basement. Streaks and flashes of gold, red, and orange light flicked in the sky outside, and as he focused on them, the form of Azazel could be seen engaging a fairly beautiful dark-skinned brunette with red-rimmed glasses and a very aristocratic appearance. However, it wasn't her that Vaughn was focused on. Rather, it was the energy exuding from her body, reminiscent of dragons but far more potent as it amplified the woman's power enough to go toe-to-toe with one of the most powerful individuals in creation. Chapter 81, Crashing. Crash. What? How did they manage to slip past our barrier? Exclaimed one of the 5 witches guarding what appeared to be a young girl with pointy ears, bobbed, platinum blonde hair, and pink-violet eyes that currently had bright yellow, hexagonal-shaped pupils with lines flowing away from each corner. Their slim and petite body was garbed in a Kua Academy girl's uniform, and they were currently suspended in the air, crucified to a complex, distinctly coffin-shaped magic circle that produced chains of orange light that kept their wrists and ankles bound. "Bibaku. I'm so sorry." These people came out of nowhere, and exclaimed the girlish-looking boy, their voice raspy and high-pitched but more boyish than feminine. Shut your mouth," exclaimed the witch closest to the bound boy, drawing a wavy short sword as if she were preparing to slit his throat or hold it to his neck. Instead, she was sent crashing through the wall as Konako, moving like a white blur in her Nico Shao form, tackled her with the force of a truck dispatching a hero to another world. "Miranda," shouted a separate witch, but she had her own problems to deal with as, after crashing through the door, Vaughn flung his legendary spear through one of her companions before shoulder-tackling another of her cover, crashing through her magical barrier as if it were a thin pane of candy glass. At the same time, Rias, flanked by Asia and a smiling Akeno, directed a menacing finger gun her way, tipped with a luminous sphere of crackling crimson power of destruction. Turning to face the last unoccupied witch in the group, Vaughn's expression exuded intensity and coldness as he extended his right hand, summoning his legendary spear. The pressure exuded by his domain at that moment was far more than the average human could endure, so instead of holding her ground or attempting to fight back, the witch dropped her knees and raised her hands, exclaiming, "I yield. Please, have mercy." Though he exhaled a contemptuous snort, Vaughn resisted the impulse to separate the woman's head from her shoulders and instead shouldered his spear, keeping his senses trained on the witch but looking to Rias as he asserted, "You're in control." "Thank you, Vaughn," responded Rias, adopting a smile and nodding as she instructed the witch she had at finger point, "You will release my precious family member and consign yourself to be detained. Resist, and not even your soul will escape my power of destruction." "Bucku," muttered the crucified boy, tearing up and sniffling as he said, "It would be better if you just kill me. I'm tired of these eyes, I'm tired of being alone all the time." Exhaling faint from her nose, Rias retorted, "The next time you say such a foolish thing, I will spank your bottom until you find yourself unable to sit comfortably. You're my precious servant and family member, Gasper. And remember what we agreed to when you first reincarnated as a devil? You would live for me, and I would do everything within my power to create a place where you can smile and face people without fear. But it's just not possible," sobbed the boy, Gasper Vilady, tears streaming from his eyes as he hung his head and muttered, "All I do is hurt everyone around me, there is no happiness for someone like me." Hearing Gasper's self-debasement, Vaughn couldn't help frowning as he pointed out, "You have people who care about you and want you to be happy. If you can't find happiness yourself, there's nothing wrong with depending on others." "Who are you?" asked Gasper, having heard a fair amount about Vaughn, but this was their first time meeting. Causing Rias and Konako to blush, Akeno to cup her cheek and exhale an ara, and Asia to smile radiantly, Vaughn smiled and responded, "I'm the lucky fellow who's going to marry all the girls currently in the orc, and if you're willing, I will happily be your friend." "Die!" exclaimed the kneeling witch, flinging a vial of crystal clear liquid at Vaughn. Instead of soaking him, however, it was dispersed harmlessly by his domain as he extended his left hand and made a gesture as if he were pressing down on something. As a result, the slack-jawed witch found her body pressed to the ground, a visible outline of a large hand taking shape in the concrete flooring before the thin orange barrier protecting her body flickered out of existence like a broken light bulb. "Stay down," said Vaughn, easing up on the witch before her body could become a gory pancake. He preferred to avoid killing if possible, but he did not fear it. If she forced his hand a second time, he would flatten her like a bug. "Hey, you, what are you waiting for?" asked Rias, directing the question to the final witch as she reminded, "I believe I told you to free my precious family member, did I not?" Yes, ma'am." "Right away, ma'am," responded the witch, hurriedly approaching Gasper under the watchful eye of Konako. She, like the other members of her coven, had resolved herself to perish and even have their souls destroyed for opposing the leaders of the three great factions, but there was a massive difference between believing you were prepared and standing firm in the face of overwhelming force and violence. With the magic circle keeping him bound disappearing, Gasper nearly fell to the ground. Instead, he was promptly supported by Konako, sporting a faint smile as she asserted, "Everything's going to be okay, Gaspy, things aren't the same now as they were when you were sealed." "Konako-chan." Confused by Konako's words and ability to smile, Gasper tilted his head to the side, his luminous hexagonal pupils receding to circles and losing their glow. "I'm glad to see you have recovered your bishop without incident," came the voice of Graphia, her words causing Rias and Akeno to tense and Asia to nearly leap out of her risque black and gold vestments as none of them had noticed her appearing behind them. Modeling a playful smile, Graphia calmly reminded, "But let's not forget about the circumstances outside. Surtsk-sama and the other leaders are more than capable of resolving things with their own power, but they won't be here to protect you at all times." Understanding what Graphia was getting at, Rias closed her eyes and exhaled from her nose before opening them, adopting a calm, serious demeanor and stating, "The orc will secure this building and provide backup to the leaders of the three factions. Akeno, I will leave you to apprehend these women and treat those with serious injuries. Konako, you will escort Gasper to his room and keep him safe until the situation has been resolved. Gasper, be a good boy and go along with her, okay?" "Oh, okay," responded Gasper, looking like he wanted to help resolve the situation but lacking the courage to speak out. As a result, he ended up being shepherded away by Konako, comfortingly patting his back. "What about me?" asked Asia, directing the question to Rias as she pointed to herself with his right index finger. "You'll be coming with me and Vaughn to deal with the enemy barrier and gate, obviously," responded Rias, borrowing a page from Vaughn's book as she extended her hand to caress Asia's head. The latter would have much preferred Vaughn to do the caressing, but that didn't stop her from adopting a bright smile and issuing a happy, affirming NN. "Is that really the best course of action?" Vaughn asked himself and Sis, outwardly sporting a smile but inwardly having doubts. Dealing with the enemy mages and witches wouldn't be that challenging, as the majority were clones formed from magic, but if they drew the attention of a being on par with one of the three faction leaders, he wasn't confident he could keep even himself safe, much less those he cared about. "If Sirafal isn't otherwise occupied, it should be fine if you summon her. Together, she and Graphia should be able to erect a barrier on par with the one protecting the meeting room," stated Sis. "Right," responded Vaughn, nodding in response to both Sis's words and Rias asking, "Is that all right with you, Vaughn?" with a fearless, somewhat obvious smile. "Of course," affirmed Vaughn, discarding his worries and forcibly replacing them with resolve. He knew he still had a long way to go before he could stand on the same level as beings like Sertsk's, Michael, and Azazel, but he knew from experience that life seldom waited for you to be adequately prepared before forcing trials upon you. The most important thing at such times was having the strength, the courage to face said trials head-on, as the moment you accepted that a situation was impossible to overcome, you made it so. "I feel like we missed some major developments," remarked Vaughn, his mouth slightly ajar as he stood next to Rias with Asia and Graphia behind them, staring up at the sky as streaks of crimson and azure blue clashed at imperceptible speeds, producing shockwaves that reached them from hundreds of meters away. "It would appear we were correct to be suspicious of Vala Lucifer," stated Graphia, her silvery eyes glistening as she tracked the streaks of light with little issue, revealing, "He and Issei Sama are currently engaged with one another in their respective balance breakers." "Then what are we waiting for? We need to help him," proclaimed Rias, spreading her wings and preparing to take to the sky before Graphia, like a heavy anchor, moved to stop her, catching her by her ankle as she stated, "At your current level, you would be reduced to ashes the moment you got close to them. Do not lose your cool. You must be exaggerating, surely," asserted Rias, a tiny bead of sweat forming on her right cheek as Graphia stared at with a cold, no-nonsense expression, compelling her to return to the ground. "He's going to lose," muttered Vaughn, drawing the attention of the three girls and prompting Rias to ask, "Issei is," before returning her gaze to the sky and adopting a disapproving glower as she asked, "What are my brother and the others doing? Did Azazel betray us as well? Sertsk Sama, Lord Michael, and Lady Sirafal are likely conserving their energy, just in case an even greater adversary appears," reasoned Graphia, contending, that devil who was fighting Azazel previously was Kateria Leviathan, one of the leaders of the old Satan faction. It would be exceedingly foolish of her to believe she could take on the leaders of the three great factions with mere numbers, so we should assume there is an even greater scheme afoot. Boom! As if punctuating Graphia's words, a large, staticky explosion of crimson and bluish-white energy erupted in the sky, causing the barrier to crack as a crimson streak emerged from its center, crashing into the ground like a projectile fired from a railgun. The impact occurred nowhere at least 500 meters from their position, but the shockwave and reverberation it sent through the ground were enough to uproot several trees and nearly knock Asia off her feet before Vaughn moved to support her. As for the wall of dust and debris that came surging toward them, Graphia dealt with it by simply extending her left hand to produce a transparent, bluish-white wall that functioned similarly to a seawall, stopping the wave of destruction in its tracks. Ostensibly drawn to the barrier, Vali, wearing his winged, predominantly white, full plate, appeared in front of Vaughn's group in the blink of an eye, his 8-segmented blue wings glistening behind him as he asked, "How about it, God's proxy? Would you like to be my next dance partner?" "Why are you doing this?" asked Vaughn, his eyes exuding a faint golden light that was invisible to everyone present as he sported a slight glower and exuded an intensifying aura that caused the space encompassed by his domain to tremble. Shaking his head, Vali responded, "No reason. Rather, I am fighting to prevent my power from stagnating without purpose. I harbor no grudge against you nor anyone else here. I simply wish to battle the strong and become even stronger." "Then come," responded Vaughn, surprising everyone present by extending his right fist as if he were inviting Vala to reciprocate the gesture. "Vaughn? What are you thinking?" exclaimed Rias. "I'll fight too," exclaimed Asia, readying her staff despite struggling just to remain standing in the presence of Vala's overwhelming draconic aura. "What are you thinking?" asked Vala, crossing his arms as he asked, "Do you seek to seal me away in that corridor of yours?" "I will fight you until you are satisfied," responded Vaughn, his expression firm and aura intensifying as he added, "but I refuse to do so in a setting where others can be implicated. If you truly harbor no grudges against us, you will accept my challenge and face me alone." Interesting. Hummed Volley, his form disappearing in a flash of cerulean light before he was suddenly bumping fists with Vaughn, his tone giving the impression he was smiling behind his faceplate and visor as he said, "Let's see what God's proxy can do." Chapter 82, Obstinance. So this is the corridor I've heard so much about. It really is like another world, remarked Volley, staring up at the shifting, ever-present lights of the frozen abyss's sky. "Before we begin, there's something I would like to ask you," said Vaughn, prompting Vala to turn and face him, a brief pause lingering between them before he asked, "What would you like to know?" "If the only reason you're doing all of this is to become stronger and give meaning to your strength, there's no reason to oppose the peace between the three factions," argued Vaughn, pointing out, "because if the system we were discussing during the summit is implemented, you would have plenty of opportunities to wield and improve your strength. In my defense, the attack on the summit was planned before I knew that was the direction the dialogue was headed," responded Volley, shrugging as he added, "More to the point, while competition is an excellent way for me and others to grow, regulations and restrictions inhibit growth. Real power is obtained from fighting for one's life and beliefs." "You're wrong," contended Vaughn, shaking his head and adopting a serious expression as he asserted, "real power is obtained to protect the people and things we cherish. Power acquired for oneself might give a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment when it's first obtained, but if you ever reach the point where nothing can oppose you, it will feel just as empty as the emotions that compelled you to seek it. I'll worry about that once I'm without equal," retorted Volley, raising his right hand to be level with Vaughn's face, bluish-white energy gathering in his palm as he added, "Now, I believe you promised, what was it, to fight me until I was satisfied." "All right, then," responded Vaughn, offering a curt nod and modeling a look of conviction as he appended, "Let's do this." Interpreting Vaughn's words as the signal to kick things off, Volley unleashed the energy in his hand as a laser, obliterating the former's head and upper body before producing a colossal explosion several hundred meters in the distance. "So was it a trap after all?" asked Vala calmly, watching Vaughn's headless body collapse to its knees and fall backward before dissolving into motes of gold, rainbow-hued light. "I'm uncertain. He did not give the impression that he was deceiving us," responded Albion, his voice emanating from the blue orbs adorning Vala's armor. Whoosh! Interrupting the duo's exchange, a streak of white and gold impacted the armor plating between Vala's wings, rebounding off it without budging him. Looking back, he discovered Vaughn breathing heavily but sporting a look of conviction near the entrance of what he had called the starting zone. "Ah, so that's how it is," hummed Volley, disregarding the legendary spear in favor of a spear of light that he promptly sent through Vaughn's chest and into the starting zone's interior, producing a large explosion that erupted from the ruin's entrance rather than destroying it as he intended. Emerging from the dissipating explosion, Vaughn, having respawned anew, leaped through the air with his legendary spear inverted. In response, Vala made a finger gun with his right hand, shooting a thin laser directly through his forehead, causing him to go limp mid-flight and crash into the ground as the white-armored dragon stepped aside. "Then, how about this?" asked Volley, extending his left hand to produce a small but highly concentrated blast that completely obliterated Vaughn's body. There was a possibility that killing Vaughn would trap him within the corridor permanently, but if their leader's suspicions regarding the nature of his existence were correct, it wasn't too likely. As Vaughn charged at him a fourth time, marginally faster than he had been the previous 3 attempts, Vala materialized a sword of light, deflecting the former's spear attacks with very little effort as he asked, "Is this your plan? You intend to bore me into submission?" "Not exactly," responded Vaughn, flourishing his spear and attempting to sweep Vala's legs but hurting his hands instead, the reverberation causing him to drop his weapon. Immediately after, he found himself being blown back by the wind pressure of Vala's imperceptibly swift movements as the latter casually sliced off his arms and legs and sent him reeling across the frigid, icy terrain. "So, you don't respawn unless you're killed? That's going to make this a very painful experience for you," remarked Volley, appearing near Vaughn's head after he came to a stop, panting heavily but not bleeding out due to the former's attacks cauterizing his wounds. Catching Volley a little off guard, Vaughn exhaled a pained chuckle, adopting a bloody smile, and retorted, "This is nothing, you could say, pain is an old friend of mine." Exhaling from his nose, Vala conceded, "All right, you win. I see where this is going, and I have a prior engagement. My allies and I are scheduled to battle with the northern gods, and it's clear the only reason you brought me here to stall for time." "You're wrong," responded Vaughn, shaking his head, his limbs slowly but noticeably regrowing as he firmed his expression and asserted, "I brought you here to defeat you." "And how do you plan to accomplish that?" asked Volley, materializing a spear of light above Vaughn's chest and stabbing it into the ground through his stomach. "You'll see, soon enough," responded Vaughn, grabbing the spear of light with both hands, causing Vala's eyes to widen behind his visor as the light appeared to crack despite not being a solid object. "Volley, check your condition. Something abnormal is occurring," advised Albion, prompting Vala to give himself a quick once-over, during which he discovered a layer of frost spreading across his body, including his wings, formed from pure energy. "I see," muttered Volley, increasing the temperature of his spear of light to burn Vaughn from the inside as he remarked, "This region must have special properties that weaken your enemies over time. And since you can revive repeatedly, your goal is to continuously weaken me until the playing field has equalized and you can turn things around." As he couldn't speak with a spear of light scorching his insides and causing his diaphragm to seize, Vaughn's response to Vala was an intense, blood-stained grin that, as a result of him clenching his jaw, looked more like he was baring his teeth. "Humph! I admire your resolve," asserted Volley, causing a small explosion to reverberate within Vaughn's stomach, sending him into trauma-induced shock as he reminded, "But I'm the great-grandson of the original Lucifer and the successor of the Vanishing Dragon's power. Even if this place has the power to weaken me, I will eventually adapt and grow more powerful to overcome it." With Vaughn succumbing to his injuries and disappearing, Vala turned his gaze to the starting zone, expecting the former to come running out a fifth time. Instead, Vaughn came flying at him from a completely different direction, descending upon him like a kamikaze pilot attempting to take out a battleship. Waving his left hand, Vala, using pure air pressure, ripped the flesh from Vaughn's bones, averting his sneak attack before he could reach him. Even at his fastest, Vaughn could only move a few tens of meters per second, so Vala, with his faster-than-light reaction speed and equally fast movement speed, just had to move to overwhelm him completely. Undeterred, Vaughn emerged from the starting zone, charging forward with a two-handed winged shield. Alongside his outfit, it was supposed to give him 100% resistance against the element of light, but he quickly learned this only hindered its burning and purification properties. It did nothing to mitigate the force of the attack itself, causing him to be pulped by his own shield as Vala sent a beam crashing into it. "This is starting to become annoying," thought Vala, fully covered in a layer of frost after approximately 10 minutes of battling Vaughn. From the latter's point of view, he had no discernible issues moving, but from Vala's perspective, it was like he was being inhibited by solid ice. His speed and reaction time were reduced to less than 1% of their usual values. However, as 1% of the speed of light was still 3,000,000 m/s, with a reaction speed of approximately 0.3 microseconds, his reduced speed was still roughly 100,000 times Vaughn's maximum. Just as Vala was preparing to put the charging Vaughn down for the 47th time, they both stopped, their gazes drawn to the sky as a ripple spread across it, replacing the beautiful light with an expanse of darkness populated by a large, yellow-white moon that gradually tinted red. "What now?" asked Vala, directing the question at Vaughn but staring in the distance, where a massive eruption, stemming from the ground, produced a plume of ice and snow hundreds of meters tall. "Now you become prey," responded Vaughn, stressing the word as he fell to his hands and knees, mentally and physically exhausted from enduring Vala's onslaught. "Prey," repeated Vala, snorting and smiling beneath his faceplate as he sent a blast of condensed light and demonic energy at the distant plume of ice and debris, producing a sizable explosion as it impacted the giant silhouette forming within. The blast spread a bluish-white plume through the entity's chest, but instead of causing it to disperse, the ice and snow condensed around it, snuffing it out like a candle swallowed by a blizzard before a colossal wolf took shape. "That's a big dog," hummed Volley, taking to the sky in the blink of an eye and bombarding the colossal figure with several building-sized spears of light, impacting its head, back, and shoulders. Said spears were supposed to explode after impaling the wolf, but they were absorbed into its body as Vaughn observed from afar, noting that the massive canine had a similar appearance to the wolf from his dream, only much smaller and formed of ice and snow instead of flesh and fur. Seeing no reason to hold back, Vala moved like a streak of light, cutting off the colossal wolf's head using a long, thin sword of bluish-white light. Several additional attacks separated the giant wolf into countless chunks, many of which reconstituted while others formed smaller versions of the wolf that launched themselves through the air and gradually got faster as they pursued him. Fortunately, while each wolf was only AC to A in rank, their numbers were functionally endless. Vala could annihilate hundreds by simply sweeping his hand as they attempted to overwhelm him, but there were limits to his demonic power and stamina. Sooner or later, he would get fatigued, leaving him with only two choices: flee or succumb. Around 9 hours after he had retreated from the frozen abyss, Vaughn was relaxing in the glowing hot springs when Sis informed him that Vala had either retreated to or respawned at a checkpoint. Considering Vala's power, the former was more likely, but after wrapping a towel around his waist, Vaughn summoned the silver-haired, frost-covered half-devil to the checkpoint, bereft of his winged armor. Looking around and taking stock of his surroundings, an annoyed frown marred Vala's face as he remarked, "I was wondering where you had disappeared. Have you been here the entire time I was fighting off those wolves?" "Not the entire time," responded Vaughn, producing a floating platform and placing a cup of hot chocolate atop it before pushing it toward Vala as he advised, "Drink that. It will help to alleviate the effects of the curse that's causing you to be covered in frost." "Did you bring me here to teach me some kind of lesson?" asked Vala, extending his right hand and drawing the cup toward him using a form of telekinesis. A quick skin confirmed it wasn't poisoned, so after a moment of deliberation, it downed it in several large gulps, causing a pleasant heat to suffuse his chest, relieving the chill that seemed to have penetrated as deep as his marrow. Closing his eyes and sinking into the hot spring, Vaughn casually responded, "I brought you here for the exact reasons I said I did, to fight until you are satisfied. As long as it's here, you can cut loose as much as you want. And if you manage to delve deeper, monsters and opponents far stronger than that wolf await. So just let me know when you're completely satisfied, and then we can return." Boom! Feeling annoyed, Vala destroyed the nearby ryokan, forcing Vaughn to open his eyes and meet his gaze as he ordered, "Let me out of here." In a low, menacing tone. Unfortunately, this only cemented Vaughn's resolve further, his expression and tone flat as he responded with a curt and defiant "No, I don't think I will." Chapter 83, Compromise. "You can't keep me here forever," asserted Vala, crossing his arms as he warned, "and if you don't let me out soon, you'll regret it immensely once I escape." "Why would you want to?" asked Vaughn, sporting a half-lidded glower as he pointed out, "You said your goal was to become stronger." "Well, you can become infinitely powerful here. The only reason you would want to leave is because strength isn't your goal." "And what's your goal?" asked Vala, arguing, "You're not even from this world, so what gives you the right to influence it, much less become its god? Your mere existence invites conflict." "You're wrong," responded Vaughn, his frown deepening as he reasoned, "people provoke conflicts because they choose to or because they have convinced themselves their actions are justified. My existence alone isn't a threat to anyone, but because of what I can do, those who seek power and control feel threatened. Because they understand, deep down, they don't deserve their position. So anything that empowers others to oppose their tyranny is labeled a threat by default. Do you honestly believe you're opposing tyranny? Asked Vala, snorting in contempt before contending. So long as there are inequities in the world, and there will always be inequities, those at the top will always be viewed as oppressors and tyrants by those who desire more than the lot imposed on them. Even if you eliminated and replaced everyone in the world with a clone of the same individual, they would eventually separate into factions and oppose one another despite having the exact same starting point and memories. People crave individuality, power, and comfort, and since there will always be roles that people covet and essential but degrading jobs no one wants to be consigned to, delegation becomes necessary, sowing the seeds of inequity anew. What's your point? Asked Vaughn. My point, emphasized Vala, frowning as he explained, is that joining hands with the three factions just ensures they remain at the top while others stay at the bottom. I won't deny you could do a lot of good, but is that objectively the best thing for the world? Since the start of the three-way deadlock, humanity has exploded from what was already considered a problematic population of 350 million to an excess of 7 billion. That's a 20 times increase, and unless there is a sudden and drastic decline in the rate of births, the majority are fated to perish or become fodder for the gods. And, I assume you have a solution, asked Vaughn, sporting a half-lidded, unconvinced expression as he felt Vala was simultaneously oversimplifying and conflating things out of proportion to justify his actions. There are no solutions, only stopgap measures, stated Vala, shaking his head before meeting Vaughn's gaze with resolution in his golden eyes, asserting, but restricting those at the top to protect those at the bottom only exacerbates things. God came into existence to bring balance to the chaos of the primordial world, but chaos is the natural state of things. His many failures and eventual death are the greatest evidence of this. Every effort he made to fix things only made him appear increasingly oppressive and tyrannical to those who didn't receive his grace. If people hadn't lost their faith, it wouldn't have mattered if he was simultaneously pitted against every devil and fallen in creation. They were his creations, and as long as the majority believed it to be true, his power was omnipotent. So, because God failed to create a perfect world, specifically by allowing people to decide for themselves what they believed in, you feel entitled to act out and break things? Asked Vaughn, exhaling a snort of his own as he pointed out, and the greatest irony of all? You speak of power and giving it purpose through its use, but the power you're wielding isn't even yours. It's Albion's, vested to you by a sacred gear created by the very God you speak of as a failure. What does that make you, I wonder? Another of his many mistakes, I suppose, retorted Vala, extending his right hand and compressing demonic power into a sphere of bluish-white energy. Then let me make myself clear, said Vaughn, steadfast even as the wind pressure produced by Vala's demonic energy caused the water in the hot spring to recede and disintegrate. Causing Vala's eyes to narrow, Vaughn asserted, unless you convince me you're not a completely insensible fool and that there's an actual purpose behind your actions, neither of us is leaving this place. Because I would rather die a billion times as you rampage like a child than allow you to kill a billion innocent people. You're a profoundly annoying person, remarked Vala, causing the back of his right hand to pule blue as Albion suggested. Perhaps we should all take a step back, take a break, and approach this matter with a renewed mindset. At this rate, the two of you will reach an impasse that adversely affects your respective camps and allies, not just yourselves. Snorting, Vala closed his hand and retorted, that's curious to hear from one of the heavenly dragons, but you have a point, my allies can't afford to have me trapped here. You don't see the irony in having allies and people you care about while simultaneously disregarding those relationships between others, asked Vaughn, preempting Vala's suggestion for a compromise. Closing his eyes, Vala responded, look, it's obvious the two of us aren't going to see eye to eye on most things. Let's just form a magical contract and be done with this. Contrary to what you might believe, I don't have a habit of bullying the weak. So, until the Red Dragon Emperor has reached his full potential and the two of us have settled which of us is superior, my people and I won't attack anyone affiliated with the orc. Deal? So you expect me to turn a blind eye to all the other people you'll attack in the meantime? Asked Vaughn, frowning. Think about what you're saying, retorted Volley, contending, even if you keep me here, there are people far worse than me doing as they please, completely outside your purview. Removing yourself from the equation to restrain a single person doesn't solve anything. If anything, you're making the situation even more chaotic because people from both our camps will be investing time and resources into trying to enter this place and recover us. That includes your fiancés, who, at this very moment, are presumably beside themselves with worry. Exhaling from his nose, Vaughn was tempted to keep arguing with Volley on principle, but the thought of everyone stressing over his disappearance caused his head to cool down. He also knew Volley was correct about there being far worse people in the world than him, people whose existence he turned a blind eye to in favor of living and enjoying life with those he had grown to care for. That was what really mattered to him, so after several seconds of deliberation, he closed his eyes and responded, "Fix what you destroyed, and then we'll talk." "This kid!" groaned Volley, closing his eyes and running his hand down his face in exasperation. He got the impression Vaughn was being deliberately obtuse, but since his allies needed him to lead them into battle, he gave up trying to reason with the larval god and spent a few minutes using his devil magic to return to the Ryokan to its original condition. Emerging from the corridor, Vaughn was surprised to find Surtsk, Sirafal, Michael and Azazel gathered around a complex magic circle, forming a yin-yang symbol on the ground and a dome-shaped barrier, enclosing him and Volley. Their respective forces were also present, but they were more of an accessory with two Satans, an Archangel and the Governor-General of the Fallen forming a united front. "Welcome back," said Surtsk, sporting a faint smile and offering Vaughn a slight nod before shifting his gaze to Volley, stating, "Vala Lucifer. Surrender without further incident, and I can guarantee that you will not be harmed." "Sorry, but even if you were the actual Lucifer, I don't think you have the means to stop me from leaving," responded Volley, adopting a challenging smile despite the fact he had returned to his base form. At the same time, causing Surtsk, Sirafal, Michael and Azazel to become serious, a little girl with hip-length black hair, elf-like ears, deep purple eyes, and a very inappropriate outfit reminiscent of a black, purple and pink gothic Lolita outfit but lacking a skirt and fabric over the chest. As a result, her modest breasts were on full display, with only her nipples covered in black, cross-shaped pasties. As for her bottoms, she wore frilly white pumpkin panties with purple-pink ribbons. How did she get this clothes without me noticing her? Vaughn wondered to himself, staring down at the little girl with a look of confusion. As far as he could tell, she had come into existence within the barrier, and though she looked like a little girl, attempting to sense her power felt like plunging his senses into a deep, seemingly bottomless abyss. Turning her head and meeting Vaughn's gaze out of the corner of her right eye, the mysterious girl adopted a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, her words intended for the surrounding leaders as she expressed, "I still have a use for Lucifer's descendant, so I'll be taking him with me." "Well, this is a rare sight," remarked Azazel, his usually confident smile slightly cramped and a bead of sweat forming on the left side of his face as he noted, "I had heard you were in charge of the newly formed Cows Brigade, but to think the Ouroboros dragon, Ophis, would appear to lend a hand to a subordinate, and what's with that appearance? Did you gain access to some shady websites?" "Is there something wrong with my current appearance?" asked Ophis, cupping her nearly non-existent breasts and jiggling them as she revealed, "It's the form of a girl I discovered on the verge of death in an alleyway." She had run away from her home after being severely abused by her father and uncle, but even though her body and mind had been scarred beyond repair, her heart and soul were as pure and unblemished as fresh snow. You can imagine my surprise when I offered her a chance at vengeance, and she countered my proposal by asking if I could instead use my power to prevent others from suffering a similar fate. "She sounds like quite the young lady," remarked Azazel, his smile gone, replaced by a serious, solemn expression. "She was," confirmed Ophis, her smile broadening as she looked up at Volley and asked, "Are you done playing?" "For the time being, responded Vali, prompting Ophis to shift her gaze to Vaughn. So this is the infinite dragon god, the primordial dragon that surpasses all of creation. Mused Vaughn, his throat tightening but his thoughts calm, even without the chilling effects of his will of the Emperor. Ophis's dragon aura was incomprehensibly powerful, but there was no intent behind it. At the very least, she didn't seem to harbor any animosity toward him as she stared up at him, completely silent, for several seconds. Surprising everyone present, none more so than Vaughn himself, Ophis's smile appeared to gain a hint of sincerity and playfulness as she pointed to him and said, "Call me Ain, big sister." "Aren't you more of an Imudo?" asked Vaughn, tilting his head slightly as Ophis, at least in her current form, was only 137 centimeters tall and had the build of an elementary or middle schooler. Her true age purportedly preceded time itself, but it would feel weird referring to such a young-looking girl as his older sister. "No," responded Ophis, giving the impression she was serious despite no notable changes in her expression as she stated, "You're the Otauto. And if anyone bullies you, it will fall upon me to punish them. Wouldn't you feel embarrassed if your Imudo had to fight your battles for you?" "I guess so," conceded Vaughn, crossing his arms and frowning. He was honestly a little taken aback by Ophis's abrupt attempt to establish a sibling relationship with him, but since it was better than having her as an enemy, he forced a smile and said, "Take care of yourself, Ain-san, and if possible, please don't cause too much trouble. If it's for my cute Otauto, I will consider it," hummed Ophis, making a gesture as if she was shooting Vaughn in the face before both she and Vala disappeared, vanishing into motes of dark and bright purple light. At the same time, the barrier encompassing him shattered like glass, causing an explosion that forced Surtsk's, Sirafal, Michael and Azazel back, making the disparity between their respective powers clear as day. Chapter 84, Release. "Vaughn? Oh, thank goodness," exclaimed Rias, nearly tackling Vaughn to the ground as she pounced upon him, hugging his face to her breasts and nestling the top of his head. She and the other members of the Orc had been evacuated for their safety, but when she sensed Vaughn had returned through their contract, she couldn't resist teleporting to his side. "I'm all right," responded Vaughn, his tone gentle and soothing as he placed his hands on Rias's waist and enjoyed the warmth, aroma and softness of her breasts. He nearly grabbed her butt, but with so many people present, including her brother, he managed to catch himself at the last moment. "Well, that was a development," hummed Azazel, brushing himself off with his right hand. His left arm was missing from the bicep down, but he didn't seem particularly bothered by its loss as he wore a wry smile. "Fortunately, there are very few casualties on our side," appended Surtsk, exchanging glances and nods with Michael and Sirafal before looking to Vaughn and Rias, suggesting, "The two of you should return to your friends to reassure them and recenter yourselves. The four of us can take care of things from here." Raising his face from Rias's breasts, Vaughn turned to meet Surtsk's gaze, his expression and tone calm as he offered a nod and affirmed, "Then we'll take you up on your offer. But please keep me in the loop. I might not be that strong just yet, but if there's anything I can help with, I'll do what I can." "Understood," responded Surtsk, his relaxed smile becoming marginally more prominent. Ophis regarding Vaughn as her kin had complicated things a bit, but since they had already agreed to a peace that depended heavily on his power and willingness to cooperate with their respective factions, it wasn't something they needed to address at that exact moment. Though it took a while to reassure everyone, particularly Asia, that he was okay, Vaughn eventually found himself in the nurse's office of the old school building, where Issei had been taken to rest. Asia's twilight healing could treat his physical injuries, but it couldn't recover stamina or restore mental and spirit energy. As such, he would require at least a few days to recover fully from his defeat against Vali. "Oh, hey, man, glad to see you're still alive," joked Issei, forcing a weary smile as Tsubasa, who had been tending to him in a sexy nurse outfit, got up to leave, giving them a chance to speak privately. "He actually killed me 47 times. revealed Vaughn, sporting a serious expression as he took a seat and added, so you shouldn't take your defeat against him to heart. He was born with great power and has had a lifetime to refine it. If anything, it would have been unfair to him if you had won. Yeah, that doesn't make me feel better, responded Issei, shaking his head before lying down, closing his eyes, and asserting, we all need to get a lot stronger. That's what the upcoming training camp is for, reminded Vaughn, offering a reassuring smile. Now that you mention it, I wonder what kind of training we'll be doing, asked Issei, opening his eyes and staring blankly at the ceiling, the image of Vala moving around at incomprehensible speeds appearing in his mind. He had given their battle everything he had, but even when he sped up to the point the rest of the world appeared to stop, he couldn't land so much as a single hit on the aptly named Vanishing Dragon. I'm not sure, responded Vaughn, shrugging as he contended, but if we use the VR headsets in conjunction with the corridor's time compression, we can spend something like 50 days in an anime world of our choosing for each day that passes outside. If the room of spirit and time functions as it does in the anime, the compression ratio becomes nearly 6,000:1. We just need to put our noses to the grindstone, and it's only a matter of time before the frustration we're feeling now becomes Vala's to experience. Yeah, you're right, affirmed Issei, regaining his usual smile, closing his eyes, and raising his hands, his fingers wriggling lasciviously as he added, but too much training is bad for the heart and mind. The version of the version of Dragon Ball we enter for training should have its echiness cranked to 11. It's possible, conceded Vaughn, crossing his arms and raising his gaze to the ceiling. He wasn't as far gone as Issei, but since every crush he had before coming to the record of High School DxD was a fictional character from anime or manga, he could empathize with Issei's desire to get close to various characters. There was even a brief period where he had a crush on Bulma, but she was quickly replaced by characters like Nami from One Piece, Erza from Fairy Tail, and Yoriyuki from Bleach. I think I might have a thing for strong-willed women, Vaughn conceded, causing a faint chuckle to echo in the recesses of his mind, courtesy of Sis. Interrupting Vaughn's introspection, Issei opened his eyes, looked at him, and asked, hey, if the virtual worlds influenced by your power become even more immersive than usual, does that mean we could enter Gundam and learn how to construct giant mecha or warp drives for spaceships? It should be possible, supposed Vaughn, nodding affirmingly but quickly adding, but we shouldn't introduce such advanced and destructive tech into the world just because it's cool. I won't stop you if you want to study engineering in a sci-fi setting, but as people vested with great power, we need to keep in mind that our actions have consequences. Still, it would be pretty awesome, right? Asked Issei, his brown eyes glistening with excitement as he pictured himself building and piloting his own mecha. He also dreamed of completing a pocket dex and building a breast-themed castle or theme park, but piloting mechas and holding the line against impossible odds while his allies escaped to safety were men's romances. It would be, confirmed Vaughn, rising to his feet and extending his left fist as he expressed, anyways, I'm going to head out. We can talk about this again over the break. All right. I'll see you tomorrow at breakfast or in class, responded Issei, reciprocating Vaughn's fist bump before sitting up in anticipation of Tsubasa returning to continue nursing him back to health. Did I die and return to heaven? Asked Vaughn, a broad smile developing across his face as he entered his room to find it had been cleaned up and refurbished. More significantly, Rias, Sana, Akeno, Tsubaki, Konako, Asia, and Zenobia were gathered within, waiting atop his bed in their respective shades of sexy lingerie, complete with stockings and garter belts. Consider this your punishment for doing something reckless as well as your reward for returning safely, hummed Rias, running her hands down her abdomen and between her thighs as she sat positioned at the group's center on her knees, flanked by Akeno and Sana. Piggybacking off Rias's words, Sana, sporting a serious expression and cleaning her glasses with magic, stated, you mentioned that the White Dragon Emperor had killed you 47 times. Put simply, you won't be leaving this room or its counterpart in the corridor until you've reached completion 49 times. That's 7 per person. Let's do this," responded Vaughn, pulling away the black ribbon around his neck with a determined look. Doing it 49 times back to back was a lot, even for him, but if he paced himself, he was confident he could get it down within 8 to 10 hours. "Wow, Vaughn, you're not daunted by anything," hummed Rias, sporting a narrow-eyed smile as she looked to Zenobia, surprising the blue-haired, green-tuft swordswoman by stating, "Since she's new to all of this, we've decided to let your self-proclaimed sword kick things off." "You're referring to me?" asked Zenobia, pointing confusedly to herself. When Rias nodded, her generally brown eyes gained a glistening violet hue as she turned to meet Vaughn's gaze with a nervous but notably excited smile. She had hoped that her turn would come eventually, but she hadn't expected Rias to nominate her, causing her opinion of the crimson-haired devil to improve considerably. "All right, then. Do you have any special requests?" asked Vaughn, offering a supportive smile as he permitted Akeno and Asia to remove his remaining clothes. He personally felt that his and Zenovia's first time should be just the two of them, but since she had joined the group of her own accord, he felt it was his duty as both a man and her chosen master to acknowledge and respect her conviction. Swallowing hard, Zenovia nodded and sheepishly requested, "Could you transform into an angel?" "I can do you one better," responded Vaughn, closing his eyes and recalling the auras of Michael, his angelic subordinates, and even Azazel. Despite the latter being a fallen, his aura wasn't all that disparate from Michael's and, to a lesser extent, Vala's. It seemed that all angels were derived from the same template, so by isolating what made them different and focusing on their commonalities, Vaughn managed to sprout a pair of luminous, pure white wings that caused everyone but Zenovia to grimace slightly. At the same time, his hair shifted from brown to white, an effect that extended to his eyebrows and lashes. "Vaughn, whatever you're doing, I think you need to stop," expressed Rias, prompting Vaughn to open his sky-blue eyes, set with golden, cross-shaped pupils. He hadn't realized it, but a three-ringed golden halo had appeared behind his head, provoking Zenobia and Asia to clasp their hands in prayer while everyone else stared at him with discomfort. As the very last thing he wanted was to make those around him anxious or uncomfortable, Vaughn's hair transitioned from white to black, his eyes shifting to a luminous shade of pale gold, and the halos framing his head vanishing with the awe-inspiring aura that had permeated his domain and the room as a whole. "Sorry about that," said Vaughn, offering an awkward smile and cupping his head as he joked, "I guess I got a little too close to God's original design. If I had known it would cause everyone discomfort, I wouldn't have tried it." "Vaughn-sama really is God's proxy," muttered Asia, her emerald green eyes glistening with even more zeal than usual as she and Zenobia kept their hands clasped in prayer. "I'm just me," contended Vaughn, his smile cramping as he retracted his silvery white wings, met Zenovia's gaze, and questioned, "Is this good enough?" "It's more than a lowly servant such as myself deserves," answered Zenovia, adjusting her position so that she was lying on her back near the bed's edge, propped up by her elbows and with her legs spread, revealing a growing stain on her mint green, transparent lace panties. Exhaling faintly from his nose, Vaughn resisted the urge to chastise Zenovia for calling herself a lowly servant. Instead, he approached her with a faint smile and drew her legs together, enabling him to remove her panties and expose her smooth, freshly shaven mons and glistening vulva. Wait a second, Vaughn-sama. I made sure to cleanse it thoroughly, but that place is still unclean, exclaimed Zenobia, panicking as Vaughn spread her legs, slipped his hands under her thighs, and lowered his mouth to her bottom lips. When he ignored her in favor of promptly slipping his hot and wet tongue between her folds, she felt like she would suffer from a panic attack, her heart beating powerfully in her chest and her eyes becoming a luminous shade of violet. "Nothing that Vaughn-sama's lips and tongue touch is unclean," asserted Asia, slipping her legs under Zenovia's arms and hugging the blue-haired woman's head as Rias and Sana stacked pillows behind her for additional support. What followed was nearly 20 minutes of Vaughn cementing his place in Zenovia's heart by driving her to the thin line separating madness from pleasure. By the time he was finished, she had orgasmed more times than she could count, but that was nothing compared to the pure ecstasy that came from becoming one with him, his insertion alone causing her to arch, squirt, and slip in and out of consciousness. Chapter 85, Intrusion. Well, hello, kiddies. Not expecting to enter the club room and find Azazel seated at her desk, a frown marred Rias's face as she asked, "Governor General Azazel? What are you doing here?" while making way for Vaughn, Konako, and Zenovia to enter after her. "All right, let's not get too riled up," hummed Azazel, leaning his cheek onto the knuckles of his right hand as he revealed, "After a lengthy discussion with Michael and your wise and powerful older brother, it was determined that I would become the advisor of the Orc. To make a long story short, I'm here to keep various factions in check while utilizing my knowledge of sacred gears to strengthen your forces. Furthermore," looking at Vaughn, Azazel's smile broadened as he appended, "I have been tasked to help you develop and understand your powers. You don't have to accept my help or divulge your secrets to me if you don't want to, but the general consensus among the leaders is that you would benefit from the guidance of someone experienced with humans, supernatural entities, magical items, and extra-dimensional planes and phenomenon." "Is this really necessary?" questioned Vaughn, sporting a slight frown as he contended, "I'm not saying I can't use guidance, and it's true that we could benefit from having our strength increased, but taking on the role of our advisor without consulting us feels like an overstep and an invasion of our privacy." "Right. I see what you're saying," conceded Azazel, nodding. "But my role as your advisor is just a pretense. I won't be assigning you responsibilities or ordering you around. Just think of me as an extra brain you can pick or bounce ideas off. You and your crimson-haired fiancé here still have the final say in all matters concerning the Orc directly." "Then I would appreciate it if you got out of my seat," said Rias, adopting a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Yes, ma'am," hummed Azazel, closing his eyes, shaking his head, and raising his hands in mock surrender before getting up from Rias's desk and performing short-range teleportation to relocate to the leftmost sofa, sitting with his right ankle resting atop his left knee. With Rias moving to her desk, followed closely by Akeno, Vaughn sat on the sofa opposite Azazel with Konako and Zenovia sitting on each side of him, his gaze drawn to the former angel's left arm as he tilted his head slightly and asked, "Were you not able to heal your arm?" "I could have, but I saw it as an opportunity to replace it with something a little more versatile," hummed Azazel, raising his left hand and rotating it at high speeds before separating the fingers at the joints, causing them to wriggle dexterously before snapping back. It had additional functions, but since Vaughn didn't seem particularly impressed by the display, he linked his fingers atop his abdomen and started, "So, regarding your idea of hosting rating games in a virtual setting." Though it wasn't how he planned to spend the morning, Vaughn entertained Azazel's questions and even entrusted him with a pair of VR headsets to disassemble and experiment with. He was more than a little surprised to learn that the headsets could interface with the internet and interpret data from books to reproduce and even combine elements from numerous fictions into a unified setting, but that was nothing compared to the excitement he felt upon learning there was a creative mode, allowing users to construct worlds, create characters, and script plots of their own for others to experience. July 24th. With summer break officially beginning the previous afternoon, Vaughn found himself on board an extremely luxurious train that moved through the sky rather than along tracks. The interior was 10 meters across with an off-white ceiling and blue felt carpets, and in place of traditional train seating, it had large, walled-off, U-shaped booths that encircled glossy wooden coffee tables. The walls were a mix of smooth wood paneling and a diamond-patterned crimson velvet lined with brass, periodically broken by large viewports that provided a view of the nebulous, purple, blue, and pink dimensional gap outside. Since the journey between the human world and the Gremory Dukedom took 2 hours, following a brief stop at the Principality of Citrai, Vaughn was sitting in a corner of the train compartment where a television was set up with an assortment of bean bags. Konako, as usual, was seated in his lap, allowing him to relax with his hands folded atop her stomach as she, Asia, and Zenobia played a game called Marino Party 9. They had invited him to play, but since Asia and Zenobia couldn't bring themselves to take action against or sabotage him, he decided to rescind his participation after the first game, allowing them to compete for the right to sit on his lap. While Vaughn was enjoying seeing the three girls compete as if their lives were on the line, Issei and Kaiba were seated a short distance behind them, doing their best to get the cross-dressing dumper boy, Gasper, to open up to them. Following the summit, Surtsks had ordered that the seal on Gasper's room be removed so that he could train to control his time-freezing sacred gear. Issei, who had initially gotten excited by the prospect of having a cute new female Kaoruhei, had been put in charge of Gasper's re-socialization, but based on how the androgynous dumper was seated in a cardboard box with a paper bag over his head like a helmet, it would be a while before he overcame his anthropophobia, fear of people. Excellent! I have attained victory, exclaimed Zenobia, shifting forward onto her knees and striking a pose with her hands raised and face angled at the ceiling like she was basking in rays of salvation. Grr! I'll win the next one! Grumbled Konako, her cat-like ears twitching as she reluctantly parted with Vaughn's lap, making way for Zenovia's plump and pliant bottom. A decade of dedicated training had given her the most toned butt among all the girls Vaughn associated with, so while he enjoyed having any woman sitting on his lap, Zenovia's weight, combined with her butt's springiness, was especially pleasant. Oh? I think I understand why you lost, remarked Zenovia, her cheeks flushing as Vaughn linked her fingers atop her abdomen and guided her to recline against him. That was the extent of what he did, but it was enough to make focusing on the game nigh impossible. Stop stalling, said Konako, forcing Zenovia to pick her character quickly so they could begin a new game. Once the game was underway, Zenovia did her best to lock in, sitting forward and wearing an expression like she was preparing to engage a powerful foe, but the change in position made it even harder to focus as it caused a certain part of Vaughn to press against her most tender region. He also shifted his hands to her waist to support her, so by the end of the 20-minute round, which resulted in Konako's victory, her face was flushed, her body drenched with sweat, and parts of her uniform had become slightly transparent. Pervert spotted, muttered Konako, staring at Zenovia from the corner of her half-lidded eyes. Don't be absurd, responded Zenovia, closing her eyes and asserting, I'm only like this because it's my lore, because it's Vaughn's lap I'm sitting on. My response is completely natural. Good for you, said Konako, maintaining her judgmental expression as she added, now, move. Closing her eyes and exhaling a faint snort, Zenovia rose to her feet with Vaughn's help, her long, fair, and toned legs notably shaky as she stated, I will sit out the next round. While heading in the direction of the women's bathroom. Moo, I don't want to play this game anymore, pouted Asia, puffing her cheeks. She didn't say it aloud, but she felt that Konako was cheating by utilizing her Nico Shao transformation to enhance her senses, allowing her to roll precisely what she needed at a high rate. Now, no need to get upset, said Vaughn, picking the freshly seated Konako up and shifting her to straddle his left knee before gently patting his right, causing Asia's expression to light up as she happily planted her small but rapidly developing bottom atop it. From there, Vaughn closed his eyes, cupped and caressed their respective abdomens, and allowed the tension in his body to drain as he faintly muttered, "Let's all get along," in a soothing tone. Exchanging glances with one another, Konako and Asia eventually nodded before turning sideways and leaning against Vaughn with their hands resting on his chest, borrowing his shoulders as they, too, closed their eyes. Issei noticed this when he got up to grab drinks from the cabin's self-serve bar, but since he had resolved not to envy or compare himself to Vaughn, he just shook his head, smiled, and shifted his thoughts to their forthcoming stint in the virtual world and corridor. Vaughn had honored his request by creating a mature version of Dragon Ball that incorporated several other anime in a multiversal setting, so Issei had high hopes for the future, especially since he was being allowed to self-insert as the protagonist of his favorite guilty pleasure anime, Toraburu. The train will be passing through the dimensional barrier shortly. Please ensure that you are seated to ensure your safety. I repeat. The train will be passing through the dimensional barrier shortly. All passengers should be seated to ensure their safety. Prompted by the synthetic female voice over the train's intercom, Konako, Asia, and Zenobia separated from Vaughn, allowing him to get up and brush himself off before they moved as one to the booth where Rias and Akeno had been playing chess and chatting. Welcome back, you three, Vaughn, said Rias, adopting a broad smile as she scooched over and patted the space beside her, encouraging Vaughn to sit and Akeno to reposition herself so he was nestled between them, leaving Konako, Asia, and Zenobia no choice but to sit around them. Did the four of you have fun cuddling without us? Hummed Akeno, resting her right hand on Vaughn's left thigh and gently caressing it as she stared at him with slightly narrowed eyes. To her surprise, Vaughn returned the favor, resting his left hand on her warm and exposed thigh, the edge of his palm and pinky nestled against the fabric of her skirt and panties as he held her gaze and asserted, "You should join us next time." "But of course," responded Akeno, her smile gaining a sultry undertone as she licked her lips and drew her face closer. This compelled Rias to roll her eyes, sit back, and cross her arms, but she waited until after they had shared a kiss before stating, "Things will probably be a little chaotic when we first arrive." "You should." Interrupting Rias's words, Vaughn turned to stare at her with a glimmer of longing in his shimmering aquamarine eyes, causing hers to widen before she smiled, uncrossed her arms, and leaned forward, presenting her lips for him to kiss. In the process, he sneakily grabbed her left hand, linking his fingers through hers to prevent her from crossing her arms once they were done. He liked how doing so emphasized her breasts, but as it also made her appear closed off, Vaughn much preferred holding her hand when they were seated next to one another. "As I was saying," hummed Rias, her voice low and husky as she licked her lips and slowly pulled away to explain how her parents had a habit of celebrating her return in excess. The previous year, they had prepared a 7,000-person procession, fireworks, and a 3-week festival, so since she was returning home with a fiancé, she expected them to pull all the stops to welcome him. Hearing this made Vaughn a little nervous, but since Rias would be next to him the entire time, he was confident he could stand proudly and make a good impression. Chapter 86, Reception. 2222222 Just as Rias had said, a massive crowd and procession awaited Vaughn and the members of the Orc when they disembarked the train. Alongside the sound of trumpets, soldiers in stylish red, white, and gold-trimmed dress uniforms arranged on both sides of a wide, brick-paved, carriage-lined street, firing magic rifles into the sky, triggering a cacophony of colorful fireworks that formed cartoony images of Rias's and even Vaughn's faces. "Welcome back, Ryasaja-sama." "Welcome, Vaughn Wakasama." "Welcome, Ryasaja-sama's peerage," exclaimed a group of more than 100 maids and butlers, each speaking and bowing in concert as they formed neat rows and columns like rank-and-file soldiers with Grafia standing at their front. This is way too many people," whined Gasper, concealing himself behind a wide-eyed Issei. Though she briefly looked back out of concern, Rias exhaled faintly from her nose when she saw Issei immediately comforting Gasper. She didn't approve of Issei trying to convince him to use his power to allow him to look up girls' skirts and grope their breasts without their knowledge, but she trusted him to take care of Gasper as she grasped Vaughn's hand, gave him a reassuring smile, and led the group forward. "Welcome back, Aja-sama, Wakasama. It pleases me to see you have returned safely," hummed Grafia, closing her eyes and offering a steep, courteous bow. Vaughn was a little puzzled by her referring to him as Wakasama, meaning young master, but he assumed it was a precaution against misunderstandings. After all, her actual Ga-Shujin-sama was Surtsk's, the literal king of hell. After that, she was the head maid of the ducal house of Gremory, making Rias's father, the current duke, her master in name if not practice. "Thank you, everyone, for gathering to welcome us. You may raise your heads and see to your responsibilities," stated Rias, prompting Grafia and the detachment of maids and butlers to rise and answer, "Yes, Ryasaja-sama," in perfect harmony. Then, the maids and butlers forming the front row turned simultaneously to their left and split off from the larger group, triggering a chain reaction where each row, in turn, moved in the opposite direction of the one preceding them. The carriages that will transport you to the central palace and estate have been prepared. Please, follow me, said Grafia, half turning and gesturing with her right hand to the procession of massive, extravagant, horse-drawn carriages. Instead of ordinary horses, however, they were nearly twice as large and comprised of pitch-black armor, hazy black mist filling their interiors, and fiery red orbs crackling where their eyes should be. All right, then, come along, Akeno, Asia, chimed Rias, prompting Akeno to offer a slight bow, and Asia, who had been awed by the scene playing out before her, to startle and respond, "Why yes, Rias-sama," as she hurried to catch up. She was technically still a maid trainee, but she had been given the role of Vaughn's attending maid and servant, a duty she intended to take very seriously. Sitting across from Vaughn and Rias in the dark red and lush interior of their oversized carriage, flanked by Akeno and Asia, Grafia dutifully went over their itinerary, stating, "Once we reach the castle, everyone will have free time until 6 p.m. Rias-sama-sama's father, Lord Zedekis, will have returned by then, and he has requested that Von Wakasama and the members of the Occult Research Club join him and Lady Venelana for dinner." "Can you not call me that privately?" asked Vaughn, grimacing slightly as he remarked, "It feels even more awkward than Ga Shujin-sama." "Then, will Vaughn-sama suffice?" asked Grafia, tempted to revert to using Ga Shujin-sama but ultimately deciding against it as Vaughn had inferred, it might cause problems if someone overheard them. "Sure," responded Vaughn, nodding. He would have preferred if she just used his name or the suffix san or kun, but since he had been elevated to the status of a VVIP, that was probably expecting too much. "At least it's better than Von Kami," thought Vaughn, causing Rias to stare at him as he shuddered. Akeno had playfully used the honorific when they were enjoying some alone time in the corridor, but she had thankfully only been teasing him. "Well, then, Von-sama," hummed Grafia, sporting a faint smile as she stated, "continuing where I left off, Lord Zedekis had requested that you accompany him for a time tomorrow while Rias-sama attends her mother. Further arrangements have been made for the other members of the orc. To be specific, Issei-kun will be receiving private lessons in etiquette and business management, Asia-chan and Zenobia-san will be accompanying me to learn more about being a maid, and Konako-chan and Kaiba-kun will be meeting with Lord Zedekis's top rook and knight to have their current strength and skill evaluated." "What business does my father have with Vaughn?" asked Rias, not too surprised but curious. "I would like to leave the broader explanation to Lord Zedekis, but I can tell you it concerns Von-sama becoming the director of Gremory Large Enterprises," revealed Grafia, meeting Vaughn's gaze as she explained, "In essence, you will be given land, property and personnel to assist with the collection and sale of magical items, medicines, or anything else you wish to market." "Ah, that makes sense," conceded Rias, nodding sagely as she recalled that Grafia had been present for many of the discussions she, Sana, and Vaughn had regarding him selling his creations or using his power to treat all manner of illnesses. It was a bit early, but she could understand why her father, who served as the president of Gremory Large Enterprises, wanted to get a jump on things. If he delayed too long, there was a good chance that Vaughn would get roped into doing something else. "Isn't it a little early to give me property and people to manage?" asked Vaughn, reminding, "I'm still a high school student, and if possible, I would like to attend college with Rias." "Would it relieve you to know the land in question will be joint-owned and managed by you, Rias-sama, and Sana-sama?" asked Grafia, smiling as she appended, "As such, you could even build the rating game academy that Sana-sama dreams of creating upon it." "I'm listening," affirmed Vaughn, his expression and tone firming, gaining a hint of severity. He hadn't been able to spend as much time with Sana as he would have liked the past week, so if he could help lay the foundation for her dream becoming a reality, he was prepared to do what he must. "Lord Zedekis will explain the specifics," reiterated Grafia, offering a slight bow as an apology before raising her head and stating, marginally more pressingly, the annual gathering of young devils will be taking place tomorrow afternoon. Von Sama technically isn't a devil, but both you and Zenobia-san have been permitted to attend. Of course, if you would prefer to do something else during the event, the Gremory domain isn't regarded as the entertainment capital of the underworld for nothing. I will go where Rias goes, affirmed Vaughn, squeezing Rias's hand and meeting her gaze with a smile as he added, besides, Sana will be there as well. How could I possibly not attend a gathering both of my beautiful fiancés are expected to attend? It will certainly be reassuring to have you at our sides, hummed Rias, narrowing her eyes and drawing her face closer to Vaughn's. Her intention was to come across as playful, but when Vaughn unhesitantly closed the remaining distance and initiated a kiss, she readily reciprocated despite their audience. Ara, how enviable, hummed Akeno, cupping her right cheek and adopting a narrow-eyed smile. Asia, on the other hand, closed her eyes and brought her hands together, a happy smile adorning her face as she offered a silent prayer that Sis confirmed Vaughn could hear like a whisper in the back of his mind. He couldn't make out anything she had said, but the fact he could hear it at all was as significant as it was disconcerting. Welcome back, Ryasaja-sama. Welcome, Von Waka-sama. Welcome, Ryasaja-sama's peerage, exclaimed an even larger group of maids and butlers, awaiting Vaughn's group as they entered an incomprehensibly large entrance hall, 400 meters across and 300 deep with a ceiling that towered precisely 100 meters overhead, from which dangled a magnific, house-sized crystal chandelier. Incredible! Thought Vaughn, mesmerized by the sight as Issei, far more interested in the group of maids, breathed loudly with a lascivious smile, made worse by the fact several maids smiled, giggled, and waved at him. Asia and Zenobia weren't the only ones who had been learning about the lifestyle and responsibilities of maids of the ducal house of Gremory, so he was greatly looking forward to being shown to his room, bath time, and nightfall. Like a silver-haired goddess descending from the heavens to confer their mercy upon a mortal, Grafia promptly brought Issei's fantasies closer to fruition by expressing, Aja-sama, I would like to show everyone to their rooms and get them situated as soon as possible. Please do, responded Rias, turning to Vaughn and smiling as she said, I need to greet and converse with my mother. I shouldn't be more than an hour or two, but feel free to look around and make yourself at home after settling into your room. In the worst-case scenario, we'll see each other again at dinner. All right. Take care of yourself, and please tell your mother I said hello, responded Vaughn, punctuating his words with a kiss on Rias's cheek. Her smile broadened his response. Then, as the castle's interior was like a series of massive caverns, she spread her bat-like wings and ascended to the second floor, 50 meters higher than the first. Ascending to it on foot would have required climbing up 333 steps, so flying saved literal minutes and a considerable amount of effort. I thought I asked to stay in an ordinary guest room, remarked Vaughn, his expression a mix of shock and confusion as he entered his assigned room to find a suite that was 20 meters from floor to ceiling, 24 deep, and more than 50 across with a living room, a full kitchen, a dining area, and an attached bath. The bed he was expected to sleep on had a canopy and poles that extended to the roof and, based on the wall panels, which were approximately 3 meters across, it was at least 6 in width, 9 long, and 1.5 meters tall, requiring a red-cushioned, bench-like footstool to enter and exit it easily. This is an ordinary guest room, asserted Grafia, sporting an amused smile as Vaughn stared at her with his mouth agape. At the same time, Asia and Zenobia looked around, similarly odd but quickly pulling themselves together as they made their way to the kitchen. They were accustomed to infinitely more humble accommodations, but since they and Konako were being allowed to stay with Vaughn, they got to work familiarizing themselves with its facilities while their cat-eared companion made her way over and crawled onto the bed to mark where he would be sleeping with her scent. Before you retire or take a look around the castle, would you like to take a bath? Asked Grafia, gesturing to the entrance of the bathroom with her left hand as she revealed, there is also a mixed open-air bath, but it is best used after nightfall. Have you been assigned to attend me? asked Vaughn, tilting his head as Graphia going out of her way to ask if he would like to take a bath implied she intended to accompany him, an inference that was proven correct as she calmly replied, I might not be your personal maid any longer, but you are still my master via our contract. If you allow it, I will happily serve you in my full capacity as a maid of House Gremory. Very well, responded Vaughn, causing the smile on Graphia's face to become marginally more prominent. He probably should have refused her, but as they had bathed together well over 100 times, he wasn't as opposed to it as he should have been. Rather, as it had been more than a month since they last bathed together, counting the time he spent in the corridor, he secretly missed the tension.